Good morning, my dear JEE warriors. Welcome aboard to the PWJ English channel. This is your Captain Shreyas for the most awaited session for JEE Advanced 2026, which is the mega mock test with the most expected questions based on the current analysis and the trends. So I hope I'm audible, visible. Hi BRH1 Technical. Welcome aboard Ashwin. Hi Nitin. Good morning, my dear warriors. I hope I'm visible and audible. So let's begin with the class. And last time we had an amazing subject-wise lectures, and the same thing will continue for the next week, but with more power, with more punch, with more fresh questions, and of course which will prepare you even better for your upcoming JEE Advanced session. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning time, we are going to have subject wise big sessions for JEE Advanced practice. All right, so be there. And right now we are going to start with the mega mock test. Good morning Deepak. Hi Pranav. Good morning Black Mystery. Good morning. I'm pretty sure you're all excited to start with the questions. We'll start with physics, then most likely it will be mathematics, and then it will be chemistry. Okay, so that is the order. So let's begin with your Captain Shreyas on this amazing channel for your JEE Advanced 2026. Gear up guys, just last few days, prepare well, be there, don't lose focus, don't lose hope. You're just about to crack it. You're just few days away to enter into IIT. Okay, you're just few days away to see your All India rank on the computer screen on the result day. Okay, make yourself proud, make your parents, your family, everyone proud, and believe in yourself. All right, thank you so much. Let's begin with the first question on your screen. It's a single correct. AB is a L-shaped obstacle on a horizontal smooth surface table. There is a ball which strikes, gets deflected, and again strikes. The velocity vector before the collision is v bar, and the coefficient of restitution is e at both the places. Then what is the velocity vector after the second collision? Okay, no point looking at the options because anyways you will have to solve it. So let's get rid of the options right now. Yeah, Kavita, your score will boost by even 10 marks, 20 marks. That's a big deal in JEE Advanced because you know, right? 50-60% means you're the top ranker. Yeah, 50-60% of the marks is top ranker. So 10 marks, 20 marks every session you are attending, your rank is improving by thousands. All right, so be there. Now, first of all, over here, there is a collision happening on this surface, and after the collision, the speed won't remain v, it will be something else only because it is inelastic collision, so there will be some energy loss. Also, I can't use angle of incidence is equal to angle of reflection because again it is inelastic collision, so I can't use basic geometry. Same thing over here, after the collision the speed will be further reduced because of energy loss, and the angle of incidence won't be equal to angle of reflection. Third thing, I have not been told whether this velocity is exactly along this horizontal line. In fact, it's some random velocity, so don't make judgments, false judgments, thinking that, oh, this is horizontal, this is something theta. No, don't do that. This is some random velocity. Final velocity has to be given in terms of v bar. Now, looking at the question, because this angle is not given and e value is not given, I do not know, so many variables might come. It feels like it should be d when you start the problem, but maybe it might not be d when we actually take up that problem with full heart. Okay, so focus guys on the class. So what I'm going to do is, I will think of the concept of restitution in 2 dimensions. And the concept goes like this. Observe carefully. Forget the question for now. All I'm saying is, if you have any object colliding on a surface and rebounding, the surface has a coefficient of restitution E, then the impulse is always going to be perpendicular to the surface. That's where the impulse will be. And what happens is the momentum along the surface does not change. So momentum parallel to the surface will be basically constant, So if this velocity were to be resolved in two components, this will be V parallel. So after reaching here also, there will be this V parallel. So V parallel will remain the same, but it is this component which will be different, the one which is perpendicular. So if this is V perpendicular, this will be V prime perpendicular. This component will change along the direction of impulse, because that's where the collision is happening. That's where the change of momentum is happening. There is no change in momentum in the parallel direction. That is the concept. So I can say perpendicular to the surface, momentum changes, momentum will change, or momentum changes due to the impulse which is being provided. And by the concept of restitution, I can say the E value will be speed of separation by speed of approach. So speed of separation will be V prime and speed of approach will be V only in the perpendicular direction. Do not take the parallel component. Often students miss that E is only the ratio of the velocity along the impulse, not the entire velocity. So if there are two components, ignore that component which is not along the direction of impulse or collision. Is that clear? So E value is always along the impulse only. This is very, very critical. If this is understood, shall we go ahead, give me a thumbs up till now? Okay. Now let's start with the problem. This was the concept behind it. Now let's start with the problem actually. So over here, as one can see, the impulse is in this direction. The impulse is in this direction, and over here the impulse is in this direction. Obviously, both are perpendicular. So I get some idea now that maybe I can do one thing. Let me choose this as my x-axis. Let me choose this as my y-axis, because already they are perpendicular to each other. So this is x and this is y. Now this velocity which is there initially, that velocity will have two components along x and y, one like this and one like this, These are the velocities of this particular ball, and this component obviously will be the Vx component, Vx bar, it's along the x-axis. This component will be Vy bar component. Don't think, sir, won't it be minus Vy and minus Vx? Don't worry about it. I have put vector symbol. So if positive, negative, it is taken care of inside the vector, not outside of it. So this is the x component, this is the y component vectorially. As simple as that. Everybody fine till this point? Okay. Now observe carefully what I am trying to say. In the first collision, so I will mention this. In the first collision at point A, out of Vx and Vy, which component won't change? Think carefully. Which component won't change at collision of A? It's Vy. Vy won't change, but Vx will definitely change. So I will do one thing. Let me write down. Let's say, for the sake of it, my velocity, which was Vx bar plus Vy bar, I will call this Vx as alpha I cap and this Vy as beta j cap. Just for simplicity for solving the question. So now I realize that when I collide at A, Vy will not change because it is parallel to the surface. The same concept which I have used here. Parallel component won't get affected at all. So can I say in the first collision at A, Vy will remain the same, but it is the Vx component which will change. So what will be the new velocity after it comes back over here? What will be that new velocity when it comes back over here? Think about it, that V1 will not have any change in the J cap component. That means plus beta J cap will remain, but it is the Vx component which will change. And how much will it change? It will become E times the old component. E times the old component will become the new component. Look at this. V prime is E times old perpendicular velocity. So won't this be E times of alpha, E times of alpha times of I cap? Why did this become alpha? Simple fact, E will be nothing but the new velocity upon the old velocity, which was alpha. And alpha was along the impulse direction. Is that understood? That's why new velocity was E times of alpha. But it will be in the opposite direction. So do not forget to put a negative sign over here. It will be opposite in direction. It will be flipped, because if it was going here, it will flip its sign. So that's why I'll put a minus sign. Everyone fine till this point? Okay. Now what about the next one? Now during the second collision, at the point B, at that particular point B, think who will change, who will not change. At B, this parallel component will be the x component, so it is the Vx which will remain the same. It is the Vy which will basically change. It will change just like it changed over here, and it will be opposite. That means it will change the direction. That's why that minus sign was there. So my new velocity after the collision at B, my new velocity V2 bar after the collision at B will be, observe, my x component will not change, so it will be minus E alpha I cap. This component will change, so beta will now become E times of beta, but with a negative sign because of the direction change. So now as you can see, I can take negative E outside, and I am left with alpha I cap plus beta J cap, which I know as a matter of fact, this particular part is nothing but V bar. So it will be minus E times of V bar. Guys. So minus E times of V bar is option C for Captain Stress, as you can notice. It's a brilliant question on how you can use vector algebra along with the concept of collisions in the same problem. And this was a problem of collisions in 2 dimensions, isn't it? Did you love this question? Yeah, this concept of how this negative sign came, very important, because the direction got flipped. The concept of how the speed became E times of the old velocity, another concept of restitution. How impulse is changing momentum only in one direction and not in the other, that is another concept. And of course, taking the vector signs and assuming the vectors properly helped us a lot, else we would be stuck. Okay, so it's a brilliant question. Let's go. Very nice, technical, Deepak, Dheeraj, We Planet, Ajit. Very good. Keep it up. Let's move to the next question on your screen. The shown system is in equilibrium. Okay, the diagram shown with 2 springs and the string with a block. This is 37, this is 53 with the horizontal. The string has a tension of 10 Newton in this particular equilibrium. Now the string is burnt, cut, same kind of question. Now this kind of questions are also common, where you might have a string or a spring and you basically cut the spring or cut the string, these kind of questions. But this is a slightly more complex than your regular ones, because usually you have a string and spring in the same line with 1 block or 2 blocks, which is very simple. This is slightly more, I would say, tricky. Question is, after you burn or cut the string, springs are still there, the block is still there, how much will the block's acceleration be? Now, there is a catch in this problem, if you realize, and the catch is that the springs have not been kept at the same angle. Yes, the spring constant is same, fine, the identical springs, but the angle is not the same. So it's quite possible there could be an unbalance on the left and right hand side. So I don't know, we'll have to think about it. Alright, I don't need the options, I'll just ignore them. In such type of questions, always think about two free body diagrams, one before and one after. This is obviously the one which is happening before. So let me keep it as it is. And now let me show the forces acting on it. One will be 5 kg force, one spring force here, one spring force here, and one tension over here. So this I will call it as F1. This I will call it as F2. This is nothing but your 50 Newton force, which is downwards. This is 50 Newton, 10 Newton as it is. Okay. Now what happens when you remove the string? When you remove the string, this is what will happen. The string has been cut basically. Now observe carefully, guys. The block is still here. The block is still here. The springs, do you think they will change their length? The springs, what do you think? They will change their length, yes or no, just after cutting? The answer is they will not change their length. They will rather begin to change their length. They will apply compressive, elongative, whatever forces, but it will take some time. Spring force is a slower force to adjust itself. Whereas string, the moment you tighten it, loosen it, it instantly changes. But spring is not like that. It is non-impulsive in nature. It takes time. It's a slow force relative to the tension force. So I will say after cutting, the spring just begins to change, but the extension is same as before at that instant. This is the concept, which means the spring force is still the same. It has not yet changed. You have not given it enough time for the spring to contract, relieve itself. So extension x is same, so kx is the same, so spring force is same, which means in this particular question, this force F1 and F2 are there, and this 50 Newton is still going to be there, which is the weight. So F1 and F2 still will remain. So the only force which I have removed is basically the 10 Newton. Is that clear? Is that clear, my dear warriors? So now tell me, earlier all these forces were balanced. All these forces earlier, so I can say before F1 bar plus tension bar plus F2 bar plus the weight bar was equal to 0 because it was in equilibrium. But now afterwards, what will happen? There is only F1 bar plus F2 bar plus weight bar. That will obviously not be 0. That will create the unbalance. Can you guess what will be the vector sum of all of them? Can you guess what will be the vector sum of all of them? It is right over here, F1 plus F2 plus W. This F1 plus F2 plus W will be nothing but negative T bar. That is your net force. Is that making sense? So the new net force, which will be F1, F2 and the weight, the vector sum of it will be nothing but negative of T bar, because F1 plus F2 plus W plus T is 0. So if I take T on the other side, I can see this is negative T. So what is negative T? Tension will be nothing but 10 Newton. So minus 10 J cap, that is the net force, and net force is nothing but mass times of acceleration. So mass is nothing but 5 kilos multiplied by acceleration. So acceleration will be minus 10 by 5 J cap, which is minus 2 J cap meters per second square. So that means it is 2 meters per second square downwards. That's how you can solve it. So most of these questions, what happens when you draw before and after diagram, you can immediately see there is a unbalance which is created because of a force disappearing from this equation. All these forces were balancing. Suddenly this force goes off. Obviously it will create unbalance. So this was the culprit which is creating that net force which is causing the acceleration. That's it. Once you understand that, it is very straightforward. Understood, guys? Everybody got C? I can see many of you wrote it as C. The concept also of negative sign is very important, else you will get positive sign and you will mark 2 meters per second square upwards. So both the options are there in JEE Advanced, because many kids will make that silly mistake and negative markings are waiting for you over there. Okay, be very, very careful. Very, very careful. Okay, understanding? It feels very simple now, but in the exam, this negative sign will give you negative marks if you don't take care of it. So in mains, what happens? The questions are designed in such a way that positive, negative hardly matters in most of them. So magnitude will matter, but here everything will matter, I am telling you. All right. Perfect, Darshan, Pranav, Prashant, inevitable. Awesome. Perfecto. Next question. I love this question because this question, I have taken it watching one of the lectures from MIT, by Walter Lewin. Walter Lewin is a famous scientist, physicist. He used to teach in MIT long time back. His lectures are also there. And he conducts one very famous experiment to show a particular concept. I can't reveal it right now because then it will leak the solution. So there are two questions on this. First question is finding the value of voltmeter reading 1. And the second question is, if Kirchhoff's voltage law is applied to the loop B R1 A R2 B, then how will that equation look like? So these are the two questions. So we will see what the concept is, don't worry, and I'll explain what is happening. In this diagram, there are two resistors connected in a circuit. Across R1 there is a voltmeter, across R2 there is another voltmeter number 2. R1 and R2 are two different values. Now in a small region whose radius is A, magnetic field has been changed at a constant rate, and the function of the magnetic field has been given as B naught, being a constant, multiplied by time. So there is a variable magnetic field with time, but it is uniformly spread in that circular region. Because of that, there might be EMI. Yes, there will be EMF which will be induced in this circuit. There will be current which might flow. That's why the voltmeters will read something, and we have to exactly figure that out. That's the concept. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. No man, I will not be on NEET channel. I will be on JEE English. How many channels you want me to be in? I will have to create a duplicate. Shreyas sir, AI will have to come to teach on 5-6 channels. Okay. All right. His hair is like Einstein hair. Yeah, you can say that. Okay. So let's think about it. When we have changing magnetic field, that causes changes in flux. So by Faraday's law, it will cause EMF to be induced, and that EMF will cause some current. So the whole concept boils down to finding rate of change of flux for now. All right. So let's forget the options for now. Let me just focus on this and just concentrate in this region. Just concentrate in this region, and in this region, I will say the flux is changing. The flux is changing, which causes EMF to be induced. EMF to be induced, and that EMF will be magnitude wise. I'm only interested in the magnitude in this problem. d phi by dt. I'm just interested in the magnitude. So d phi by dt. That's it. So phi is nothing but magnetic field multiplied by area, and when area is constant but field is not, area will go outside the derivative, and I will be taking the derivative of the magnetic field. So that will be area multiplied by d by dt of magnetic field, whose value is B naught into T. So I'll just put B naught multiplied by T, area being pi r square, the circular area, multiplied by BT's derivative, B naught T T's derivative. So B naught will come outside. T's derivative is 1. So the EMF will be pi A square B naught. That is our EMF. Pi A square B naught is our EMF. Great. Now let's try to figure out how much current will be flowing in the circuit. That might give us something. So there is going to be some current. I don't know the direction, but I'll just assume some direction for now. It's okay. So I'm just anyways interested in the magnitudes. So the current will be EMF divided by the resistance. Oh, but the resistance will be the total resistance, equivalent resistance. So EMF is pi A square B naught, and the resistance of that coil, voltmeters are ideal. So infinite resistance, so no current will flow there. The current will only flow in this inner part. No currents in the outer circuit. They are ideal voltmeters, remember that. Okay, so we will have the total resistance to be R1 plus R2. Perfect, we got the current. Now what do we do? Okay, now once I get the current in the circuit, if I want to measure the voltage across R1, that will be V1. So here is the logic behind it. So voltage across resistance 1 will be the current in it into its resistance. Current is this. So pi A square B naught divided by R1 plus R2, the whole thing multiplied by R1. Similarly, if one were to figure out how much voltage is there across this resistance, current into this resistance will give me this voltmeter reading. So if I wanted voltmeter 2 reading, it will be current into the resistance. Current is still the same. So it will be pi A square B naught divided by R1 plus R2 and into R2. Now let's go back to the question and see what was really asked. The reading of voltmeter 1. Okay, the reading of voltmeter 1 is pi A square B naught R1 by R1 plus R2. Pi A square B naught R1 by R1 plus R2. So that is obviously option C. Let's check out if option C is correct. Yes, option C is absolutely right. Very good, very good. Yeah, it is option C, my dear, not option B. So B does not have R1 plus R2 in the denominator. Yeah. Okay. But I'll tell you now when we go to the second part, what do you think will be the right answer? A, B, C or D? What do you think? Spam the answer in the chat box right away right now. Yeah, we'll be getting a PDF. By the way, today's passage question and the integer type questions, they have a big surprise. I mean, really amazing questions. Okay, because usually single correct, they are based on a single concept because only one option will be right. So they look relatively easy to the other advanced integer type or matrix type or passage type, but otherwise still they have a lot of concepts. Okay, yes, nickel collection, what do you want, man? Why can't D, sir? Oh, why is that negative sign coming? Oh, this negative sign shouldn't have come because voltmeter will read a magnitude. Voltmeter does not read negative sign unless they mention VA minus VB and all of that. So that is the reason for it. Okay, voltmeter will always give you and nothing has been mentioned about the voltmeter, whether it is VA minus VB or VB minus VA. That is number one. Okay, so whenever you will see voltmeter reading, you will always give the mod values. Okay, regarding this, many of you are saying option C for the Kirchhoff's voltage law. Now let me tell you, in this kind of question, wherever the flux is changing, remember one thing, whenever B is not constant, basically time varying magnetic field, then it induces electric field in closed loops. That means if you draw the electric field lines, those electric field lines will be closed loops. Usually, if you recollect, our electric field lines used to start at a positive charge and end at a negative charge. The funny part, electric field is not starting nor ending. It's a closed loop. And whenever such a thing happens, it then becomes a non-conservative field. Non-conservative electric field. non-conservative electric field. And whenever you have a non-conservative electric field, it means if you take the total sum of the voltages in a closed loop anywhere, it will never be zero. It will never be zero. The whole point of a field being conservative means you come back to the same point, the net voltage drop is zero. But over here, you come back to the same point, the voltage drop will not be zero, it will be some non-zero number. Which means if somebody were to apply Kirchhoff's voltage law any single time, no matter which loop you take, you can go like this, like this, like this, like this, you can go like this, like this, like this, like this. All of these loops will never give you 0 as the answer, it will always give you non-zero as the answer. Hence the answer to that is B option, V1 plus V2, this voltage plus this voltage. When you add together, you will get a non-zero number. It also means that Kirchhoff's loop law is not applicable the way you think it is. So usually what we say, whenever we have a circuit, we apply the total voltage drops across all the elements in the circuit in that loop. If you add them up, the answer will be 0. So Kirchhoff's voltage law is not applicable in a non-conservative electric field which has been created by a time varying magnetic field. That's the deep concept here, and that's why many kids get it wrong. Got it? Understood? How many of you loved the concept? Why Kirchhoff's voltage loop law is not valid? Yeah, it is not valid over here because field is non-conservative, it is closed loops. Anytime a field is closed loops, it is non-conservative. End of story. Okay? And that has only happened because of the magnetic field. Alright, so it's a beautiful, beautiful concept. Moving on to the next question on your screen. This is simple question only. So anyways, it's a single correct or, oh, this is multiple correct. Still it is simple, I would say. But we will do it because chances of silly mistakes are high in her, I would say, exam environment. Otherwise, it's okay. In this situation, there is a board which is moving with some speed with respect to Earth. There are two people, A and B, moving in opposite directions, but those speeds are with respect to the Earth. That's the catch. Mind it, 2v is with respect to Earth. This 2v is also with respect to Earth. The Planck velocity is also with respect to Earth. Directions mentioned. As shown, the board's length is L. They are at the ends. Here they have not been shown at the ends, but assume that they are at the ends. If they meet after some time, then what is that time and how much is the magnitude of the displacement of A and B in that particular time? That is the question. Okay. Sir, can you please do something about the second drop? I started preparing and I got 97 percentile. Can I come to quota for a second drop? Man, if you are already at 97 percentile, my advice is please don't take a second drop. Okay. It's not worth taking that risk. If you are first drop, it would still be okay. But 97 percentile, you will get some NIT. Do well in that NIT. Depends also which home NIT you have. And try hard, work hard for a good postgraduate college. Maybe you can go for ISC or even IIT or abroad or IIM, anything. So not worth taking a second drop. It's a big risk. I generally don't advise. Considering you have got some decent percentile, it's not very bad, not very great. I wouldn't advise. Okay, and don't do that, man. Okay. Not many teachers will tell you this. Okay. Teachers will be like, yeah, take a drop. No, I'm not like that, man. I care about you. Yeah. So now, okay, ACD. Many people are saying ACD. Is that so? Okay, ABD. No, AC. Okay. All right. I don't know ACD or ACD or ABD or AD or AC. All right. So let's figure out. First of all, if I try to do everything from the Planck's perspective, let me call this Planck as P. Then the velocity of A with respect to the Planck, which is velocity of A minus velocity of the Planck, will be velocity of A is 2v I cap minus velocity of the Planck is v I cap. So it will become nothing but just V I cap. Then velocity of B with respect to the Planck will be VB minus VP. Velocity of B is negative 2V I cap minus velocity of the Planck is just V I cap. Okay, so that will make it minus 3V I cap. I'm just keeping vectors to keep things simple so that I don't mess up the signs or directions. Okay, next thing, I will revisualize this entire scenario from the Planck perspective. So this is my Planck, and these are the two people out here. This is A and this is B. Now forget that the Planck is even moving. Just think that this dude is moving with speed of V. This dude is moving with the speed of how much? 3V. That's it. The Planck's frame of reference. So we are taking Planck frame of reference. So how much time will they take to meet? It's very simple. That time T will be that distance upon relative speed. Relative speed, distance is L, relative speed is V plus 3V. So it will become L divided by 4V. So one of the options at least we can mark L divided by 4V. So that is option A. So B is obviously wrong. A is correct. How about C and D? Let's figure that out also. Not that difficult. So for that, they have asked the displacements with respect to the board. Be careful. Lot of students make mistakes here. Displacement, not absolute, but relative to the Planck or that board. Okay. So over here, the displacement of A with respect to the Planck will be velocity of A with respect to the Planck multiplied by the time. Velocity is V, time is L by 4V. So VV cancels, it will become L by 4. Displacement of B with respect to Planck will be velocity of B with respect to Planck multiplied by the time, that same time. So that would be 3V magnitude wise into time is L by 4V. VV will cancel, so it will become 3L by 4. So L by 4 and 3L by 4 should be there. Let's check it out. L by 4 and 3L by 4. Yes, L by 4 for A, 3L by 4 for B. So C and D are correct. So automatically, yeah, ACD will be the right answer. Perfect, guys. Awesome. ACD. Okay. So it's something where you can easily, save time. Easily where something, some question where you can definitely save time. All right. Now, next question. This is, I believe, a single correct. They have asked what is the current as a function of time the moment you close this switch and you are moving this wire PQ at a constant speed of V, not 1. This is some V meters per second. V meters per second. That's the question. Find the current as a function of time. There are a lot of concepts here. Inductor with resistance is there. There is a moving rod inside a magnetic field. As you can see, magnetic field has been mentioned, and maybe some derivative or integration because E is there. So I don't know. Let's figure this out. Okay, let me just show the diagram for now. So I'm moving this rod like this. Let's analyze. If I move this rod and have closed the switch, I have closed this particular switch. Tell me, in this situation, won't the rod act like a battery? Motional EMF? Okay, motional EMF. Already some people retire, bolt, micro, already saying A. And is that you are guessing or you have solved this question before? It's very easy to guess also. I know I can guess this answers very easily. It won't be BL V by R, it won't be constant, it will obviously be some function of E. It will not be this or this also, it should be this, and the reason is, see, oh, but it could be this or this, between A and D, whether it is negative sign or plus sign, how do you know? How do you know? Alright, whether it will be this or this. So, better to solve it rather than to guess it, because again, if you make a small mistake, gone. Okay. Anyways, so this is acting like a motional EMF. So there will be obviously some kind of polarity. I will call this plus minus. It will behave like a battery of some EMF, and because of that, it will send in some current. It will send in some current, and that same current will obviously go over here too in the inductor and resistor. So how much will that EMF be? It will be B, length of that wire or that rod, into velocity. So this is just motional EMF. Motional EMF. Okay. Now don't say current will be EMF by resistance. You cannot do that anymore because there is an inductor. So things change. Rather, you will use Kirchhoff's voltage law over here. So you can say E minus L di by dt minus IR is equal to 0 if I apply Kirchhoff's voltage law. But that EMF is BLV, okay, and this di by dt is over here, okay, let's think about it. So therefore, BLV minus L times di by dt is equal to, take IR on the other side. Take IR on the other side. Okay, I have another idea what we can do. Rather than doing that, let's keep minus IR over here for now. Let me decide whom to take. Let me just take L di by dt on the other side because it is no longer integrable in this form. I want to make it integrable. So I will take this on the other side. So BLV minus IR is equal to L times di divided by dt. Great. Now let me take dt over there, also L, and this entire term let me bring it down. So it will become dt divided by L is equal to di divided by BLV minus IR. That's it. Check this out. dt on the top, L below, this entire term came down. Now this looks integrable, guys. Yeah? Is this integrable? Yes or no? Tell me. Definitely. So let's integrate both sides, but with limits. Here I am integrating with I. So initially there will be no current. Finally there is some current after some time, and that's what we need to figure out. Okay. So let's see what do we get. 1 by L is a constant. Integration of dt is t. So this will become t minus 0. That's it. Is equal to. Over here, this is 1 by a plus bx or ax plus b form. So the integration of 1 by ax plus b is log of ax plus b divided by a. So if I do that, it will be ln BLV minus IR, the whole thing divided by the coefficient of that x. Here x is I, so coefficient is negative r. So divided by minus r. But I will put the limits. First, instead of I will put I only. That means it will be this. Next time, instead of I will put 0. So log of BLV minus 0, the whole thing subtracted. That's how it will look like. So this will become T divided by L is equal to 1 by minus R, or if you want, take the minus R on the other side. So it will look like this, minus R T divided by L. Minus R has gone here, T with L below, okay. So this will be log of A minus log of B, which is log of A by B. So log of BLV minus IR, the whole thing divided by BLV. Okay. Next, let's see what do we get. I think we are very close to the answer. E raised to something, I will remove the logarithm. So BLV by BLV is 1. So this will be minus IR divided by BLV is equal to, logarithm has been removed, so it will become E raised to minus RT divided by L. Take this on the other side, this will be coming here. So 1 minus e to the power minus RT by L is equal to IR by BLV. So I want the current value. So current will be BLV divided by R, and this term stays as it is, 1 minus e to the power minus RT by L. That's it. So that gives me this as the answer. BLV by R, 1 minus e to the power minus RT by L. Is that okay? Option A? Yes. Awesome. You can take second drop if you are very, very sure. If you are very confident that you have that mindset, it's a game of mindset, and you are sure that you can crack it, and you want IIT means you want IIT, you want NIT means you want NIT, something like that, only then. So if you are hell bent, okay, cool. Let's move now to another question. This is homework. I'm not doing it. It's a standard question. So please do it. The PDF you'll be getting it. Okay. I'm just showing the question. You can take a screenshot, pause the video, take a screenshot and do it. All right. I'm directly now moving to a good question. Here it comes. Read it. There is a wheel. Consider it like a ring. Mass M, radius R, which is rolling. And it strikes a kind of a edge whose height is r/2, and it was already moving with some velocity on that surface. Actually, it was rolling. When it encounters this edge or this step, it starts to climb on it. Ascends means it goes up, so it starts climbing. So simulate this in your head. The wheel was rotating, hits that edge, tuck, and it starts, it kind of, rotates about that edge and climbs off over that step. It's like your speed breaker of your road, and your wheel just hits it and just bumps off it. Angular velocity of the ring after it comes in contact, the normal reaction due to this after the impact, the normal reaction will increase, friction will be absent during the ascent. Very good question. Loving it? Okay. Yeah, amazing, amazing. Okay, let's do this. Visualize this. Let's start with the diagram now. Okay, let's go. First of all, this wheel was given to move with some speed, and it already had some angular speed, omega. The speed was v, and this omega is obviously v by r. Okay. So when it hits the surface, which formula, which law is going to be applicable? It has just left it. It has left contact here. All right. So there will be mg force like this, mg force like this, then there will be normal force like this through the center. Perfect. And over here, when it starts climbing, it starts to press against that edge. It tries to rotate. There will be friction on that edge. So there could be some kind of a friction over here. Okay, as it begins to climb. All right. Earlier, there was no friction on the horizontal surface, but when it hits that edge and it begins to climb, it tries to fall down. It is trying to rotate. It's spinning. It's climbing up. So there might be some resistance between those two surfaces to oppose the motion. So there could be some friction. So these are the only forces which I can imagine. So there is mg over here, friction over here, and normal over here. And now it is climbing up about this edge. So I feel this becomes the new point of contact about which it is rotating, and it will have some kind of omega over here. And if it is rotating about this point, once it hits that edge, it's rotating. That is the axis of pure rotation. So all the points on the sphere will move in circles with this as the center, because this is the instantaneous axis of pure rotation. So all the points will rotate in circles about that point. So if I take the center also, that center will be going in a circular path with this as the center. So this point will have a velocity in this direction. I will call it as, maybe I can call it as u, and yes, this will be perpendicular. Is this clear, everyone, till this point? Okay, very nice. What to do now? What to do now? Think. In this process, do you think energy will be conserved? Read the question. It encounters a step. It begins to ascend without sliding. It is rolling. Nothing has been mentioned about the type of collision. When nothing is mentioned, don't assume the best, assume the worst. So it could be an inelastic collision. So energy is not conserved. Can I conserve momentum? Definitely not, because the normal force has a component in the x and y direction. There is an impulse, so that impulse will change the momentum for sure. Can I apply Newton's law? Guys, the normal force will keep changing, acceleration will changing, angle will keep changing, so no point applying Newton's law, it will be very complex. There is only one thing which you can, and that is angular momentum conservation. Yep, angular momentum conservation. How many of you think about this? Yeah. So, if you look at this point, normal and friction are anyways not generating torque, and mg for that brief moment of collision is non-impulsive in nature. Because a lot of people think, sir, mg is creating a torque. So how can you conserve angular momentum? You're absolutely right. Whenever there is torque, I should not be able to conserve angular momentum. Torque should not be there. But mg in that time will hardly change the momentum. mg is a non-impulsive force. Spring is a non-impulsive force. Whereas a rough surface, hitting something, you're striking somebody, pushing an object suddenly, those are impulsive. So then angular momentum will not be conserved. So about the edge, I can say, so about the edge, the torque of mg is non-impulsive. So therefore, angular momentum initial is equal to angular momentum finally. This is very, very important. If you look at the angular momentum of this entire ring after the collision, it is purely rotating about this point. So it will be just I into omega. So moment of inertia about that particular edge into omega. That's it. That is the final angular momentum after the collision. And we want to find omega. Before the collision, if you look at this point, this velocity was moving over here like this. Yeah, this was moving over here like this. And yes, this distance was r by 2. This distance was r by 2. So when I write the angular momentum of this ring, there will be two parts in it. One will be mass of the ring into position of the center of mass into velocity of the center of mass plus moment of inertia about the center of mass into omega about the center of mass. This is omega after the collision, so I'll call it omega 1. I will not confuse it with this omega. This is the formula for a rigid body which is rotating plus translating. M RCM VCM plus ICM omega CM. That is the formula. How many of you remember this? Yep, clear? Everyone till this point? Let me know. This is a very good conceptual question, let me tell you that. Okay, how angular momentum is conserved also is very important, because that could be also a multiple correct question. Angular momentum is conserved even if the net torque is there about that point, because that torque is non-impulsive. It can't change much in that small duration. Now, let us see what is RCM. RCM will be the position of the center of mass with respect to this point. I know it is big. Only take the perpendicular component, which is r by 2, which is just r by 2. And why does this happen? Because this is actually a cross product over here. There is a cross product. So when you take sine theta and all of that, you will only get the perpendicular component on the line of velocity. Velocity of center of mass is v. Moment of inertia is mr square. It's a ring. Omega is just v by r. Great. Is equal to this moment of inertia about the edge. You have to use parallel axis theorem. So it will become mr square plus mr square into omega 1. Okay. So what will happen over here? So this will become mr divided by 2, and rr will cancel. So this will just become v was also there, guys, my bad. mrv by 2 plus mrv, one of the r went off. Here this will become 2mr square into omega 1. mr cancels, and v plus v by 2 is 3v by 2 is equal to 2r omega 1. So therefore omega 1 will be 3v is there on the top, 2 is there below, and this 2r will come down. So therefore omega 1 will be 3v divided by 4r. So 3v divided by 4r, that means A option is absolutely correct. The friction will be absent during the ascent, that is wrong. Obviously friction will be there. Friction will be there as it tries to climb up. So now I am left with only two options talking about the normal reaction over here. So let's try to think about the normal reaction. Okay. Now first question says, can you just figure out what will be the normal reaction just after the impact? Normal reaction just after the impact, that means right over here. So if you see the diagram properly, well, you will realize a couple of things. I draw this perpendicular, okay, this is 90 degrees. This much is r by 2. This much is basically r by 2 because this much was r by 2. This much was r by 2, isn't it? And this thing over here was r, that is the radius. So that means this angle that you see over here is obviously how much? 60 degrees. That is 60 degrees. Can you see that? That particular angle, cos 60 will be half. So adjacent side is half. So r by 2, that means 60 degrees. Why I need that? In order to find normal, because without that, how will I resolve the components? Now you might think, sir, normal, won't it be equal to mg cos theta? I doubt, guys. I don't think so. Normal won't be equal to mg cos theta. Can you guess why? Why normal and mg's cos 60 won't be equal? Think carefully. Think carefully. Yeah. A, B and C may be. Do not forget, this entire ring is rotating about that point. It's going like this. Yes, this is a circular motion. Circular motion. And whenever you have circular motion, you have centripetal and tangential accelerations. So actually speaking, there is this center which will have centripetal acceleration, and yes, there will be some kind of tangential acceleration. Actually, the tangential acceleration won't be that side, it will be this side because it will decelerate, the speed will reduce. So there will be some tangential acceleration. Now you can see why they won't be equal. The normal is here, mg cos is that side, so the difference is causing the acceleration. So in fact, I will say mg cos 60 minus normal, mg's cos 60 minus the normal is helping the acceleration like this, mass into centripetal acceleration. Got it? So this is the concept which involves circular motion also. That's why I said this is a very, very good question. Yep, very nice. Now let's do this. Mg cos 60, that means mg into half minus normal is equal to m into centripetal acceleration. Centripetal acceleration means velocity square by r. So I need the velocity over there. So what is u? Now from here, we can easily figure out how much will u be. U will be equal to omega 1 into r. Remember, this is r, so u will be omega r. Omega is this, so it will be 3v by 4r multiplied by r. So it will be 3v by 4 is that velocity. So over here, when I write that centripetal acceleration, I am actually mentioning it is this velocity u square divided by r. So u square means 3v by 4 whole square. 3v by 4 whole square divided by r. Okay, so lot of things are there, guys. So many chances of making a mistake. Now let's solve this. Mg by 2 minus normal is equal to, square this, so this will become 9mv square by 16r. Flip it, so normal will be mg by 2 minus 9mv square by 16R. I think it is there. mg by 2 by 9, mv square by 16R. Perfect, guys. B option is absolutely right. A and B are right. D is wrong. What about C? What about C? Yeah? Yeah? Perfect? Perfect till this point? All right. Now, what about that third option which talks about the normal? Okay. So, for that, my logic is, can I show it here only? Maybe. Yeah. It's okay. I'll show it here. Just observe. This is that edge, let's say. This is that circle. This is that normal. As that object begins to climb, as you climb, as the ring climbs, what will happen to this angle theta over here? Obviously, that theta will reduce. Theta will reduce. If theta reduces, then think what will happen to this equation in general. Now, this was a very specific equation, but if I take it as a very generic equation, then what will happen? Just observe. It will become mg cos theta minus normal is equal to mv square divided by r. Therefore, normal will be equal to mg cos theta minus mv square by r. So, as it climbs, theta will reduce. That means what will happen to cos theta? If theta reduces, cos theta will increase. Next thing, as it climbs up, one more thing will happen. The velocity which it has, that velocity will reduce. It will lose its energy. So that means mv square by r, this quantity will reduce. So this is increasing, this is decreasing. So from a bigger number, you are taking away a smaller number. That means what will happen to the normal? Obviously, that will increase. Why will the speed reduce? Obviously, it will gain potential at the expense of loss of kinetic energy. So, speed will reduce. Theta will anyways reduce. So, cos theta will increase. This term will increase. This term is reducing. So, the difference will increase. So, normal will increase. And hence, the normal will increase, which is absolutely correct. Do you see the level of analysis required? Do you see the level of analysis required? Yeah, perfecto. Okay. Awesome. Great. Great. Very nice. What a beautiful, beautiful question, my dear warriors. I love this question because literally it involves every single mechanics chapter, I feel. Circular motion, work power energy, collisions, momentum, rotational motion, moment of inertia, angular momentum, torque, Newton's laws, FBD, everything, uniform circular motion concept, everything is there in this. I mean, isn't it amazing? Isn't it fabulous question? Isn't it? Yeah. By the way, these kind of questions I ask when I used to take teacher interviews, and I have seen that many teachers in fact fail in solving these kind of questions because it's a good question. Anyways, let's solve the next one. On your screen, here it comes. Now, this is a passage which I really love. Okay, so let's pay attention to this question. Oh, the symbols have not come well. This was ICAP. Start reading the passage, guys. It's a beautiful passage. And there are two questions on this, based on this passage. So imagine there is a long cylinder, solid cylinder, circular cross section, and there is a circular cavity whose diameter is the radius of the bigger cylinder. Okay, visualize there is a long cylinder. From that you have scooped out, carved out another another long cylinder whose diameter is the radius of that bigger cylinder. Visualize this. Now what is happening? Some current is flowing, and once the current flows, magnetic field will be there, and once magnetic field is there, things are going to happen. Now inside that cavity, if you look at it from the top view, so if you look at it from the top, you are going to see a solid thing, and from that there is one hollow thing which has been scooped or carved out. There are two charges, positive charge Q and negative charge minus Q of equal mass, but they are being placed at C. Where are they? At C. And we have to also ignore the electric interaction between the charges. So yes, two positive negative charges will obviously have attraction. So ignore that attractive force between them. Only consider the magnetic force, because the current carrying wire will generate a magnetic field inside and outside the wire. One of the charge is thrown with V naught I cap, that means towards the right side, and the another charge with U naught J cap, that means in this direction. Okay, in this another direction, U naught J cap, that's another direction. That's the question. So now we have to answer everything. Everybody ready for this? Everybody ready for this? So ignore the electric interaction. Given that this is less than R square, I think this might be given just so that maybe it does not collide somewhere. I'm not sure. Maybe. Okay. Now there are two questions on it. First question. Oops, where is the first question? First question. The radius of curvature of the positive charge. That means this charge, V naught I cap, which has a positive charge. So one which has been thrown in the x direction. What's the radius of curvature? Number one. That's the first question. Okay. Second question, the time period of the negative charge is how much? So the negative charge, remember, was having this velocity, negative q. Negative charge has been thrown in this direction. So what is the time period of the negative charge? Okay. So two questions based on this passage. It's going to fetch you a lot of marks. Sometimes passages can carry 5 marks also, because they are quite complex, or they could be around a theme and they feel that it is important. Anyways, what's the first thing that you might need to even think about the time period or the radius? And why will there be a radius? Why will there be a time period? If you recollect magnetism, motion of charges in magnetism, you will recollect charges thrown in magnetic field experience force. So that can cause some circular motion and all of that possible, right? So maybe I need the magnetic field before I judge anything else. So do you agree? We need to figure out what's the magnetic field at point C. We need to figure out what's the magnetic field at point C. Everyone? Okay. Now to find the magnetic field at point C, there is one thing we need to do first. We need to figure out what could be the field due to the entire wire at that point. Negate that with what will be the magnetic field due to the inside part of the wire. Due to the inside part of the wire which has been scooped out. That's how you do. Whenever you have to find the moment of inertia of a bigger disc with a punched hole, the big disc minus the smaller hole which has been taken out, that remainder gives you moment of inertia. Same thing for center of mass. Same thing for so many other things. So I have to find the field due to the entire thing and subtract that with the smaller part which has been taken out. Okay, quite a lot of things. And also I do not know whether the magnetic field will be uniform, because if it is not uniform, then it will not do circular motion. The motion could be a function of the distance, and the time period also could change. So I don't even know what kind of magnetic field exists here. But long time back, I think in IIT Kanpur they had asked this question, not in magnetism but in electrostatics. A very similar looking question. There was a solid sphere, and from that solid sphere something was scooped out, and it so happens that you get a beautiful answer of the electric field. I am guessing we might get a very good answer if I do a very similar process. You can check out and look out that question. It's a solid sphere. From that, a smaller solid sphere has been taken out like a cavity. What's the electric field inside? I think Kanpur or Kharagpur had asked it. I mean in JEE Advanced. So that's one thing. Alright, so let's begin with the solution of this question. I don't need this for now. Okay. So what I will do is, if I take the big, if I take the big cylinder whose radius is r, then inside that there will be magnetic field. Inside that there will be magnetic field which will be circular in nature, something like this. Remember, this is how the magnetic field lines look like inside a solid cylinder. Okay, this is the magnetic field. And if you are at some distance, let's say r, let's say I call it r1 in this case, then at that point what would be the magnetic field? Let's try to figure it out. In fact, let me not show too many circles, it will become very confusing. One circle is enough. Okay, there is a magnetic field like this, and at some distance r1, how much is the magnetic field at that point? As r1 changes, magnetic field will change. There is a direct formula for this, and the direct formula is magnetic field inside a solid cylinder carrying current I is given by B, I will call this as B1. B1 bar, or let's just find magnitude first, will be mu naught I, it is proportional to the distance, and divided by 2 pi the radius of the cylinder square. How many of you remember there is a graph also that it goes straight line and then it becomes curved? How many of you remember this? How many of you remember this? Let me know in the chat box. Yes. Darshan, Pranav, Jayashri, Sivash, Tanvi, Neom, Gaurav. Yeah, how many of you remember this concept that inside a solid cylinder, you will notice that, the magnetic field goes up linearly till you reach the surface, and then it goes inversely proportional to the distance. So as you can see, this is linearly proportional to the distance. But I am not very satisfied with it. I will get it in vector form, and getting it in vector form is the hack or the trick for this question. Okay? Yeah. So if you observe carefully, the entire thing I can now write it in terms of current density also, and I'll tell you how. The current is coming towards you, so the current density right now, vector is towards you, and I will rearrange this. Observe how. Mu naught by 2 I by pi r square, and this is r1. This term over here is exactly current density, so mu naught by 2 j r1, and this is b1. Now I will write b1 bar is equal to mu naught by 2. Observe carefully, I am writing b1 vector in terms of r1 and j bar. J bar is towards you, r1 is right side, b1 is on the top. How do I get b1 using j and r's direction? Check this out. I have j over here and I have r1 over here in vector form. I think there will be a cross product, and if you see, j vector is towards you, and if I take j cross r1, j is towards you, cross it with r1, you will get the direction of b1. So I feel it is j cross r1. How many of you get this? How many of you just got this? J vector is towards you. Slowly move your right hand fingers towards the right hand side. You will see the thumb pointing up, which is the direction of b1. So that's the vector form. This would be the magnitude form of it. Everybody clear till this point? How we got b1 bar? This was magnitude. This was magnitude. This is with the direction. This is with the direction. Fabulous. Which means that if I now take the smaller circle, the smaller circle whose radius is r by 2, the smaller circle whose radius is r by 2, that also has the same amount of current passing through it, so it is J. It will also have some kind of magnetic field inside it had it been there, and that magnetic field, let me call it as B2, let me call it as B2, and that B2 is at some distance, I will call it R2 bar. By same logic, I can say similarly, the magnetic field B2 bar will be mu naught by 2, this will be J cross R2, J cross R2. Till this point, everybody clear? Amazing, right? Things are getting very interesting now. Yeah, things are getting very interesting now. Now observe what I will do. If I go take any random point in this region, okay, in this region, keep in mind this part is the only part which exists, which I am shading right now. The other part is just vacuum or air gap. So if I choose a random point anywhere over here, then from the big cylinder center, you are at some distance. Let's say I call it as R1 bar, and from the center of the smaller cylinder which has been scooped out, from the center of the smaller cylinder which has been scooped out, you are at a new distance R2 bar. You are at a distance R2 bar. Why am I doing it? Because if you notice, R1 bar was from the center of the big cylinder, R2 bar was from the center of the smaller cylinder which has been scooped out. All these magnetic fields were calculated with respect to the center, these positions. So, if I am at some random point P, I will mention this. So, at any point inside the cavity, inside basically the cavity, the net magnetic field, B bar will be whatever magnetic field I got here minus this magnetic field. Whatever magnetic field is there due to the big cylinder minus the magnetic field due to the smaller cylinder. Agree or disagree? So the entire field due to the big one minus the entire field due to the small one. And remember, all the position vectors are measured from the respective centers of those cylinders. Respective centers of those cylinders, correct? Okay. Now what do we do? B1 bar and B2 bar already present, okay. So I will write it as mu naught by 2, same thing, J cross R1, J cross R1 minus mu naught by 2, J cross R2. See what will happen? Mu naught by 2 is common, even J bar is common, cross product, this is distributive law. So R1 bar minus R2 bar. Now comes the funny part. Mu naught by 2, J cross, what is R1 bar minus R2 bar? Okay, look at this carefully. Look at this carefully. This was some random point which I was talking about. This was some random point inside. Oh, I needed more. Just 1 second. At that random point inside, okay, what if I call this much? This is a fixed distance. How much is this? This is R, so this is R by 2. This is R by 2. This was the entire circle's center. So this is R by 2. Okay. So over here by triangle law of vector addition, R by 2 bar plus R2 bar is equal to R1 bar. This is using triangle law of vector addition. Using triangle law of vector addition, this vector plus this vector is the resultant vector. So from this, I think we get R1 minus R2. So R by 2 bar is nothing but R1 bar, take R2 on the other side. My job is done. So this quantity over here is nothing but R by 2 bar. That is your net magnetic field at that particular point. Now, the funny part is mu naught is a constant, 2 is a number, J is a fixed quantity, uniform current density, R is the radius, 2 is a constant. So, all these numbers are constant. So, this entire thing is constant. Everything is a constant. That means magnetic field inside the cavity is uniform, is uniform, and the magnitude is mu naught J R by 2, which means it will become mu naught J R divided by 4. Mu naught J R divided by 4. How many of you got it now? Isn't it amazing? I have MSTCT on May, Advance on 17th. If your percentiles are good in JEE Mains, prepare for JEE Advanced. If your percentiles are not that great, prepare for MSTCT till 12th and then prepare for Advanced. Okay, simple. Great means above 97 percentile, prepare for Advanced. Below 97 percentile, prepare for Mains. Now, what's the direction? J cross R by 2. J is towards you. So, cross R by 2. Think about it. J vector is towards you. R by 2, if you cross it. J vector is towards you. R by 2 is this side. So, J cross R by 2 will come out to be like this. So, this is the direction of magnetic field. So, this magnetic field, the direction is along y-axis, that means along J cap, or basically y-axis. All of this just to find magnetic field, magnitude and direction, nothing else. It's a beautiful concept. You can also use it for electrostatics where a sphere has been scooped out. Okay, great. Now let's actually come to the question. By now many people would have forgotten, sir, what was asked, sir. Okay, remember there were two charges, same mass. One was positive, one was negative, same at the center. One is thrown along x, one is thrown along y. Now it is simple, guys. I'll tell you why. Observe. I don't need this, I don't need this. Let's talk about the positive charge first. The positive charge has been thrown where? Positive charge has been thrown with V naught I cap. And for the positive charge, what do we need? The radius of curvature of the positive charge. And for the negative charge, we need the time period. Okay. All right. So positive charge is along I cap, negative charge is along J cap. All right. Positive charge. This is my positive charge. Positive charge is thrown with some velocity along I cap, and my negative charge is thrown with some velocity along J cap. Now, if you notice what is happening for this positive charge, remember our magnetic field just came out in which direction? Y direction. So the magnetic field was in this direction. This charge is thrown perpendicular to it. So what will that charge do? Obviously, it will go in a circular path. It will do uniform circular motion. So the radius of that will be mass into velocity divided by charge into the field. So mass is mass, velocity is velocity, charge is charge. Field is this. Mu naught J R by 4. Mu naught J R divided by 4. So that's the answer for the radius of the positive charge. 4 mv naught by q mu naught J R. Let's see whether I am right or not. Yes, 4 mv naught by q mu naught J R. Can you see that? Option B is absolutely right for the positive charge radius. Now comes the time period of the negative charge. Now, this is another funny thing which happens. I have seen this with many kids. negative charge is thrown here, all right, with this velocity mu naught j cap. Immediately students apply the time period formula. Immediately students apply the time period formula. Can I apply the time period formula 2 pi m by qb and figure out the time period? Yes, no? Tell me. Everyone, come on. Think and tell me. Can I apply the time period formula 2 pi m by qb? Yes or no? A charged particle inside a magnetic field, the time period of rotation. I doubt we can apply it. Reason, the direction. The magnetic field is also in the same direction. Do not forget that. So, what will happen? What will happen? The force, because velocity is parallel to magnetic field, qv cross b will be 0, the force will be 0, acceleration will be 0, velocity will be constant. It will go in a straight line motion, not uniform circular motion. So the two particles are doing different motions, they are behaving only differently. That's the catch, and that blows many people's minds. And now let's look at the options. So what will it do? But if you observe carefully along the as shown in the figure, okay, positive charge, ignore the electrostatic force respectively. Okay, so what will happen because of that? Inside that cavity, if you observe carefully, inside that cavity, if you throw this charge like this, it will go hit here and again it will come back, again it will hit here and again it will come back. So it will just keep on going up and down, and that time period will be the distance by that speed. So in one complete round, keep this in mind, this was r by 2, this was r by 2. So the total distance will be r plus r, which is 2r. So it will be 2r divided by u naught. This will be the time period. Total distance will be 2r, r plus r divided by speed. That will be the time period, assuming it is elastic collision, but nothing of that sort has been mentioned. So that is why the answer is none of these. None of these will be answer. No pi will come. A lot of kids are going to use 2 pi m by qb. They will mark one of these, but that is wrong. So I hope this passage has blown your mind. Put up fire emoji quickly in the chat box if you loved this question. Can we go ahead? Yeah? Everyone? Awesome. Great. Great. It's lovely. Okay, it's time to go to the next one. Oh, it's a match the following. After the match the following comes the integer type. So get ready for it. Great, Tanvi. Yes, Rahul. Awesome. Okay. This match the following is simple. The next match the following, I have kept the homework question which I had given you last time. So we'll discuss that. For a particle moving in xy plane, a bar is given, velocity is given, ax, ay, ux, uy, everything is given. The question is, what will the path look like? So I think it is a very fair question. Parabolic, straight line, parabolic, maybe straight line, particle has variable velocity. Okay, let's see. One by one, let's take. First case, P. So for P, my ux is there, uy is not there. That means it has some x velocity. Acceleration is there both in x and y direction. So acceleration is there both in x and y direction. And whenever this happens, acceleration makes an angle with the velocity. You will notice the particle goes in a curved path, and that will be obviously a parabola. Just like when you throw a stone at an angle, gravity is down, velocity is at an angle. So whenever velocity and acceleration make an angle, the path taken is 100% a parabola. Not just that, it will have variable velocity. It will also have what? Variable velocity. So P will go with, what is it? Must be parabolic and 5, 1 and 5. So P will go with basically 1 and 5. All right. Next, Q. If you notice Q, Ux is not there, Uy is there. That means you are throwing it like this vertically. Acceleration is there both in x as well as y direction. It is the same situation. So again, it will go in a parabolic path. So Q will also have 1 and 5. It will be a parabola and it has a velocity which is changing. Variable means either direction or magnitude changes, any one of them. Cool? Perfect till this point? Alright. Next, let's go to this one, R over here. U and Y components are 0. That means your particle is at rest. But there is some acceleration. Okay, there is some acceleration. So because of that, the particle will go obviously in a straight line, no change in direction. So it must go in a straight line. The velocity will also change continuously. So this Q will go with, must be a straight line and 5. That means 2 and 5. That means 2 and 5. Everyone, must be a straight line. And lastly, we have which one? S over here. So S, Ux and Uy both are there. So there is some velocity. Ax and Ay is also there. There is some acceleration. So if this is the scenario, then it will go in a parabola. But if by chance Ux, Uy, Ax, Ay are such that velocity and acceleration are in the same direction, it both have components, but maybe the direction is same, then it will go in a straight line. So it may be a straight line, it may be a parabola, but velocity will definitely change. So it may be parabola, may be straight line. That means 3, 4 and 5. Got it? So that is the correct match for this. Everybody? Very good. Awesome. Let's go to the next question then. Very straightforward. Moving on to the next one coming up on your screen. This was given as a homework question last lecture, so we'll discuss this. Those of you who are new probably should take some time to read this question. There is a very good concept which will save a lot of your time in the future, so I will teach you that concept. There are 4 processes A, B, C, D given. First process, ideal gas vacuum, you open it, the gas will move into the vacuum, something like free expansion. Second process, pressure is inversely proportional to volume square for a monoatomic gas. Third process, pressure inversely proportional to V raised to 4 by 3. Fourth process, a gas graph is given, pressure volume graph, where the volume is increasing. And the options are temperature is increasing, decreasing, or same, or gas is losing heat, or gas is gaining heat. So concept or the question is asked on whether heat is lost or gained and temperature is gained or lost or remaining same for these 4-5 processes. Okay. Sir, which questions are these means? JEE Advanced. I mean, I didn't get your point. What do you mean by which questions are these? Alright. So let's try to solve this question. But before that, one concept. The concept is this. If I have a pressure versus volume graph and I know PV raised to some number is a constant, depending on that x, I can decide whether temperature will increase, decrease, heat will be absorbed or released, everything. Just this equation. Remember, this is the polytropic process form. PV raised to some number is a constant. Okay. So how does this work? Observe. If I draw a line where just PV raised to 1 is a constant, basically that is a isotherm. It's a isotherm. That means temperature is constant. temperature is constant. It is neither increasing nor decreasing. Same way, over here, I can draw a curve which is PV raised to gamma is a constant. That means it will be adiabatic process. Adiabatic process. That means heat will neither be absorbed nor be released. Now everything happens after this. Based on this curve, you can guess everything, guys. I'll tell you how. If PV raised to 1 is constant, looks like this, how will PV square, PV cube look like? It will be more steeper, isn't it? It will have more slope. So if this power is more than 1, don't you feel that this graph will be like this? When my x value is more than 1. Same way, if it is PV raised to gamma, if the curve is like this, imagine it is more than gamma, the power. This x is more than gamma. It will have more slope, more steep, so the graph will go down like this. So gamma is more, x is more than gamma over here. The opposite logic also holds true. If by chance my x is less than 1, then the graph will be here, and here I will say x is less than gamma. Everyone fine till this point? Understanding? So it's a very good conceptual question. Now think logically. Over here in the first scenario, if x is more than 1, then you are going from one isotherm to this isotherm. You are going to a lower temperature isotherm. As you go up, the temperature increases. So as you go down, temperature decreases. So here temperature will reduce. Obviously the reverse. Here you are going on a higher isotherm, so the temperature will increase. Same way, when this line represents no heat loss, what will this represent? You are going to a lower temperature. As you go to a lower temperature, heat will be lost. So this will be Q as negative. That means lost. This part is you are going to a higher temperature. You are basically gaining heat. You are acquiring that heat. So Q will be positive. That means you are absorbing or gaining the heat. That's it. If you understand this much, solving this will be a cakewalk. Let's see. In the first process, it's a free expansion. So free expansions are very simple to understand. Whenever there is a free expansion, what do you think will happen, guys? Free expansion. Samajh gaya, sir. Awesome. Great. Very nice. Yeah. Free expansion. What do you think will happen? There will be no change in temperature. So temperature of the gas remains constant. So the correct answer will be Q, because temperature will be constant. In fact, Q will also be 0, but there is no such option for heat lost or gained being 0. So I cannot mark any option for heat, but for temperature it will be Q. Okay, till this point. Next, this option you look. What is that option? It says P inversely proportional to V square, which means PV square is constant. Just look at this number 2. This 2 is more than 1. If this 2 is more than 1, means 2 is more than 1. That means what? Temperature will reduce. Therefore, temperature will reduce. Next, what about monoatomic gas? Gamma is 5 by 3. Gamma is 5 by 3. So 2 is lesser than 5 by 3. That means if it is lesser than 5 by 3, it is less than gamma. So Q will be positive. So Q will be positive. Q will be positive gain. Positive gain. That's it. Now mark the answer, guys, accordingly. Temperature reduction, heat absorption. Temperature reduction, heat absorption. Temperature reduction, that means P. Heat absorption, that means S. P and S. Understood? Heat gained, temperature reduced. That's how I understand it. Just looking at this analysis. So that's why this concept is very important. This trick not many people know. They use some weird logic to solve this, but I have given you a simple concept now. Looking at the graph only you can get it. All right, fair enough till this point. Now what? Now what? Next thing? This one. Okay, let's do this. This one is nothing but PV raised to 4 by 3. PV raised to 4 by 3. Okay, is constant. First of all, this number 4 by 3 is more than 1. So whenever my number is more than 1, it will be steeper, temperature will obviously reduce. So this is obviously temperature reduction. But 4 by 3 is less than 5 by 3. This is very interesting. It is lesser than 5 by 3. 5 by 3 is our gamma. So if it is less, guys, I made a silly mistake. I'm so sorry. I made a very big blunder. So sorry. What did I just do? I'm feeling so bad about it. Okay, 2 more than 5 by 3. I put less than. I don't know why I put more less than. It should have been more than. Obviously, 2 is more than 5 by 3. So this answer would be different. So sorry. I'll just redo this part. Okay, we'll just do this. Here in the first case 2 is more than 5 by 3 and here 4 by 3 is less than 5 by 3. So what happens in each case? So 4 by 3 is less than gamma, that means heat positive. When it is more, heat is negative. So actually this should have been Q positive and this should have been Q negative. Okay, so Q negative for the first one and Q positive for the second one. So if I go back, Q negative means loses heat. Loses heat means this will be R, and in this case it will be gaining heat, that means S, but this will still be P only. It will be decreasing the temperature. It will be decreasing the temperature and this Q will be positive. Q will be positive, perfect. Yes, gains heat. In this case it was losing heat, which was R. Okay, done. How we got it? Last thing over here, guys, and that is nothing but the graph is shown. What is it really doing? So if you look at this graph, this shows expansion, that means work done is positive. Also, I am going from a lower isotherm to a higher isotherm, that means delta T is positive, that means delta U is positive. If I add both of them, I'll get heat by first law. So using first law of thermodynamics, both are positive, so heat will also be positive. So temperature is increasing, heat is being absorbed. Temperature is increasing, heat is being absorbed. Temperature is increasing, that means Q, and heat is being absorbed. The gas gains heat, that means Q and S. That should be the answer. Got it? Very nice. Very nice. How many of you enjoyed this question? Yeah, because there were a lot of thermodynamics concepts over here. The main concept being obviously the one over here. Where did it go? Where did it go? Yeah, this one. This is that trick which will save your time. Okay, so this graph. So any polytropic process, you can look at that number and think whether it is increasing temperature or reducing temperature, gaining heat or losing heat. So if you know that, you're sorted, man. Yeah. We are not going to do topics. Remember, the last 1 week you should not do new topics. You should be just doing questions. Through that you learn concepts. Okay, we have come to numeric type. Last 3-4 questions, guys, on your screen. This is a lens. B is also a lens. 1, 2 and 3 are wavefronts. There is a planar wavefront. After this lens it becomes curved. After this lens it becomes like this curved. Find focal length of this lens. It's a very nice question. It's a very nice question. Okay, come on. Let's do this. How are we going to solve this question? Planar wavefront, curved wavefront, curved wavefront. We have to figure out the focal length of the other lens. Let me write down the radius of curvature. Radius of curvature of 2 and 3 are 4 and 7. Are 4 and 7. This is having 4. This is having 7. This is radius. This is also radius. Okay. Let me think. If I just concentrate on A, plane wavefront is becoming curved. So maybe I can think of something. Let's draw a lens first. This is a lens. This is our principal axis. There was a planar wavefront, and that planar wavefront has become curved, means if the rays of light were coming like this, now they are going to meet somewhere over here. That is the meaning of it. So it will be a convex lens, 100% A is a convex lens because the wavefront has become curved like this. So they are merging the rays at some point. Oh, interesting. Now what else is given to me? Let's think. This part is given to be 1 meter. This much distance is given to be 1 meter. Next important, radius of this lens curvature wise is 4, not lens, sorry, wavefront. Radius of the wavefront number 2 is given to be 4. Read the question. The wavefront 2 has a radius of curvature of 4 meters. So that means if this is the curved surface, this is the center, it's obvious that this much will be 4 meters. Now this is obviously the focus of lens labeled A. This was our lens A. That means I know the focal length, which will be basically 5 meters. That's the focal length of A. But that is not asked. If you notice, the focal length of other lens is asked. I think we can do a similar logic or approach over there. Till this point, everything clear? How we figured out the focal length of lens A purely by geometry, nothing else. Now, let's do similar approach for B. Let me draw the B lens. The B lens is over here. This is our lens B. Okay. This is my principal axis. These rays are meeting at a distance of 5 meters from lens A. 5 meters from lens A means somewhere over there, because this is only 2, this is 1, this is 3, so 5 is somewhere there. So from A, 5 meters, that's where the rays are meeting. So these rays which came from here, basically came from here, they are trying to meet somewhere over here like this, after B. Can we guess where are they trying to meet? Can we guess where are these exact rays, the same rays, trying to meet after B? I think we can apply some geometry, guys. Yeah. From the lens A, it is 5 meters. But between A and B, the distance is 2 meters. So after B, how much is left? 3 meters. So won't this be exactly 3 meters, my dear warriors? Because it was mentioned the distance between A and B is 2 meters. Distance between A and B is 2 meters. So where they will meet will be 5 minus 2, remaining is 3. Clear till this point? How many of you got it? All right. Now what will happen, if you see this wavefront, this wavefront number 3, it is something like this. Okay, where is it? After lens B, right? Okay, yeah, it is after lens B. Okay, it is something like this. Cool. That means my rays are probably going to go like that. Remember, wavefront and rays are always going to be perpendicular. So if the rays are going to go like that, if I extend it backwards, I will get my virtual image. If I extend it backwards, I am going to get my virtual image. This is where the final image is formed. This is where the final image is formed. So the rays went parallel. They were about to merge, but before that a lens came and that lens deflected it and the image was formed behind. Yeah, this lens will be obviously a concave lens, not a convex lens, because it is spreading those rays. So now you'll be like, sir, what do I do with it? Hold on. Can I find out where that image is formed? I think so. The radius of the third curvature is 7 meters. Third curvature is 7 meters. And I know for a fact this much is 1 meter. That means this much is 1 meter. The total radius is 7 meters. Total radius is 7 meters. This much is 7 meters. How much is this much? How much is just this much? 7 minus 1, which is 6 meters. Now you will be asking, sir, what are you doing with all of this? These incident rays were trying to form an image here, but they couldn't. So this point becomes my virtual object, whose image is virtual over here on this side. Again, this is a virtual image at a distance of 6 meters. So this is now a lens formula question. All of this just to figure out object distance and image distance. And now I will say 1 by V minus 1 by U is equal to 1 by F. My image distance, as you can notice, is negative 6. Object distance, as you can notice, is positive 3. And my focal length is what I need to find out. So only for this I have done all of it. Great. Okay. So let's do the math. It's not difficult. So this will have negative 6 as a common denominator, plus 1 plus 2 is equal to 1 by F. Okay. Minus 3 by 6 is equal to 1 by F. Therefore, 1 by F is equal to minus 1 by 2. Therefore, F is equal to minus 2 meters. So what have they asked? What is the focal length modulus value? So the focal length mod value is going to be 2 meters in meters. So answer will be 2. Perfect. We have got the answer. Brilliant question. Ray optics. Usually you don't expect this kind of question in ray optics where wavefronts are combined, but they have asked based on wavefronts and geometrical optics and then the lens formula. What a brilliant question, isn't it? Wow. People have gone freaking crazy, Sharon, is it? Yeah. Understood, Silver Boy. Amazing. Let's go next question on your screen. There are n nodes with a capacitor of capacitance C between each node in that network. Find the equivalent capacitance of the network between any two nodes. No diagram given, absolutely. But looks like a crazy question. Think carefully. There are n nodes, meaning n points. Nodes are like points or junctions, like you have in KCL. And between every one of those pair of nodes, you have a capacitor C connected in that network. Find the equivalent capacitance of that network between any two random nodes, because all the nodes are equivalent only. Yeah, all the nodes are identical. If you're a dropper, can I join the Lakshya JEE English batch? Yes, you can join the Lakshya JEE English batch, and when the revision starts of 11th standard, you can participate in that, or when a crash course comes up, you can revise the entire 11th syllabus and the 12th syllabus using the crash course. That would be possible if your 12th is weaker than your 11th. But if your 11th is weak, then I would still recommend joining a dropper batch, okay, rather than a Lakshya batch. Okay, Santosh? Okay. Now, how do I do this? First, let's visualize a diagram. That's the first thing. So, imagine there are n nodes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, randomly I have drawn, and between every node there is a capacitor. Just imagine it like this. Any two things you imagine, there is a capacitor. It's like NC2 number of capacitors, yeah? NC2. What else is remaining here? So many things are there, but just try and visualize this. I don't know, I might have missed few of them, like over here also. Okay, I hope you get the point. Like all possible combinations, I could have missed few of them, like I can see here only. Okay, I hope you get the point that in every combination you have a capacitor between them. Now they are asking you take any two nodes, let's say this node and this node, find the equivalent capacitance of this entire arrangement. Crazy. Okay, visualization only is crazy. Yeah, there are NC2 number of capacitors. The answer is not NC2, obviously. It's just the number of capacitors. Question is finding that capacitance. Now I'll tell you what we can do. Okay, we'll take those two ends. Just look at the direct capacitor. There is one direct capacitor between any two nodes. And there are those other capacitors like whole bunch which is there. I will treat that separately. Okay. So between any two nodes, this is that external circuit, you will have one direct capacitance, and here you will have the bunch of capacitors, all that network, that crazy network. Yeah. Can you guess how many capacitors will be there over here? Can you guess how many capacitors will be there over here? By the way, okay, this is the first node, this is the second node. There will be a lot of capacitors between them. I mean NC2 minus 1 number of capacitors if you think about it. Okay. Now can you guess how many nodes will be remaining? Think logically. I have considered two nodes. How many other nodes are remaining? These are the nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4. So out of all the nodes, I have considered two nodes. The remaining nodes are n minus 2. That's the most important point now. So now we have how many nodes remaining over here? How many nodes remaining over here? N minus 2 number of nodes remaining. Okay? Fair enough? Fair deal till this point? Very good. Now, forget this capacitor for now. Only focus on this part, because can you see this entire bunch is in parallel with this. So now the problem has been compressed or boiled down to, forget this, just concentrate on this much. This entire bunch, equivalent capacitance, if I can find out, I will just add this to my capacitor over here and my job is done. Is that clear? So I am going to now focus my attention over here. These n minus 2 capacitors are parallel with my capacitance C, which is directly connected, So if I want to find my C equivalent, I need the capacitance of these people, which I will add it to just this number C. So I do not know what this is. So I am going to focus only on this part, nothing else. Cool? Okay? Perfect? Alright, Bunny. Jangra, Darshan, Venom, Silver Boy, Kriti. Okay, great. Now, okay, just 1 second. Let me just message sir that I will be taking some time. Okay, now what do we do? Observe. Here, there are these nodes, but because all the nodes are identical, all those n minus 2 nodes are identical. There is no difference in them because of symmetry, because of the symmetry in the circuit. Can I now say they are all equipotential? Think about it. This node, this node, this node. There is no difference. If you look at this circuit, the current is coming in from here, going out from there. Okay. Except for the direct capacitor now. This node, this node, this node, this node, they are all same. That means they are all equipotential. That means any capacitor between those nodes is irrelevant because that will never store charge. So all the capacitors like this to this, this to this, this to this, or this to this will not store charge. Yes or no? Perfect. So can I say now that the capacitors between them will have no charge. That means you can completely ignore them. So what happens now is that the circuit becomes much easier to understand. How? I'll tell you. So the equivalent circuit now becomes something like this. You have the current coming in from point 1, node 1, going out from node 2. I have ignored the direct capacitor. Yes, there are these n minus 2 nodes. Between any of these nodes, there are no capacitors at all. But 1 to this node, 1 to this node, 2 to this node, 2 to this node, 2 to this node, those capacitors are still there. That means I can still show these capacitors. These capacitors are still there. Are you able to visualize this? I will not show all of them or else it will look too big a diagram. These capacitors are still there. But between them, there is no connection or there is no charge. There is nothing which is there stored between them. Now can you see all these capacitors, this one and this one is in series, this one and this one is in series, this one and this one is in series, and all these are connected between the same 2 points. That means they are in parallel. So can I say that we have now got n minus 2 branches of 2 capacitors in series, C and C, 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 like that. There are n minus 2 such branches because there are n minus 2 such nodes over here. And what will be the capacitor in series? Those 2 capacitors in series will be C by 2. But because there are n minus 2 branches, so what will be the C of those n minus 2 nodes, because they are in branches, that means they are in parallel, so it will become C by 2 plus C by 2, like that, n minus 2 times, because they are in parallel. That means it will become n minus 2 into C by 2, n minus 2 into C by 2. Fair enough? Good deal? Perfect. Till this point clear? Now what, guys? This is exactly what we wanted. What is the n minus 2 capacitors equivalent? Just substitute it over here. So it is n minus 2 into C by 2. Solve this, you will get the answer. This will become nc by 2 minus 2c by 2 plus c. This will be minus c plus c. So it will become nc whole thing divided by 2. That's the C equivalent. What a brilliant answer. It's a brilliant question. Thinking is required. Visualization is required. The concept of symmetry is involved. Concept of equipotentials, ignoring a resistor or a capacitor is involved. A lot of things. Very good. Thumbs up, Tanvi. Alkrita, yeah, very nice, very nice. Good, 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 man, good. Let's go to the next question. Coming up on your screen, yeah, this question. Let's try to solve this. It's a beautiful question. There is a cubical wooden block that floats in water in a still lake, is held down such that its upper surface is the same level as the water surface. Then the maximum density the wooden block can have such that when released, the lower surface of the block is just able to reach the water surface. If D is the density, then what is the sum of the digits of that answer of density, assuming the density of water is 1000 kilogram per meter cube? Very good question. So let me draw the diagram of what is exactly happening over here. You have a block such that the upper surface is at the same level as that of the water surface, something like this. You release it from here. You release it from here. And as it goes up, you eventually will see that the block will reach here, such that the lower surface is able to reach the water surface. That's the meaning of it. The lower surface is able to just reach the water surface. So just it has to reach over here. It starts going up. It starts going up and it just stops. Just reach means it just stops over here. So question is, what should be the basic density? What should be the density of that particular block? What's the maximum density it can have? Why maximum? We'll think about it. Why not minimum also? We can argue. Okay. Now, the moment I look at this problem, a lot of things come into your mind. You will start thinking, shall I use buoyant force? Shall I use Newton's laws, find acceleration? Shall I use work kinetic energy theorem? Because it starts from rest, ends at rest. Yes, good thinking. You can think about that. But then you have to think about the work done by buoyant force, work done by gravity and all of that. And maybe you will get an equation in density. Then you have to think about how to maximize or minimize it. Okay, fine. You can think about it like that. Then all these sorts of things. But then if you have solved enough questions, so that is the Captain Shreyas's trick, I would say. If you have solved enough questions, you will also realize that the moment this journey begins, a part of it will be in air, part of it will be inside till it comes over here. It's actually a part of simple harmonic motion. It's a part of simple harmonic motion because as it goes up, the submerged part keeps changing, and that submerged part is a variable part proportional to height, depth, whatever you can say. So the buoyant force keeps on changing with x, so it will perform a SHM. In fact, there are questions on this direct which are there in mains also. There is a block and you push it slightly inside, the block keeps going up and down. What is the time period of that SHM? Okay, 2 pi root density, area, GD, all those formulas are there. Now, if you realize, okay, this is a SHM, it becomes very laddu question. There is nothing to solve. So I will show you without writing any equation. Shreyas sir is not going to use any equation because in many books this question is probably going to be solved with unnecessary complications. But rather, I will use the concept of SHM to solve it in fluids. So, do you understand? This journey from here to here is simple harmonic motion, and the reason for that is the variable buoyant force. Variable buoyant force is the reason for its simple harmonic motion. Cool? Everyone till this point absolutely clear? Perfect. Okay, let's do this. Now I will show you some extreme cases. Let's start like this. Okay, first let me take this. Imagine in this situation, the density is very close to the density of water. That's why more of it is submerged and very less of it is outside. So if this has to happen, that means the density is more than 500 kg per meter cube. Why I am saying more than 500? Because density of water is given to be 1000, and it so happens that if more of the solid is submerged, so the density should be more than half of the density of the liquid. Like for example, when I say an iceberg is 10% outside, 90% inside, that's because the ice density is 900. So you can see 900 is 90% of density of water. So if your density is more than half, if it is more than half of the density of the fluid, more of the solid will be submerged, less of it will be outside of water. Is that logic very, very clear? Is that logic very, very clear, my dear warriors? Okay, fair enough. Now imagine, now you consider this position. This will be stable. This will be like your equilibrium position. This will be in equilibrium. This will be in equilibrium. Now somebody pushes it down. Somebody pushes it down like this. So this much part, let's say I call it A. If it goes down, and now I release it, what will it do? It will try to go up and it will perform SHM. So this A becomes the amplitude. This A will now become the amplitude of oscillation, yes or no? How many of you get this? So this was now equilibrium. That means it is actually, this is actually the mean position. This is actually the extreme position. So when I release it, it will probably go up only till here, not more than that, slightly here. And this will be A, and this is also A. So it will go only till this height. But think about it. This distance, right? It is definitely less than half of the height of the entire cube. This is less than half of the height of the entire cube. So even if it goes up by 2a, this 2a is still going to be lesser than the total height of the cube, which means it can't come out of the water. It can't come out of the water. Is this logic absolutely clear? Why it can't come out? Because this is the other extreme. This is the other extreme position where it comes and stops. This was the mean. You push it down, it comes up, gains maximum speed, goes up only by that much height, and it stops and again comes back. So it keeps repeating this motion. How many of you got this till here? Because this is the whole crux of the problem. Let me know in the chat box. I'm reading your chats. How many of you got this concept? Now take the reverse. Now I will take the opposite. Now I'll take the opposite. What if I take the density to be very less? Then very little part will be submerged. Most of it will be outside, isn't it? That's how it will look like. So this much part only will be inside. Most of it will be outside. Now, in this situation, the density is very less as compared to half of the density. So that's why more of it is outside. Now, if I bring it down, so that the top surface is in line with the liquid surface. That means I have brought this much part is A, which is more than height. I have made the amplitude very large. I made the amplitude very large because this is going to be the extreme position. This is the equilibrium or mean position. So when I release from here, it will come back here and it will shoot up even higher. It will shoot up even higher. So it will go really, really high, something like this. Okay. And this part plus this part, it will go like this. This will be A. This was anyways A. So this 2A will obviously be more than height. That means the bottom part of that solid will leave the surface. So the bottom of the block is over the liquid surface. That means the density has become too less. I don't want the density to be too less because I just want it to able to be reaching the water surface, not beyond it, just has to reach over there. So what is the fine adjustment that I can do? If I make it more than 500, then it is not even reaching out of water or the surface. If I make it less than 500, it is going beyond the liquid surface. So there is only one option that I have now. It's exactly half submerged. That means the density is 500 kg per meter cube. So this is exactly h by 2. This is my mean position. So I submerge that entire block down. So the amplitude becomes A. All this has come down. So this becomes my extreme position. The block begins to accelerate up, reaches here maximum speed, shoots up, but it will only go up till here. It will only go up till here. This is already A, this is A. So now this 2A will be exactly h. So it is just reached, it has just reached the water surface, which is exactly what we want. That means the only possibility is, therefore, the final answer of density is 500. But the question is the sum of the digits. So 5 plus 0, which will be 5. So 5 is the answer for this question. Yep, there you go. How many of you loved it? Isn't it amazing, guys? Cool? Fabulous, fabulous. So that was this question. So that's the end of it, guys. And now it's time for your sir to come, a math sir. Okay, so I am ending, guys. So continue watching the class till the very end. Okay, a lot of things. All right. Take care, guys. See you on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for subject-wise classes. Okay, bye-bye. Take care.
And so I think Shreyas sir must have ended his class, and we are now beginning with the analysis of the mathematics section. So yes, this is your mega mock test which we have conducted. Shreyas sir is done with his class, and now we are beginning with the discussion of math section. What we'll be doing simply here is we'll be discussing a lot of questions. Of course, JEE Advanced pattern-based questions, the MCQ, MSQ, integer type, matrix match type, and all those category of questions. And remember this, whenever we are discussing these questions, you can also participate in these questions. You can also participate or mark whichever option you feel is correct by participating in the poll. Whether you're a PW student or not, yes, you can. Sir, how do we participate in this? The simplest idea here is very simple. You download the Pylance app. The application is available on the Google Play Store or the Chrome Store, from where you download it and then you simply activate it, and then for any YouTube video which is of PW's video, you can participate in the polls. Let's say there is a question, we ask you a question and you want to mark whichever option do you feel or think is correct, you can mark. The second thing is, let's say you're watching any random video on YouTube, PW or non-PW video, and you want a summary of it. You want a doubt to be cleared. You want short notes on it. You want mind map on it. You want a quiz to be conducted on it. You want the previous year's questions based on that topic of any random video on YouTube. That too is provided to you at absolutely free of cost by PW by using this Pylance app. Is it not amazing? Is it not interesting? Is it not amazingly beautiful? With that, let's get started. Something really simple, something really easy is what we'll begin with today. The first question is terribly easy. Sir, can I do this from PC? Yes, you can do it from PC. Chrome. On Chrome Store, Pylance extension is available. You can download it, and through that also you can activate it. Great. So hello, hi everyone. Good to have you all. So great. Good afternoon. Good. Perfect. Brilliant. With this is one of the simplest questions, but I have deliberately kept you to make you understand that JEE exam is all about tracking those 35% of easiest questions from your paper. I hope you understand what do I mean by 35% of the easiest questions. It means, let's say if you are getting a score of 35%, I hope you're understanding the score means, let's say the exam is of 100 marks, let's say you're getting 35 marks. Then your rank is under 10,000. With 40% of the doodle marks, your rank is under 5,000. So this exam is such a tough or hard nut to crack in nature, which means your target is simply to look for easier and moderate questions and target them. Don't satisfy your ego by solving tough or hard questions. There is no point of doing it. Right now, we are also going to focus on that same philosophy only. We'll be targeting easy and moderate questions. We'll not be wasting much time in solving any unnecessary tough, hard or irrelevant question. But of course, tough and hard questions should be done by you when you're practicing, when you're preparing for IDJ, so that conceptual depth gets more clearer. But for a mock or for a test, we'll of course always target easy and moderate questions. That should be ideally the strategy adopted by you. Shall we get started with this question? I'm sure most of you must have already written the answer. So the moment you get the answer, do write your answer in the comment box. I'll be very eager to know what are you getting is the correct or final answer. So with this, first of all, how do I solve this? Sir, I will be suggesting you a very simple idea that we'll be using this property. Which property? Do we know that here log b base a can be written as 1 upon log a base b, or vice versa. Vice versa means if 1 upon log a base b is given, can I not convert that into log b base a? That's exactly what I'll be using here. So with that here, if I begin with this conclusion here, this is log 9 base 2 whole square. So I'll keep that as it is, log 9 base 2 whole square. But this part, which is 1 by log of log 9 base 2 at base 2, if I swap this, which means if I take it in the numerator, I hope you are clearly realizing that this and this will be swapped, which means this 2 and this log 9 base 2 will be swapped, which means it will be log of 2 at base log 9 base 2. Did you all get this? Did you all understand this, or shall I re-explain that part? Now from here, whatever doubts you have, please post them unhesitatingly. I'll definitely clarify those. Okay, we'll definitely answer all these queries, Silver Boy. Don't worry. One after another, I'll address all of these concerns. Let me handle this first. So with this 2, when taken to this power, I hope you're understanding this is 2 to the power 2, which is 4. Now, I hope you remember this property as well, where we know that a to the power log of b at base a. I hope you remember if this base and this base are same, in that case, this b is our final answer. That's exactly what I'll be doing. Great, great, great. I hope these two formulae I'm using. So with this, all I have done is, this is log of log 9 base 2 at base 2. So this log of 9 base 2, I have swapped with this base 2 because I'm taking in the numerator. So this becomes log of 2 at base log 9 base 2. And there was this 2 already here. So that 2 goes here and becomes, or raised to the power 2. Everybody got this? All the participants? Next generation preparation. Did you all understand that? Now with this, I'm giving you a simple conclusion here, that this, I hope you're understanding, is log 9 base 2. This is also log of something at log 9 base 2. So this is, let's say, a for a while. So is this also not a for a while? So if this is a and this is a, I hope we do have the answer. We do have the final answer. What do I mark, or what do I go ahead with this? I hope you all have gotten a crystal clear clarity on this front, that the final answer from here will be this 2 square. By using this property, log b base a when is raised to power a, then if this a and a are same, your final answer is b. That's exactly what I'm doing here. So with this, my final answer will be 4, which means this expression is nothing but simplified as 4. Everybody got that? Everybody understood that? Now that's good, good students, great. Next part, again I'll be using the same property. This is root 7. Root 7 can I not write as 7 to the power 1 by 2? And this power 1 by log 7 base 4, can I not write that as log of 4 base 7 if I swap it in the numerator? Everybody got that? That's brilliant, students. I'm glad you are answering and responding like that. With this, when I go ahead, I hope you are again clearly getting this, that sir, this 1 by 2 can be shifted there as a power of 4. So power of 4 means what? It becomes root 4, which is 2. That's good. So 7, which means this answer will be 2. So 4 into 2 is 8. A very easy, a very straightforward question just to kept here to make you understand these two properties. Everybody understood that? Are we clear on that? All the participants. That's great, Deepak. Good black mystery. Great Silver Boy. That's good, Om Sai Ram. That's brilliant, students. Great, great, perfect, brilliant. With this, now let's solve the next question. Again, an interesting one. This is a question from the chapter Theory of Equations. How do we solve this? Let's pay attention to that part. Everybody pay attention to this. This is again an interesting one, an insightful one. Here, fx is a biquadratic x to the power 4, which has real coefficients. So this means it is a real polynomial. If it is a real polynomial, I know a lot about a real, polynomial, or a lot of data related to nature of its root. I hope you remember that. With this, I know that f of 1 is given as -9. Okay, I'll utilize that. Suppose that I root 3 is a root of this equation. Which equation? This equation. 4x cube plus 3ax square plus 2bx. Now pay attention to this part. This is something very much relevant here, because do you not think that this is nothing but the derivative of this? I repeat, if I ask you f dash x, what will be f dash x here? I hope you are paying attention to this part. If this is your fx, which is x to the power 4 ax cube bx square, plus if you differentiate it, 4x cube 3ax square 2bx. That's exactly what we are given. So f dash x, I hope you are understanding, is given by 4x cube plus 3x square plus 2bx, and this has one of the roots as I root 3. So if this has one of the roots as I root 3, will you not say that, sir, I know a lot of things from this equation? Why? Because pay attention to this part. If this is a cubic, and if it has one of the roots as I root 3, then of course cubic means maximum 3 roots. If one of the roots is imaginary, the other root should be conjugate of it. So if it is plus I root 3, other root will be minus I root 3. And I need not tell you that here trivial root of this equation is 0. Why? Because if I take x common from this equation, I hope you are clearly seeing this equation to be becoming like this f dash x. When x is taken common, it is 4x square plus 3ax plus 2b. Did you all get that? So if I put it equal to 0, the third root of this equation I'll get is 0. I hope you're getting it, which means this x becomes 0. Everybody got that? Which means, do you not think that, sir, here, when this was a cubic out of which x is taken common, this was left as a quadratic and a linear. So linear became 0, x became 0, but this quadratic will be having two roots. Which two roots? I root 3 and minus I root 3. I repeat, this quadratic has two roots. So what do we know? That sum of the roots and product of the roots. That's brilliant, silver boy. What is sum of the roots? I root 3 minus I root 3. That's 0. So sum of the roots is 0. But sum of the roots here for this quadratic, I hope you're understanding, this quadratic from here to here. For this quadratic, sum of the roots is minus b upon a, which is minus 3a upon 4. So from here, if minus 3a upon 4 is 0, that concludes a should be 0. Shall I repeat that part? Yes, great, great, great. That's brilliant. Now with this, can we talk about product of the roots as well? I root 3 minus I root 3. So minus I and I, that is plus 1, root 3, 3. So product of the roots is going to be 3. And there, product of the roots is given by c upon a, which is 2b upon 4. Everybody getting that? So if I put it equal to 2b upon 4, that is 1 by 2. 1 by 2 goes to the other side. B becomes 6. So we have cracked A 0, B 6. But we are still stuck on C. I hope you're understanding it. Sir, how do we crack C? I think that can be cracked with this data given to you over here. I hope no confusion on whatever we have done so far. That's good. Vikat, Wataku, that's brilliant. With this, now when I move ahead with this conclusion, what I have here is, pay attention to this part. Let me talk about f of x. F of x now becomes what? F of x is x to the power 4 plus a is 0. If a is 0, this whole term becomes 0. B is what? 6. So it becomes 6x square plus c. Now what am I given? I am told f of 1 is minus 9. Okay, no worries. We'll definitely conduct one on that. Don't worry about that. So if I'm told that f of 1 is minus 9, let me use that. F of 1 means what? 1 plus 6 plus c is minus 9. Correct me if I'm wrong. So this is what? 7 minus 9 minus 7, that is clearly minus 16. So there you get c as minus 16. So what does it become? Your f of x is now clearly nothing but what? X to the power 4 plus 6x square minus 16. This is a biquadratic and I can use splitting the middle term. Great, 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 great. Thank you, brilliant. With this, when I finally move ahead, I hope you're understanding. This is x to the power 4 plus splitting the middle term means what? 8 and 2, but 8 and minus 2. So it should be 8x square and minus 2x square minus 16 will be the splitting. And with that, we know one of the values of x square will be minus 8. Other value of x square will be 2. I hope you got this. One of the values of x square will be minus 8. I hope from here, by splitting the middle term and factorizing it, I am writing it directly. Negative of this divided by coefficient of x to the power 4 will be one of the roots or values of x square. Second value of x square will be negative of this divided by 1, which is 2. So second value of x square is 2. But I think this was a biquadratic. 4 roots it should have. So those 4 roots are going to be what? I hope you are pretty clear on that. Sir, I hope you are getting this very clearly. X square is minus 8, x square is 2. From there, you can find all the 4 roots, but I'll say, I am told that it has 4 roots, alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3, and alpha 4. We are asked alpha 1 square, alpha 2 square, alpha 3 square, alpha 4 square. Do you not think that here I'll get plus minus inside and minus under root, right? I hope you're understanding. From here I'll get two values, plus minus under root over minus 8, which I can write as 8 iota, and here I'll get two values of x, which I'll be getting as plus minus root 2. But I am saying this is absolutely useless. This is absolutely futile. You should not go for these values. You already know that, sir, 2 squares will be minus 8, and 2 remaining squares will be 2 and 2. Although I need to take their modulus. So technically it should be 8 plus 2 plus 2. Did you all get that? If you did not understand that, you have one more option. You simply put plus root 8 iota here, minus root 8 iota here, plus root 2 here, minus root 2 here. Then also you'll get the same answer. But all I'm saying is that instead of doing that, can you not directly write the final answer, which is 8 plus 8 plus 2 plus 2, which you know already how much is it going to be? That is 16 plus 4. Yes, most of you have already given. 20 should be the final answer. Brilliant. Very good, students. Good. Vikyat Patanku, that's good. Deepak is saying, sir, I checked my KCT marks. I got 115 PCM. What would be my engineering ranking? I think I'll create a separate video on that, Deepak. All you need to do is put it in the actual comment, not in this live comment. So some of these squares of the absolute values. Brilliant. Perfect. With this question, let us move towards the next question. What do we see? The next one. Asked by JEE Advanced. This is a simple question, a very simple question based on quadratic or theory of equations, where we'll simply be dealing with the simple idea that how do you define location of roots based questions, or how do you solve location of root based questions? That's good, Kanishk. That's brilliant. Good. 20 will be the correct answer. The smallest value of k. Okay, so they're asking you the smallest value of k, which I'll work out later. Don't worry about that. But what else are we need to figure out? Are we supposed to figure out? For which both the roots of this equation, this quadratic, I hope you can see that. So this quadratic has coefficient of x squared to be 1, positive upward facing parabola. So if this is an upward facing quadratic, which means what? That this means that here, if both the roots are real and distinct, so this is how it should be drawn. This is how it should be drawn, real and distinct. So first of all, without any hesitation, will I not say the real and distinct means what? Discriminant should be greater than 0. First condition I'll be applying. Then what else they are asking you? Real, distinct, and have values at least 4. Which means, let's say for a while the smallest root is alpha. Then will you not say 4 should lie on the left of alpha? That means alpha and beta should be greater than 4, or maybe alpha could be equal to 4. Which means I am getting this, that sir 4 could be either here or here. I hope you're getting it. So I hope you are understanding or realizing 2 more conditions will come into picture. The first condition will be this, that f of 4 will be positive. So first condition will be f of 4 will be positive, but f of 4 could be here as well. If f of 4 could be here as well, that means f of 4 could be equal to 0 as well. That's your second condition. What about the third condition from here, students? When you talk about the third condition, what would that be? Will you not say, sir, third condition simply is this, that sir, in this scenario, as per this scenario, f of 4 could give you a positive or 0 value here on the right hand side of the beta as well. So I need to ensure that 4 lies on the left of it. So I'll be applying third condition, which will say that sir 4 should be less than minus b by 2a. I hope you understand this is minus b by 2a, so it should stay on the left of it. I'm creating it as a marker or treating it as a marker. So on the left of it, I need this 4, which means this will do that. So when I apply these 3 conditions, my job will be done. Great, brilliant, perfect. I hope everybody with me on this. So far, there is no confusion on that. That's good. I think a lot of students have again started responding. Good. That's brilliant. Now, when I start solving this question, what do we see? First of all, discriminant. Discriminant means b square minus 4ac. So b square is what? I hope you're understanding. B square is 64 k square minus 4. 4 into 16. A is 1. What is c? This 16 into k square minus k plus 1 should be greater than 0. Distinct, real and distinct. So this 16 into 4, 64 is taken common and nullified. This k square and k square is cancelled. So what am I now left with? I am left with k minus 1 greater than 0, which means first conclusion is k should be greater than 1. Everybody got this? Everybody understood this? Are we comfortably understanding this part, all the participants? Now let's move towards the next part. What is the next part here, students? That's good. Retired FF, that's good. Veme Reddy, that's good. So with this, the next conclusion is f of 4. F of 4 means what? 4 square, that is 16, minus 8 into 4, that is 32k, and this is what? 16 k square minus 16k plus 16. This should be greater than or equal to 0. Let me recheck it. F of 4. So 16 minus 32k, 16k square minus 16k plus 16. Now, when I solve this or when I look at this, am I seeing something interesting here? Yes. I should have taken 16 common first of all. That would make it what? That would make it 1, 2k plus k square minus k plus 1 greater than or equal to 0. When I simplify this further, what do I get? I get k square, 2k, that is 3k, and 1 plus 1 is 2 greater than or equal to 0. So I think minus 2, minus 1 will do the justice here. Great. The smallest integral value for that the parabola to the right of holds is simple k is equals to 2. That's brilliant observation. Good Deepak. That's good. So with this, can I not write it as k square minus 2k minus k plus 2 greater than or equal to 0? Everybody getting that? I hope from here, I can clearly see it getting splitted as one of the factors as k minus 2 and the other factor as minus 1 if I take common. So it should be k minus 1 greater than or equal to 0. So from here, greater than or equal to 0, smaller than smaller root, greater than the bigger root, which means k should be either less than 1 or k should be greater than or equal to 2. But of course, I'm going to take the intersection. This means this and this and this. So far, I know that k less than or equal to 1 should be discarded because this says k greater than 1 is needed, but this says k greater than or equal to 2 is needed. So far, I have this as my final conclusion, but I'm supposed to take one more scenario under consideration. What is that scenario? That scenario is the third one, where I need to ensure that this 4 should remain less than minus b by 2a. So 4 is 4, that is 4. Let me use that condition here. So this is 4 is less than what? It is less than minus b by 2a. So minus b means what? 8k divided by 2a, that is 2. I hope no confusion on that. And this gives you what? 2844. So k should be greater than 1. Now k greater than 1, k greater than equal to 2. So my final conclusion is that k greater than equal to 2. So have I not gotten the least value of k, which is going to be 2? So the least value of k is going to be 2, and that's your answer. How many of you got this 2 as the correct answer? Do give me a response in the comment box. A lot of you must have gotten 2 as the correct answer. With this, shall I move towards the next question for the day? An interesting one, a good one. This is a question which you are going to solve from, of course, three-dimensional geometry. I'll be saying that this is a three-dimensional geometry based question, a straightforward question and a direct question. Just put your focus on solving one thing at a time. Don't get scared or intimidated by the length of the question. Just simply solve step by step. You will definitely get the answer. That's good, students. Keep responding. Can you give me short names of yours? I'm not able to pronounce your names because I'm a little far away from this, so I'm not able to read all the spellings and all. And I'm so much in rush. Want to solve as many questions as possible in this given limited time, so I can focus here more on solving these more questions, but still simultaneously you keep solving, keep responding. And for this question, let's conduct a poll. Let's see how many of you are using PyLens and participating. So let's say 2.5 minutes time you have to solve this question, and we'll be seeing how many of you get this question correctly, right? This is your poll here. So first of all, what am I told? A straight line drawn from this point P132, and it is parallel to this line. Okay, is this not very quick now? Great. So this, first of all, please need to understand you that here this point is through which the line is passing, and this is parallel to this. So if that line is parallel to this line, their direction ratios will be same, which means that line will also have 1 to 1 as its direction ratios. And it is passing through what? It is passing through 132. So can I not say that this equation of this line can be written as, I'm minimizing it, I hope you're okay with that. So this equation of this line will be x minus 1 upon 1 is equal to y minus 3 upon 2 is equal to z minus 2 upon 1. And if I wish to take any point parametrically on this line, I'll put it equal to lambda so that I can define x, y, and z. So x, y, and z become what? Sir, x becomes lambda plus 1, y becomes 2 lambda plus 3, and z becomes lambda plus 2. Did you all understand this? All the participants. Great, brilliant. With this, all you need to understand is that we are told that this line, which they have been talking about, is intersecting this plane. This plane. It is intersecting this plane at point Q. So let's say this point is nothing but Q. But if this point Q lies on this plane, it must satisfy the equation of the plane. So if I am ensuring that it is satisfying the equation of the plane, this is x, which is going to be lambda plus 1. This is minus y, which is going to be minus 2 lambda minus 3. And this is 3z. 3z is going to be 3 lambda plus 6, which is given as 6. So by solving this, will I not be in a position to crack the value of lambda? I hope you all got that. So with this, I think we do have the value, final value. This is what? 2 lambda, 3 lambda, that is 2 lambda. And then 6 and 6 are nullified. So minus 3 plus 1, that is again minus 2. Minus 2 goes to the other side. So 2 lambda is 2, which means lambda is 1. Lambda we receive as 1. Everybody got that? So if we have received the lambda as 1, will I not say the coordinates of u are going to be 1 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 3, 5, and that is 3. So 2 comma 5 comma 3, somebody must have said this. Q is not this. Q should be 2 comma 5 comma 3. Will it not be? Everybody got this? All the participants? Q will be this. Shall I repeat this part? All the participants. Everybody got this? I hope there is no confusion on whatever I'm doing here. Now, this is what we have gotten Q as. Now let's focus on the next part. Another straight line which passes through Q. Okay, so there is a straight line which is passing through Q. So if it is passing through Q, its equation can be written as x minus 2 upon something, y minus 5 upon something, x minus 3 upon something. So I'll be writing it as x minus 2 upon something is equal to y minus and z minus. So what is y minus and z minus? Y minus 5, z minus 3. So it should be 5 and 3. But can I say something about its direction ratios? Yes, I can. How? Let's try and work it out. Pay attention to that part. If I am paying attention to that part, then it is passing through Q and it is perpendicular to plane L1. Sir, where is plane L1? This is plane L1. So if it is perpendicular to plane L1, the coefficients of x, y, z are the direction ratios of the normal. Do you remember that? Dhanashri, these lecture notes can be availed by you at absolutely free of cost by following our WhatsApp channel. Sir, how do we follow our WhatsApp channel? You simply click on the link given in the description. It will redirect you to our channel, and from there you can definitely get the PDF. Yes. Great. With this, when I talk about the direction ratios of this line, which is perpendicular to this plane, so it will be having 1, -1 and 3 here. I hope this is how you write the equation of this plane, sorry, this straight line. With this, I am told that this line is intersecting this plane L2 at point R. So can I define a point R parametrically here? They are also available on our channel only, WhatsApp channel only. So with this, if I put it equal to mu, what do I do here, or what do I get here? So pay attention to this part. I'll be writing x as mu plus 2, y as minus mu plus 5, and z as 3 mu plus 3. This is going to be the coordinates of what? This point, which point R. I hope you're getting it comfortably. Now this point R is lying on this plane L2. So this point R must satisfy this equation of this plane L2. So if this point lies on this plane, what will I do here? That's good, students. With this, it should be 2 times mu plus 2, which is 2 mu plus 4, minus y. Minus y means plus mu minus 5, plus z. Plus z means plus 3 mu plus 3. And that should be given as minus 4. Everybody got this? Everybody understood this? All the participants? Great. Perfect. Now, with this 2 mu plus 3 mu, that is how much? 6 mu. So it should be 6 mu here. Then what do we have as constant terms? 4 plus 3 is 7. 7 minus 5 is 2. And that 2 goes to the other side, becomes minus 6. So there I crack mu as minus 1. And if we have cracked mu as minus 1, I think we do have this R now. That's exactly our point here is, I think it's Jaya Sudha, that we should be focusing more on easy and moderate questions, which could be lengthy, of course, but still doable, instead of those complicated and complex questions right now at this stage to unnecessarily confuse you. And that's exactly what we don't want you to do in the examination hall as a teacher. Why? Because we believe that you should be focusing on those 35% of the questions which are absolutely simple and easy and moderate in even an exam like JEE Advanced, which will definitely help you in getting a rank under 10,000. And if you're getting anything above that, it's definitely a booster to your score. I hope you got my point here very clearly. Sudha, I hope I have answered your query. With this, now I think I need to write the coordinates of R, which are going to be what? Mu being minus 1. So 2 minus 1 is 1. Minus of minus 1. So 5 plus 1 is 6. And this is 0. So I think I have gotten a lot of things. We have R, we have P, we have a lot of things. So we are told R is 163. No, R is 160. So I think option B is incorrect. Everybody getting this? Now we are told option A, the length of the line segment PQ. The length of the line segment PQ. This is Q. What was P? P was 132. So if I'm willing to figure out PQ, what would that be? 1 minus 2, that is 1. 1. 3 minus 5, that is 2, which is 4. And 2 minus 3, that is 1, so it is 1. So it is clearly under root 6. Is it given as under root 6? Yes. So option A is correct. What about option C? The centroid of the triangle PQR. So PQR 160. I hope you are getting it. R is 160, right? So let me write R here as well. R is 160. So we have Q, we have R, we have P. I hope you remember centroid is simply, yes, this is an absolutely easy. So now we are paying attention to this part where we are finding the centroid of a triangle. Centroid of a triangle, I hope you remember, x1 plus x2 plus x3 by 3, y1 plus y2 plus y3 by 3, and same for z. So there I'll do this. What do I do here? What do I do here? Where is P? This is P. So this is P, this is Q, and that is R. So 1 plus 2, that is 3. 3 plus 1 is 4. So that should be 4 by 3, which is correct. Then 3 plus 5, that is 8. 8 plus 6 is 14. So next one should be 14 by 3. Third one, 2 plus 3, 5. 5 plus 0, that is 5 by 3. So yes, option C is also absolutely correct. Shall I leave option D to you? I hope that's again a simple one. They are asking you the perimeter of triangle PQR. So you have already found the distance PQ. Can you find the distance PR and QP? With that, you can definitely match whether this is the perimeter or not. An absolutely easy, simple, and a doable question, which most of you must have understood that can be done. And this is exactly what kind of questions you should look for. Of course, it was lengthy, but questions could be either tricky, very conceptually in-depth questions. They will take a lot of time for you to think, for to work out, for you to, or if you commit any silly error, you will be gone, totally gone with that question. So I'll always recommend go for the easier questions, which may be tricky. Of course, I'll show you those category of questions only asked by JEE Advanced or JEE Advanced level questions only. The second thing, this category of questions which are definitely asked by JEE Advanced, which look absolutely easy but lengthy in nature. So they introduce us some calculation there, and by solving it up to a great extent, you get the final answer. Now with this, shall I move towards the next question? This is one of the best questions. I'll say. From complex numbers it is. I will say yes, this is the question where you should pay your complete focus on, because this will give you an insightful, a great, crystal clear clarity that yes, in JEE Advanced, if you don't get scared by looking at the question, no, Jia Sudha, if you look at this question, I'm challenging you with that without using AI, can you solve this question by your own? And I'll show you a very simple trick here to solve this. Instead of getting deeper into this, let's say I replace z by x plus iota y, and then I'll solve all of this and get the final answer, which is terribly lengthy. I'll share a trick here in this question, which will definitely help you in getting the answer within seconds. Pay attention to this part. First of all, what am I told? A, B, C are 3 sets, and I think ultimately I need to take the intersection of set A, set B, and set C. So let me define set A, set B, and set C. What is set A? Set A is this, okay. Set B, first of all, looks very, very familiar to me because I think I have seen something like this a lot many times. Why am I saying so? Because set B, can I not write as mod of z minus 2 plus iota is equal to 3? Do you remember something like this? When we talk about something like this, do we not say that, sir, this is a circle which has center at 2, 1 and it has a radius 3? Do you remember that? So set B is very clear to us. So if I now begin with set B, that will be the best thing to do here. So this is your set B. I hope this is how we'll be defining our set B. Everyone comfortable with this? And this point here is 2, 1. So if I wish to define this point here is 2, 1. And this circle has a radius 3. Which means what? Which means, let's say for a while, I'm drawing a line parallel to the x-axis. Passing through the center. Can you help me with these coordinates? Sir, here, this point will be 3 units on the left. So 2 minus 3, that is minus 1. So this point will be minus 1, 1. And this will be 3 units on the right of 2, 1, which is of course 5, 1. Sir, why are you doing this? Pay attention, have patience. Now, when I move ahead from here, what do I see next? Pay attention to this part. There, this says A is a set which is imaginary z is greater than equal to 1. What is A here? Of course, this is 2, 1, this is minus 1, 1. So in between of this, somewhere here, I'll be having y-axis. So shall I say y-axis would be somewhat like this? Everybody getting this? So this is going to be the y-axis. And of course, below it only, there will be x-axis. So here, it could be the x-axis 1 unit below to it. I hope no confusion on that. Sir, why are you drawing it? Have patience. Now, what are we supposed to do? I am simply saying that I am told imaginary z is greater than 1. Is this line not y is equals to 1? This line, this dotted line, which I have drawn here, this dotted line, is this line not representing the line y is equals to 1? So if I take anything above it, that will be set A. What am I finally supposed to take is, I am finally supposed to take A intersection B intersection C. I'm supposed to take A intersection B intersection C. So first of all, I repeat this part again. What was A? Sir, set A is taking any value above this line, which means this entire region. But what is set B? Set B means taking any point on this circle. So I hope you're understanding. Taking any point on this circle means all these points, but I am restricting my discussion to all the points above this line. So any point on this circle and any point above this line, the intersection part or the common part is this region. So first of all, this semicircle is representing A intersection B. But I'm still left with one more set. What is that set? That set is C. So can we now talk about this set C here, students? Now let's put our focus on this set C. What is this set C? Let me try and define this set C here. So if I try and define this set C, how do we do this? Real of I plus iota z. So I minus iota is there. What is z? So z is x plus iota y, and that is given as root 2. Everybody getting that? So there, I need to take the real part of it. I need to take the real part of it because real of this is equal to root 2. Great. What will be the real part of it? X into 1, that is x. X into iota, imaginary. Iota y into 1, imaginary. Iota y into minus iota, that is minus of minus 1 into y, that is plus y, is equals to root 2. So this is your third set, set C. Good, great, great, great. So this is your third set, set C. Now what does it mean? It means this is going to be simply a straight line. This is going to be simply a straight line, which is making intercepts root 2 comma root 2 comma 0 and 0 comma root 2. So of course it would be somewhere here, and this line could be passing somewhat like this. I hope no confusion on that. Now, I was supposed to take intersection of A, B and C. So I hope everybody is realizing it. One more time I'm showing to you that this portion here was A intersection B. But if I take its intersection with C, this is your set C. So this will give you this point as what we are looking for. This point over here is your complex number Z. Now, sir, how is it becoming so easy? Is it not still very complicated? I will say this is still very simple. This is your complex number Z. This here is your complex number Z. So I will say if this is your complex number Z finally, which we have defined. Now talk about what are we asked? Good, Tanisha. What are we asked? We are simply asked this thing. Which thing, students? We are asked Z minus of 1 plus iota. What does it mean? I'll show this part in a more simpler language. This part which we are asked. Z minus, if I take minus common, it will be minus 1 plus iota distance square plus this second part is Z minus 5 plus iota whole square. Do you not think this is something we already know? What is minus 1 comma 1? This is that point. What is 5 comma 1? This is that point. That's why I highlighted these 2 points. So let me call it A, let me call it B. Okay, A and B are already reserved. Let me call them P and Q. So if this is P, this is Q, and this is Z only. So what is it? Is it not ZP square? Is it not the distance between Z and P? Is it not the distance between Z and Q? So I hope you all are clearly realizing that, sir, this is ZP, this is ZQ, and if I talk about PQ, then we know that PQ being the diameter always subtends a 90-degree angle on the circumference of the center, which means this is a right angle triangle. So if somebody is asking you ZP square plus ZQ square, are they not asking you PQ square? Pythagoras theorem coming into picture. Are you all not realizing that? So is it not simple and easy and tricky? I'll say, Sudha, because here this is something if you could crack this question within seconds, and that's exactly the kind of observation we are hoping for here. So with this, if I go ahead this, I need not explicitly solve this. I'll simply say I need to find its diameter. What about the diameter? I'll say this distance plus this distance. Diameter already we know, radius is 3, diameter is 6. So I will have this perpendicular square plus base square as hypotenuse square, which is 6 square. My answer will be 36, and 36 clearly lies between 35 and 39. Did you all understand that? Everybody got this? Did you not find it amazing, interesting, insightful that complex number based questions can always be done with geometry, or rather they actually want you to solve them with the help of geometry? All you need is some simple visualization. Did you all get this? Did you all understand this? Just give me a quick thumbs up in the comment box and then we'll move ahead. Okay. Somebody is saying, sir, guidance. I'll say no guidance. You keep watching these marathons we are conducting. Next week also we'll keep bringing such sessions for you. We'll bring marathon session for you. We'll bring mock session for you. So we'll keep bringing these sessions for you. Keep revising your notes. Keep revising your theory. Saturday, tomorrow at 11 o'clock, we'll do a formula revision session as well for mathematics. So we'll do one session on that as well. Don't worry about that. So we'll keep conducting such sessions. We'll definitely keep conducting such sessions. Again, a question asked by JEE Advanced in 2023. What does it say? This is a differential equation which is needed to be solved. I'll say if I rearrange it. So can I not say dy by dx? I'm keeping like that only. If I'm dividing both these sides by x square minus 5, what does it become? So it becomes minus 2x by x square minus 5 times y. I hope no confusion on that. Is equal to minus 2x divided by, again, x square minus 5, if it cancels it, it will be minus 2x times x square minus 5. Did you all understand this, or shall I repeat this part? And is it clearly not a straightforward question on linear differential equation? Om Sai Ram Enterprise, you are writing a lot and it is very hard for me to interpret it now. Can you be more specific? Because that's a mathematical expression and it's very hard to interpret or crack that right now from there. Now with this, I'm moving ahead with this conclusion. Let's talk about this part. So I hope this is a linear differential equation. This is your P of x, this is your Q of x. Okay, so with this, can I not talk about simply integrating factor? So how do we find the integrating factor? If I'm working on integrating factor, it will be e raised to the power integration of, this is your P of x, which is minus 2x divided by x square minus 5 dx. So I hope it is pretty evident and clear that if x square minus 5 is taken as t, 2x dx will be dt. So it is dt by t, which is ln t. So my value of integrating factor here is pretty simple, e to the power minus ln t. T is what? X square minus 5. And of course, this minus sign can be brought or taken here. So this is here, and e to the power ln of something is that something only finally. So my integrating factor from here is going to be 1 upon x square minus 5. Did you all get that? I hope this is something really simple and easy asked by JEE Advanced, and this exactly I'm trying to highlight here, that JEE Advanced is also asking you straightforward questions. Sir, we divide x square minus 5 by, because I want to convert it into a linear differential equation. By dividing it on by x square minus 5 on both sides, I could do that. I could achieve that. Om Sai Ram Enterprise is saying, sir, x is equal to y is equal to root 2. Then x is equal to y if imaginary is 0. I am not getting this. Regarding the previous questions context, I think I'll revisit it, don't worry, with your perspective also. So I hope now I need to write the solution. Solution is given by y into integrating factor, which is what? 1 upon x square minus 5. So this is your left hand side is equal to integration of integrating factor into q of x. What is integrating factor? That is 1 upon this into this is your q of x. So this x square minus 5, x square minus 5 are cancelled. You are finally left with minus 2x dx. Is it not absolutely simple, easy and doable? With this, integration of x is x square by 2. So this is minus x square here. So this clearly becomes minus x square plus c. Now let's stop here. What are we told? Are we not told that y2 is 7? So y2 is 7 means what? I can put it here so that I can find the value of c, and with that the maximum value of function yx is needed to be found, which will definitely work out. But let me first of all define this function, then I'll go to the maximum value of this function. So there, this y2 is what? 7. So if I replace x by 2, so this is 4. 4 minus 5 is minus 1. So this is minus y, and minus 5 means what? Y is what? 7. So this should be minus 7 here on the left. I repeat, 4 minus 5 minus 1, this is 7. 7 upon minus 1 is minus 7. This is 4. 2 square is 4. So this is minus 4 plus c. So if I simplify this, what do I get? Minus 7 plus 4, that is minus 3. So c we receive as minus 3. Now if I have received c as minus 3, I think we have defined y, because now y is defined as x square minus 5. Y is defined as x square minus 5 into minus x square minus c, which is what? Which is x square and 3. And if I take this minus sign common outside, it looks like this. Or even if I don't do that, that can be kept inside as well. But this is how your y looks like. Everybody comfortably got this, all the participants. Definitely Tanisha. Okay, brilliant. You will definitely get something better here. Now with this, I'll say that if I now wish to define the maximum value of this function, how will I do that? This is the expression, right? The function over here is x square minus 5, x square plus 3. It is x square minus 5 and x square plus 3. Outside there is a negative sign, and that's your function, and we need to find its maximum value. So one of the ways is you try and plot its graph. With that you can get the answer. Or the second approach is you multiply this inside, you create a biquadratic, then you find its f dash x, put it equal to 0, find the critical points, then find f double dash x, and with that you find the maxima and minima. Both the approaches are there with you. I think the best approach here will be that x square cannot be minus 3. So if I am looking at this graph, it is negative, so it will be somewhat like this kind of a graph. I hope you're understanding it. Why? Because coefficient of x square is negative, coefficient of x to the power 4 is negative, so it will be a downward facing curve like this. It is coming from minus infinity, is going till plus and minus infinity. Now, the next thing is, when I talk about its roots, its real roots are going to be plus root 5 and minus root 5. So at those points, x-axis will be intersecting it. So I hope you're understanding this will be minus root 5 and this will be root 5. So symmetrically it will be placed according to my, version, but still, which part exactly is wrong, Vaishnavi, here? Go ahead with that. So I'll simply say that here, if I'm moving ahead with this is C, which is minus 3. So if C is minus 3, I think we have Y correctly defined here, because if I keep it like this, I now need to define this, because maxima and minima is what we need to work upon. So now what I'll do here is I'll multiply or push this inside. So this minus I'll keep there. So can I keep it as 5 minus x square? Can I keep it as 5 minus x square? So when I push it inside, 5x square I get, then minus 3x square I get. I hope you are paying attention to that part. Then minus x square, that is minus x to the power 4. And with this, the next thing will be what? 5 I have multiplied, 3 I have multiplied, this and this I have multiplied, 5 into 3 will be plus 15. So final version of it is minus x to the power 4 plus 2x square plus 15. That's your f of x. Everybody got this? All the participants? Great. Now, with this, when I differentiate it, f dash x is going to be what? Minus 4x cube. Then it will be what? 4x plus 0. This is your f dash x, minus 4x cube plus 4x. Now I'll put it equal to 0. So when I put it equal to 0, I hope you can see I can take 4x common. So when I take 4x common, it will be minus x square, and this will be plus 1 is equal to 0. Correct me if I'm wrong. So there I get symmetrically 2 points, plus 1 and minus 1 only. And these 2 points will be this, I think minus 1 and plus 1 will be these only, where I'm getting the maxima. This will be symmetrically placed. Now with this, what I do next is x square will be plus minus 1. X square is 1, so x will be plus minus 1. And if x is plus minus 1, what do I get from here is the maximum and minimum values, which I put here, and I'll get the final maximum value. So I hope you need not do the second derivative test here, which means you need not go for f double dash x. I hope that is simple and easy. If you define it, it will be minus 12x square plus 4, and with this, when I go ahead with plus 1 and minus 1, I'll definitely get minus value only, negative value only, because x square is 1. So minus 12 plus 4 is minus 8. So whether it is 1 or minus 1, it is negative. So at 1 and minus 1, I'll get the global maxima or local maxima, whatever you want to call it right now at this stage, but it will be global maxima here. So I'll find 1 or minus 1 because it is x squared. So whether you put minus 1 or plus 1, it doesn't matter. Technically, you put 1 here. So minus of 1 minus 5, that is minus 4. 1 plus 3, that is 4. So it is clearly 4 into 4. The answer will be 16. Everybody got that? Everybody understood that? Of course, there will be questions in JEE Advanced which are definitely easy and moderate, and that's exactly what we are trying to give you here as a definition, that please understand in this exam, always remember that with 35% of the marks, of the total marks, you get a rank under 10,000. I hope you're understanding the importance of a rank under 10,000, which means you're getting a decent IIT. And if you're solving 40% of the questions correctly, which means if you're getting 40% of the marks of the total marks, then your rank will be definitely under anything below 5,000. I hope you're understanding the importance of it. So my point here is simple, that keep your focus on easy and moderate questions. Don't try to satisfy your ego with a lot of tougher and challenging questions. And still, the same logic, the same strategy should be applied by you in this examination also. Now, with this, when I move ahead with this question, there are 3 boxes. Okay, so there are 3 boxes. Let's put our focus on these 3 boxes. Box 1, which contains 3 cards numbered from 1 to 3. Box 2, there is box 2, which contains 5 cards from 1 to 5. And box 3, which contains 7 cards from 1 to 7. Everybody getting this? Now, what is the question? The question says a card is drawn from each of these boxes. So from all these 3 boxes, box 1, box 2, box 3, 1 card is taken out. Now, when a card is taken out, let xi be the number on the card drawn from the ith box. Of course, x1, x2, x3 are the 3 cards. x1 I have taken out from the box 1. x2 I have taken out from the box 2, x3 I have taken out from this box 3. So first of all, you have gotten this clarity that x1 is being picked from these 3 numbers 1, 2, 3. x2 is being picked from these numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. and x3 is being picked from these numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are the numbers I'm having. Everybody getting this? Now from here, pay attention to this part. What is it saying? The probability that x1, x2, x3 are in AP. So if somebody says that x1, x2, x3 are in AP, do we not know that, sir, x2 will be the arithmetic mean of x1 and x3? x2 will clearly be the arithmetic mean of x1 and x3. What does it mean? It means that, sir, x2 could be any number, even or odd. x2 could be any number, even or odd, but 2 times x2 is going to be even. So I know for sure that the left hand side is definitely even. Left hand side is definitely even. What does it mean? So if left hand side is fixed as an even number, now what I need to ensure is that the right hand side should also remain an even number, which is eventually a sum of two numbers. So this means what? Sir, both of these numbers should be either even or both of these numbers should be odd. Getting it? Because even plus even is even, or odd plus odd is even. That's brilliant, Tanisha. That's very good. So with that, can I not finally conclude that, sir, it is simply boiling down to a simple fact that you need to check this condition, whether both of them are either even or odd. Now, where am I picking this x1 from? Sir, x1 is being picked from these three numbers. So first case, when it is even can be taken in one way only. So it is 1. I hope you're understanding. And x3 should also be even, so that can be picked in this way only, which is what? Which is total number of ways. I hope you're understanding. Total are 7, out of which even will be 2, 4, 6. I hope you're getting it. So there are 3 ways here. Everybody getting this? All the participants. With this, the second part, or means addition only. I hope you get this. Second part, where both of the numbers are odd. So odd means what? I can pick odd from the first box in 2 ways. I hope you're getting it. 2C1, and I need to pick an odd number from the third box as well. So there are how many odd numbers? 4, 1, 3, 5 and 7. So 4C1, that is 4. So I hope you got this. 3 plus 8. 3 plus 8. How much is this? I hope 3 plus 8. It is clearly 11. So 11 are the ways, 11 are the number of ways in which I'll be having an AP here. Sir, how can you be so sure without even checking these numbers that these will be those 11 cases only? I am telling you with such an utmost confidence, because even if you check it for the extreme cases, let's say I take the lowest value here. Let's say I take 2 even lowest value, 1 and 1 from here. 1 plus 1 means what? 2. So RHS is 2. So 2x2 is 2. So x2 should be what? 1. Can x2 not be 1? These values 1 to 5 are clearly between this and this value only. 1 to 5 means what? I hope you're understanding. Even if I take the extreme values, let's say odd and odd, the largest extreme value here is 3. The largest extreme odd value is 7. So 7 plus 3 is what? 10. So sum out here is 10. Can I get a value of x2 here so that it can be 10? Yes. 10 by 2 is 5. So x2 can be 5. So all I'm really simply saying is a simple fact that all of these 11 ways are possible ways. I need not bother about calculating those cases manually. Or even if you wish to verify, I'll simply say or suggest that check the boundary conditions. Check it on the extremes. That will be the most best suitable idea here. So I hope you get this. You get this, that 11 is my favorable cases when I am getting x1, x2, x3 in such a manner that they are forming an AP. Did you all get this? Did you all understand this? Now from here, what I do is, I am told the probability that they are in AP, then the probability is what they're asking. Okay, so this is a question on probability. So now this is my favorable cases, which is 11 divided by total number of cases. So of course it is really simple. From first box, a card can be taken out in 3C1 ways. From second box, a card can be taken out in 5C1 ways. From third box, a card can be taken out in 7C1 ways. And that's your answer. 15 into 7, that is clearly 105. So 11 by 105, option C will be your final correct answer. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. That's very good. From here, let's move ahead with the next question. What do we see? Again, an insightful question, a very good question. This is a question from definite integration. A very good question, I'll say. A really good question, I'll say. And it will give you a lot of clarity, a lot of insights on what we are saying are needed for your JEE Advanced examination. Again, this may look a little tough or a tricky question, but again, if you just pay attention to the core idea of this question, you will again solve it very soon. Now, let me try and help you out with this. First of all, fx is defined from 0 to 1, 0 to pi by 2, 0 to 1. G is also from 0 to pi by 2, 0 to infinity. Okay, brilliant, great. With this, I am told that this is the function g of x, this is the function f of x. Okay, cool, great. Now what? Now, I will say I need to define fx into gx from 0 to pi by 2, this integration is needed to be done. If from 0 to pi by 2, this integration is needed to be done, can I not say that fx and gx, if I look for which are sine square x in this, I think with this, if I try to work out the King's property, I think I will be in a position to work out something more interesting here. So before I apply King's directly here, let me split it here and let me try and define. Of course, King's, when I apply this expression, this integral, which I am given as 16 by x cube from 0 to pi by 2. What is f of x? It is clearly sine square x. What is g of x? It is under root over pi x by 2 minus x square dx. So from here, all I'm saying is that if I apply King's property here, pay attention to this part here, students. It is again a very simple question. Integration is not something you should be scared of. Trust me. All I'm saying is that let me apply King's property here. So sine square pi by 2 minus x. Sine square pi by 2 minus x is clearly cos square x. So I will be 16 by x cube, and that is integration from 0 to pi by 2 cos square x. Now inside this, pay attention to this part. What am I doing? Sir, x is being replaced by pi by 2 minus x. Pay attention to that part. So this part I'm solving separately. I'm trying to tell you the value of g of pi by 2 minus x, right? I'm applying King's 0 plus pi by 2 minus x. So there g of pi by 2 minus x will be under root over pi by 2 times pi by 2 minus x, pi by 2 times pi by 2 minus x minus pi by 2 minus x whole square. Correct me if I'm wrong. All the participants, did you all get this? G of pi by 2 minus x. Great. With this is pi by 2 times pi by 2 minus x minus pi by 2 minus x whole square. Now, if I simplify this, shall I do it on the next page? Let me do it here so that we can save this page here. Here. Hold on for a while, students. What am I going to do here is a simple part here, that here, if I simplify this, it gives you pi by 2, that is pi by 2 whole square, and that is minus x times pi by 2, and here it is minus of, again, pi by 2 whole square, then you have plus x square, but because of it, it will be minus x square, and then the next thing will be, pay attention to this part, it will be minus, but because of this minus, it will be plus 2 times x times pi by 2. Everybody got this, or shall I repeat this part? All the participants. Now with this, what is the advantage of this or point of this? I'll simply say this, that this pi square by 2 is getting cancelled. And from x pi by 2, this is also x pi by 2, but it is double of it. So if it is cancelled, if this nullifies this is what you are left with. So again, it is x pi by 2 minus x square. Everybody got this, or shall I re-explain this part? All the participants. So it is going to be x pi by 2 minus x square. So g of pi by 2 minus x is clearly nothing but what? It is again x pi by 2 minus x square. What is it? It is again nothing but g of x. So instead of doing it there, I'm again rewriting this, that this I is also going to be that expression only, which is same means x pi by 2 minus x square dx. Now, all I'm saying is that if I have applied King's, what I do next is I hope you to remember the same process we have been doing. We must have done it a lot many times. This I plus I, it will give me 2i on the left hand side. So this gives me 2i on the left hand side. Now, 16 by x cube, that stays outside. I think there is a typing error here possibly. It's not 16 by x cube, it should have been 16 by pi cube. Let me check it, because ultimately it should be pi cube. So there is a small correction here. It should be pi cube. I'll do it in the end. We'll check it for the answer. If we don't get the numerical value, I'll do it. But of course, we're supposed to do it. I know it. So here, it should be 16 by x cube, or rather I should replace it here only. So this is a simple error or a correction here. Let me make that correction here. Hold on for a while, students. This should have been pi cube. So this is pi cube, this is also pi cube, and where else? This is also pi cube, and there also I'll be putting it as pi cube. Everyone comfortable with whatever I've done so far? So I hope you're understanding. This part and this part is absolutely identical. So I'll be left with sine square x plus cos square x, that becomes 1. So there it becomes 0 to pi by 2, and this becomes pi x by 2 minus x square dx. Now again there are two ways. There are two ways of doing it. Which two ways of doing it? One of the ways of doing it is that, sir, you introduce this integration formula under root a square minus x square. I hope you remember that. Or let's say if you want to avoid it and if you are seeing something more interesting here, first of all, of course, this is still not as under root a square minus x square. I still got to convert it into a perfect square, and then I'll be seeing it as or taking it as a square minus a square x square. So let me try and convert it into a perfect square. I hope everyone is getting it comfortably. How should we do it? Now let's pay attention to that part. I hope everyone is paying attention to this question and you all are getting what are we doing here with this question. So all I'm saying is that forget this entire question. I'm trying to simplify this pi x by 2 minus x square. So this is your pi x by 2 minus x square. If I take negative sign common, so what will I be left with? I'll be left with x square minus pi x by 2. Everybody got this? Now I'll be converting into perfect square. So it is a square. This will be minus 2ab. So if it is minus 2ab, let me introduce a 2 here. So a 2 should be introduced here as well, which means 2 into 2 should become 4. So a square minus 2ab. So what is b? Sir, b is pi by 4. So it should be b square as well. So it should be pi by 4 square, which I have added here. Technically, I hope in this expression, all of you must be realizing that pi by 4 whole square is being subtracted, because technically it is minus outside. So I got to add pi by 4 whole square here. I mean, this expression which we are given is like this only, and this when simplified further clearly looks like what? Looks like a better version of it, which is pi by 4 whole square, which I'm keeping here as it is. So pi by 4 whole square minus, this is a minus b whole square, which is x minus pi by 4 whole square. Did you all get this? Did you all understand this? Now this looks like a square minus x square, and that we know how to crack. So this question becomes what? 2i. Can I take this 2i, 2 there, and I becomes what? 8 by pi cube times 0 to pi by 2 of this integral. Pay attention to this part. This integral is what? This integral is pi by 4 square. This integral is pi by 4 square minus x minus pi by 4 square. Now I want you all to pay attention to something very insightful and interesting here. Let's say I don't want to apply under root a square minus x square formula or identity here. Then what should we do, or what can we do? I am saying just look at this part. Is it not something which you must have seen earlier as well? Sir, how are you saying this? I am saying, is it not looking like a branch of a circle? I repeat this part. Technically, the integral which we are dealing with is this. So inside that integral sign, this is what we are dealing with. This is what we are dealing with. Let me call it as y. So if I call it as y for a while, what do we see? Sir, y square is equal to this. So if I take it to the other side, it becomes what? If I square both the sides and rearrange, does it not look like x minus pi by 2 whole square plus y square is equal to, sorry, it's not pi by 2, it is pi by 4 is equal to pi by 4 square. Is it simply not a circle? Is it simply not a circle? And when I put an under root sign on it, so I am looking for its upper branch, one of the branches technically. So there I'm trying to give you a simple idea or a very straightforward idea. Look at this expression. We are simply trying to solve this expression. We are simply trying to solve this expression where it is 8 by pi cube 0 to pi by 2 integration of y. Sir, why are you doing all this? Because I want you to give you a different perspective of solving the problems instead of always applying the formula, which is always doable. But let's try not to do that here. This is a square minus x square inside an under root sign. So what I do next is I will say 0 to pi by 2. Now try and visualize this circle. Try and visualize this circle. This circle centered at pi by 4 comma 0, having radius pi by 4. So this is pi by 4 distance means what? 0 comma 0. This distance is pi by 4. This distance is also pi by 4. So this distance is pi by 2 comma 0. So on the left of it, there will be 0 comma 0, pi by 4 distance away of it. Pi by 4 distance on the right of it, it will be pi by 2 comma 0. And this is how this circle will be formed. So if I'm integrating it from 0 to pi by 2, inside an under root sign, am I not looking for the upper branch of it? Which means if this is the x-axis, I am looking for this semicircle's area. I am looking for this semicircle's area. Now, if I am looking for this semicircle's area, then I think I know that without even applying this definite integral formula, under root a square minus x square. Did you all get that? You can always apply x by 2 under root a square minus x square plus a square by 2 sine inverse x by a. That is always in your hand. But I am saying, why should you do that? Should you not directly say that this is the semicircle's area? Now, what does it mean? Sir, pi r square by 2. What is r? R is pi by 4. So, this expression's value here will be what? It will be pi r square. R is what? Pi by 4 whole square. Whole divided by 2. Into what? Into this expression which is there, 8 pi cube. So, 8 by pi cube is also what you should append with this 8 by pi cube times. This is pi square, which is how much? Which is pi cube there. This is 4 square, which is 16. 16 into 2 is 32. So 8 and 4. So I think we have gotten the answer. Pi cube are cancelled. My answer will be 1 by 4. My answer finally will be 1 by 4. So the answer to this question should be 1 by 4, which you can also say for IT JEE Advanced 0.25. Everybody got this. Everybody understood this. Shall I re-explain this? Any part of this question which is not understood by you? And are you not understanding that this question could be done with this simple idea that under root a square minus x square you could think of? But instead of applying that, you should have thought of something like this, which gives you a totally different perspective here. Great. With this, let's move towards the next question for the day. Here we are with the next question. Let's try and solve this. Again, one of the most phenomenal questions for the day. This question mixes the chapter functional definitions, concept of the chapter functions, which is functional definitions, and somewhat sequence and series as well. One of the best questions of your today's discussion. I'll definitely vouch for this. Sir, how do we solve this question? Let's talk about that. First of all, R denote, of course, FR to R, Fx is positive, X belongs to R. The crux here is that Fx plus Y is Fx into Fy for all xy which are real. So if x plus y is Fx Fy, what does it mean? If I take Fx as p to the power x, I hope you remember, for an exponential function, this is what is true. So from this functional definition, I can take f of x as p to the power x. Do you all agree with me on this? Now, what I do next is, from here, let the real numbers a1, a2, a3 until a50 are in AP. If they are in AP, now if they are in AP, and if I take them in exponent form, which means if I talk about PA1, if I talk about PA2 until this numbers PA50, let's say for a while, all of this, do you not think will be in a GP? We have studied this in sequence and series that if terms are in GP and if you take their logarithm, they'll be in AP. So it's vice versa is also true, which means if there are terms in AP and you take anti-log means what? You take their anti-log, which means you take those values to a certain number's power or exponents. So that expression or those terms are in a GP. How many of you are aware of this fact? Give me a quick update on that. So if you all have gotten that clarity, I think the question is done. Let me begin with this first data in my mind. FA31 is equals to 64 times FA25. Good, Deepak. That's brilliant. So with this, I'll simply apply this property. FA31. All of these numbers are in AP. So first term is A1. Let me call it A for a while. The common difference I'm taking is D, which we all know is nothing. The common difference here. So that A and D I have taken here. I hope no confusion on that if I do so. With that, how do we write FA31? FA31 means what? F of x is this. So I need to write FA31. So this is PA31 is equals to 64 PA25. I hope no confusion on that. If I take this PA25 here, it will be divided by PA25. So division means what? Base are same. It will become like this, and that is equals to 64. Now A31, that is the 31th term of this AP. A25, 25th term of this AP. So this will be A plus 31D, and this will be minus A plus, sorry, it's not 31D, I'm really sorry, it's 30D. So it's 30D, and this is minus A minus 24D, and this all is raised as a power of P. Shall I repeat this part? And this is 64. Now from here, what I get next is, pay attention to this part here. A is A cancelled, 30 and 24 is 6. So this is P to the power 6d. So 6 is coming into picture. 64 can I write as 2 to the power 6 because 32 is 2 to the power 5. With that here, all I'm saying is that p to the power d here, p to the power d here is raised to the power 6 is 2 to the power 6. So without any hesitation, I can go with this comparison here and I can say that p to the power d here will be 2, which is actually the common ratio of that GP. Which GP? Sir, p to the power a1, p to the power a2, p to the power a3, all of these terms were in a GP. Did I not tell you that? And that GP will have the common ratio as p to the power d, which is 2. Everybody with me on this so far? No confusion on whatever is told to you. Now with this, when I move ahead from here, let's talk about the next conclusion. The next conclusion is given as this. Let's talk about that as well. I hope everybody is with me on this. So far, whatever we have concluded. So we have this conclusion in mind that p to the power d is 2. Let me write it separately here. P to the power d is 2. That is what we have concluded. Now the next result will be forming with the help of the second data given to us. Summation of f of ai. What is f of ai? From I1 to 50. That means what? P to the power a1 plus p to the power a2 until p to the power a50 is given as this expression. Let me try and simplify this. When I say a1, so shall I not say that this is p to the power a? When I say a2, this is p to the power a plus d. When I say a3, this is p to the power a plus 2d, and so on until when I write the final value, a50, that is p to the power a plus 49d. Can I not say that, sir, you can take p to the power a common? So when I'm taking p to the power a common, or outside, I'll be left with what? I hope whatever I'm doing here is very well understood by you all. So when I have taken p to the power a common, I'll be left with here as 1. Then this becomes what? P to the power d. This becomes p to the power 2d, or I can say p to the power d whole square, and so on until the final term, which is p to the power 49d. If you want a break, you can take a break. Don't hesitate in taking a break, Tanisha. Definitely you can. You are allowed to. You don't have to wait or look for my permission here. Now, I hope you're understanding. This clearly looks like a GP. I hope you're understanding. The common ratio is p to the power d. That's exactly what I was talking about. That's exactly what I was mentioning here. So with that idea, when I move ahead, this p to the power a stays outside. I'll be writing it as p to the power a outside. Then the first term is 1, which you could have done with this as well. But to look or make it simpler, I have done this deliberately. Now, this r to the power n, what is r? Sir, r is p to the power d. So if r is p to the power d, what is d? What is p to the power d? That is 2. So r to the power n means 2 to the power n. What is n? Number of terms. So number of terms are clearly 50. Number of terms are clearly 50. I hope you can see that. So 2 to the power n minus 1 upon r minus 1, which is 2 minus 1. So this is what you get. This is what you get. Sir, what is the advantage or point of this? Let me tell you the advantage or point of this by simplifying it further. Sir, how do we simplify it further? Have patience. I'll be doing it. When you attempt the JEE paper, you will be seeing the mixture of both easy and moderate, both category of questions. So when we talk about a mock, it should consist of all category of questions. So you should not always look for tougher questions only as a JEE Advanced aspirant. We totally appreciate your enthusiasm, excitement, but you should go for all category of questions, right? The philosophy is really simple. Go for the easy and moderate ones. Don't try to satisfy your ego there. As the aspirant of JEE Advanced, you all are smart enough to understand that as a fact. Now this value, we are given as this value. So let me write this equal to what? 3 times 2 to the power 25 plus 1. Comfortable with this, everyone? Comfortable with this, everyone? Now, when I move ahead from here, I hope you can see this clearly. 2 minus 1 is 1, so I need not bother about that part. I'll keep it like this. 2 to the power 50 minus 1. If I apply a square minus b square, can I not say this becomes p to the power a, 2 to the power 25 minus 1 and 2 to the power 25 plus 1. Can I not write it like this? 2 to the power 25 whole square minus 1 square. So a square minus b square. So a minus b, a plus b. Good, good, good. So with that, this on the right hand side is equal to 3 times 2 to the power 25 plus 1. And there I see something really interesting happening. 25 plus 1, 25 plus 1, that gets cancelled. So I get the first term, which is p to the power a as 3 by 2 to the power 25 minus 1. But the job is not done yet. The job is not done yet. Everybody understood that part, or shall I give you more clarity on that? All the participants, are you all there with me? So this is our expression now. What is p to the power a? This is the first term. I hope you remember p to the power a means p to the power a1. So that is your first f of a1. Now let's talk about the question. So I have gotten one more information, this information. Now what? Now I'm coming to the part which is the last step regarding solving this question. How are we going to solve this question? Let's pay attention to that part. This question is asking you the value of this expression. What is it? Sir, f of a6, f of a7, f of a8 until f of a30. Good, Deepak, that's brilliant. So if I am interested in these values, shall I not say the first term is f of a6, the first term is f of a6, and it is going till the last term which is f of a30. And I know how to write this. F of a6 means what? P to the power a6, I hope you're getting it, plus p to the power a7 and so on until p to the power a30. Now one thing you are clearly understanding, again, this is again going to be a GP which has first term as this, and it has total number of terms 30 minus 6 24 plus 1 25. So there are total 25 terms here. So n will be 25 in this expansion. So now if I take, I hope you're understanding, a6 I can write as what? A plus 5d. So this will be a plus 5d. A7 will be what? A plus 6d, and so on. I hope no confusion on that. And then a30 will be a plus what? 29d. No confusion on whatever I've done so far. So can I take a plus 5d common? Can I take a plus 5d common or not? That I can begin with this also. This is still that same GP which has p to the power d as its common ratio. Now, if I wish to write its sum of these 25 terms, the first term is p to the power a plus 5d times r to the power n minus 1. What is r? R is this. This is your common ratio p to the power d, which is 2. So 2 to the power n minus 1. N is what? 25 minus 1 divided by r minus 1, which is 2 minus 1. So that is 1. So I need not write that. But sir, do we know the value of this expression? Yes, we do know. How? Because p to the power a plus 5d can I not write as p to the power a as it is, and into p to the power 5d, that I can write as p to the power d raised to the power 5 times this, which is 2 to the power 25 minus 1. Everybody got that? Everybody understood that? All the participants. Now I think we have all the values. P to the power a is this. So if I replace p to the power a by this, 3 will be there in the numerator. 20 to the power 25 minus 1 will be in the denominator. That gets cancelled by this. Shall I not say this and this when vanish? Leave you with a 3 here. Leave you with a 3 here. And what is p to the power d? So p to the power d is 2. So it is 2 to the power 5. 2 to the power 5 is 32. So this is 3 into 32, which is 96. That's your final answer to this question. Shall I give you more clarity on this, or everybody got a decent understanding on this, that how are you supposed to solve this category of questions? I told you this is one of the best questions. And yes, indeed, it was a simple question, a doable one, but it was lengthy in nature, and that's what IDJ does to you. So question was simple, language was understandable. If you simply knew these two properties, if terms are in AP, their anti-logs will be in GP. If terms are in GP, their logs will be in AP. Simple fact we applied. Now, from here, let me move towards the next question. This question is what we'll be solving now. So shall we try this question? Great, brilliant. This one, if I now look at, what does it say? Let the function r to r be defined by this expression. Okay. Then the number of solutions of f of x is equal to 0 in R is. So how many solutions does it have? One thing which I am wanting you all to pay attention to is that, sir, x to the power this, this and this, x to the power this and this and this is same. Similarly, e to the power pi x is there and there, and this x square minus x plus 3 is also there and there. So why should I write it separately? Why can I not club it? So if I'm clubbing it together, what result do I attain? Let's talk about that part. Pay attention to this. So when I club it together, I'll say f of x is going to be sin x plus 2. F of x will be sin x plus 2 whole divided by e to the power pi x times, in the numerator it is x to the power 2023 plus 2024x plus 2025 whole divided by x square minus x plus 3. Everybody got this, or shall I re-explain this? This is a better simplified version of f of x. Everybody with me on this? So far, I hope there is no confusion on that. Now, the next part I am wanting you all to pay attention to is, now, when I put f of x is equal to 0, because we are interested in finding the number of solutions. Let's say I am interested in finding the solutions that when do we see f of x to be 0. So let's look at this expression. Let's look at this expression. If I want it to be 0, when does it become 0? Can you tell me that, sir, sin x plus 2, no matter what happens, will never be 0? Because if you are saying that sin x plus 2 is 0, that means you are saying sin x is minus 2. We know sin x is between minus 1 and 1. That cannot happen. So this is absolutely false. So this cannot be 0. So this is not giving you any root. What about e to the power pi x, students? I hope you know e to the power pi x. Clearly an exponent function. It never becomes 0. So there also I'm not, and of course, I'm really sorry, I did not notice. It is there in the denominator. So it is also not supposed to be 0. Let me check this also. So this of course cannot be 0, but its discriminant is what I'm verifying. So b square is 1 minus 4 into 3, that's 12, that is negative. So of course it is always positive. Everything is sorted except for this part, which is clearly a polynomial, of degree 2023. So some of you might say that the total number of roots, it can have 2023. I also am agreeing with that. But pay attention to this part. It is an odd degree polynomial. So minimum number of real roots will be 1. Sir, how do we work out the total number of roots, the total number of real roots? Because they are asking you the total number of real roots. Solutions means what? Total number of real roots. So ultimately, we are concluding that this is what will be deciding it. What? This expression. Which expression, students? This part only, right? So everything else apart from this doesn't matter in this question. This is what matters now. This will be the only factor which will be deciding whether it will have roots or not. So now, this, let's say, is our expression. Let's call it any function. Let's call it g of x for a while. So if I find this gx roots or solutions, I'll be in a position to conclude how many roots I'm going to get. So let me try and find g dash x. Let me try and find out its nature. So it will be 2023 x to the power 2022 plus 2024 plus 0. Now x raised to an even power, that is always greater than 0. This is plus 2024. So shall I not say g dash x is greater than 0? That means this expression gx is clearly a strictly increasing function. This is strictly increasing function, but this is a function of odd degree. This is a function of odd degree, which means it is an odd degree polynomial. So a odd degree polynomial which is strictly increasing, that means what? Minus infinity to infinity. So if it is going from minus infinity to infinity, it is bound to intersect x-axis at least or exactly once, because it is strictly increasing. So it will be intersecting x-axis at exactly one place. Did you all get that, or shall I re-explain that part? All the participants in the chat box, give me a quick thumbs up. Quickly, everyone. So shall I not say the total number of solutions of this expression will be only in exactly 1? Easy it was, simple it was, doable it was. That's exactly why I'm constantly emphasizing focus on those 35% of the questions which are either easy or moderate. Easy means they can be conceptually easy, or conceptually easy and lengthy in calculation. Moderate means they could be conceptually moderate or conceptually easy but very lengthy in calculation. Trust me, with these 35% of the questions, you can on any day in JEE Advanced have a rank under 10,000. Have a rank under 10,000. And trust me, with 40% of your accuracy or doodle marks, with 100% accuracy, you can definitely have a rank under 5,000. But it is not that easy. You also know that. If the tag of IDJ matters to you in your life, you want to have that. So you should be working on that in this manner only. Shall we talk about the next question here? What does it say? A and B are two non-zero real numbers. Coefficient of x to the power 5. Yes, that with rank under 5,000, you'll definitely get something decent, Santosh. Now it is up to you. How are you working on it? If the coefficient of x to the power 5 in the expansion of this is equal to the coefficient of x to the power minus 5 in the expansion of this, then the value of 2b, right? Now, let me write the general term here, the general term of this. So if I'm writing the general term here, tr plus 1, let's say, what will it be? It will be, of course, ncr. What is n? N is clearly 4, so it should be 4cr. This ax square raised to the power 4 minus r, and this what? 70 upon 27 bx raised to the power r. Everybody got this? All the participants. Now, if I wish to find the coefficient, or the rather the power of x, so let me write what will I get as the power of x in terms of r from here. So I'll say that here it will be x to the power 4 into 2, 8 minus 2r, and here it will be x to the power minus r, which is minus r. Did you all get this, or shall I repeat this? All I'm saying is x to the power 8 minus 2r, and here it will be x to the power minus r. But I want this power to be 5. I want this power to be 5. So if I want this power to be 5, let us put it equal to 5. So there, what I get is minus 3r is equal to 3. I mean, this minus 3r goes to the other side, 3r is equals to 3. So there, if 3r is equals to 3, we conclude r is equals to 1. So there, I now find the coefficient here in this expression's expansion, where x to the power 5's coefficient is what we are interested in. So if I replace r by 1, it will be 4c1. 4c1 is 4 into a x square to the power 4 minus 1, that is 3, into 70 upon 27b x to the power 1. But I am interested in the coefficient of x to the power 5. So can I get rid of these terms? This means x square term and this x. So let me rewrite it one more time without this x. So this will be 4c1, which is 4. This will be a to the power 4 minus 1, 4 minus 1, right? 4 minus 1. So that is 3. And this is 70 by 27b whole raised to the power r. What is r? R is 1. So this is your coefficient of x to the power 5 in the expansion of this. Now let me talk about the other binomial expressions expansion, and there also we need to find the coefficient of x to the power minus 5 in that. Okay, so let's quickly talk about that as well. I hope you're paying attention to that. So that expression's general term, let's call it t dash r plus 1, will be given by ncr. What is n? N is 7, 7cr x to the power, or rather it is ax, so ax to the power 7 minus r times minus 1 can I keep outside, so minus 1 to the power r I'm keeping outside, and then you have 1 by bx square, so 1 by bx square raised to the power r. Everybody got this, or shall I re-explain this? ncr, this raised to the power 7 minus r, and this raised to the power r. Now with this, when I move ahead from here, what I now get is, let's say here we need to find the power of x to be minus 5. So let me write the power of x here in terms of r. What do I get? Sir, x to the power 7 minus r, so I get 7 minus r from here. And this is x to the power minus 2r, so this is x to the power minus 2r from here. I repeat, x to the power 7 minus r and x to the power minus 2r from here. Sir, x is minus 5. No, x is not minus 5 ohms, Hiram. Coefficient of x to the power minus 5 is needed to be worked out. Good, good. With that, simple, that's brilliant. I'm glad you are telling me the answer. This is needed to be kept equal to minus 5. So this value should be put equal to minus 5. So 7 plus 5 is 12. 12 is equal to 3r. With that, I get r as 4. With that, I get r as 4. So if I have gotten r as 4, I think I will again be in a position to talk about the coefficient of x to the power minus 5 in this, because all I got to do is replace r by 4. So it should be 7c4. This is ax. Of course, I need not take x. This is a to the power 7 minus 4, which is 3. And this is 1 by b. Minus 1 to the power 4 will be plus 1, so I need not bother about that. This will be 1 by b. 1 by b raised to the power r, which is 4. Did you all get this? Sir, could you please tell me if there are second droppers for JEE Mains in Kota, as I'm planning a second drop and thinking to come Kota, tier 1 and 90 percentile. Great, great. You can go for it. All you need to ensure is that you have that 12th percentage fulfilling criteria as well, being justified or satisfied for the consideration. into IITs or NITs. Of course, for NITs here at this stage. Now, this here is your coefficient, and that there is also your coefficient. Now, what are we told? That those coefficients are equal. So this means this expression over here is equal to that expression, which is 7C4. What is 7C4? We know it is 7C3. What is 7C3? 765 divided by 321, which is 7 into 5. This is a cube divided by b to the power 4. So 7 into 5, a to the power 3, b to the power 4. So it should be equal to 7 into 5, that is 35, times a cube divided by b to the power 4. Correct me if I'm wrong. Everybody understood that part, all the participants. So with that, I think I'm very much close to the final answer. A cube nullified, 3570 is double. And then what am I now left with? I think we are very close to the answer. This b to the power 4 is equals to, I think, 27 and 8 only. So this should be 27 and 8. I'm really sorry. This b is also there. So it's not b to the power 4. It should be b cube. So 3 by 2 plus 3 by 2 only. So finally, the value of b should be 3 by 2, which is of course 1.5. But 2b is what you're asked. So your answer should be 3. I hope everybody understood that. Everybody with me on this, all the participants. Again, an easy one, a straightforward one, a decent one, an absolutely doable one from the chapter binomial. So did you get this idea that if I'm talking about those conceptually easy and lengthy question, those are categorized as easy questions in JEE Advanced. And even if they're conceptually moderate or even conceptually easy and very lengthy in terms of calculation, those are categorized as moderate ones. These are the questions we are targeting in this session. And that's exactly what your strategy should be in JEE Advanced. That's exactly your strategy should be. I'm constantly emphasizing on that only. Do not satisfy your ego in this examination. Please don't focus on that. You don't have to do that at all. Now, let us talk about this. I am just checking the messages. Let me see whether Gaurav sir is waiting for me or not. So great. Okay. Now, with this, let's focus on this. Let the function, this is again a very good question, a phenomenally an excellent question, and this will give you again a lot of insights. What is this question? This question is based on functions, of course, first of all, understanding of functions. And then, of course, it is based on continuity and differentiability as well. But this uses the graphical part as well. What am I saying here is that this is that tricky question where you don't have to take it to a great length. You can solve it with some simple and decent efforts if you just understand the question. How and why? Let's focus on that. The first part, f is -1 to 1 r, g is -1 to r. That's the best part. They are restricting us to think between -1 to 1 only. So don't get confused or don't get frightened or scared by the complexity of the question. You should think it like this, that I don't have to search or look for a broader value of x. X is between -1 and 1 only. That's simplifies or narrows down to this problem to a very great smaller extent. Which means this is where fx is defined by this, okay, and gx is defined by this. Instead of writing it like this, can I not say it is fraction part of x? X minus g of x is fraction part of x. Then we are asked to deal with f of g of x, again between -1 and 1 only, okay. So this f of g of x is told to be discontinuous and non-differentiable. So this is discontinuous at d number of points and it is non-differentiable at c number of points, or opposite, I think I have said. At c number of points it is discontinuous and d number of points it is non-differentiable. So I need to find c plus d. So are you not thinking I simply need to find two things? The points at which it is discontinuous, the points at which it is non-differentiable. So continuity and differentiability. I am saying that instead of confusing it or complicating it, can I not try to draw its graph? Why? Because if I'm able to do so, I think by observing or analyzing the graph, I very clearly, without applying that continuity, left-hand limit, right-hand limit, or differentiability, that is again very complicated, I could crack it within seconds by just looking at its graph. So I'm going to put my efforts in plotting its graph, in drawing its graph, which will make it amazingly simpler and easier. Did you all get my point? With that, when I go ahead with this, what do I see here? First of all, g of x, I hope I can define as fraction part of x without any hesitation. So what are we asked? F of g of x. What will be f of g of x? Sir, f of x is this. So f of g of x here will be 2 times x should be replaced by g of x, which is fraction part of x, minus 1. Sorry. Plus modulus of 2 times fraction part of x plus 1 inside a modulus. This is your f of g of x, right? Now, all I'm going to say is a simple fact which you all should pay attention to is that here, if you could think of something really interesting, that let's try and plot its graph. Sir, how? We know that fraction part of x lies between 0 to 1. Even if it is multiplied with 2, it will be lying between 0 to 2. But if 1 is added to it, it will be lying from 1 to 3, which means this is always positive, which means I don't have to put an additional mod here. So I can keep it simple and sorted. But this part is still confusing. This part is still confusing. And how do we remove modulus? Sir, simple way. 2 times fraction part of x minus 1 will be negative sometimes, will be positive sometimes. So I'll categorize into 2 categories. Which 2 categories? First category when it is positive, second category when it is negative. So let me help you with the fraction part of x graph. First of all, I hope you know we now need to look between minus 1 and 1. That's the best part of this problem. So if I'm going between minus 1 and 1, I hope you very clearly know that graph of fraction part of x is really simple, where it goes like this and it goes like this. This is how the graph looks like between minus 1 and 1, the graph of fraction part of x. Now I am seeing that the removal of this modulus will come with this picture or consideration in mind that 2 times fraction part of x minus 1 should be 0, which means fraction part of x will be 1 by 2. So once it will be less than 1 by 2, the other scenario in which it will be greater than 1 by 2. So when this is less than 1 by 2, this will be negative. When this is greater than 1 by 2, it will be positive. So my removal of modulus part is also very simple. Technically, it is not as simple as it seems or looks, but still it is not very complicated. All I'm saying is that here, I am seeing that 1 by 2 would be somewhere here. 1 by 2 would definitely be somewhere here. Did you get this? So if 1 by 2 is somewhere here, pay attention to this part. Before 1 by 2, so this point over here is 1 by 2. This is of course 1. So this point here is of course minus 1 by 2 without any hesitation. And this point over here is plus 1 by 2. So now pay attention to this part. This is the most interesting part here. Pay attention to this. Shall I not say that when I'm willing to redefine it, I will be classifying it to 2 categories. So first part, when fraction part of x is less than 1 by 2. Second part, when fraction part of x is greater than equal to 1 by 2. What does it mean? Sir, when fraction part of x is less than 1 by 2, which means 2x minus 1 is negative. So if this is negative, it opens with the negative sign. So it becomes 1 minus 2 times of this. So here it becomes 1 minus 2 times fraction part of x plus 2 times fraction part of x plus 1, which means this and this are cancelled. It becomes nothing but what? 1 plus 1, 2. So this is left as 2. So f of g of x is simply 2 when fraction part of x is less than 1 by 2. Are you all getting this? Second conclusion. Fraction part of x is greater than 1 by 2. Okay. So when it is greater than 1 by 2, this 2x minus 1, 2 times fraction part of x minus 1 is positive. So if it is positive, this opens simply as it is. Modulus gets removed. So 2x minus 1, 2x minus 1, 1 and 1 are cancelled. It is 2x, 2x, which is 4. X basically is fraction part of x. But it is still not in a very much or very well organized form. So can I make it more simpler? I will, I can. How? Let's try and do that. I hope so far whatever I've done or explained is very well understood by everyone. No confusion on whatever I've done. Everybody with me on this. So if I try to restructure it or redraw it, what happens now? Look at this part. Look at this part. I am going to draw this f of g of x. This is nothing but what? F of g of x. Let me redefine it. I am trying to draw its graph between minus 1 and 1. Between minus 1 and 1. But what the possibility I'm seeing is that fraction part of x is less than 1 by 2. So between minus 1 and minus 1 by 2, between minus 1 by 2 to 0, between 0 to 1 by 2, and between 1 by 2 to 1, what is happening here? Between minus 1 to 1 by 2, between minus 1 by 2 to minus 1 to 1 by 2, fraction part of x is less than 1 by 2. So I hope you're understanding. I'll be taking this portion. I hope you're comfortably getting this, all the participants. Or shall I repeat this part? So with this, when fraction part of x is less than 1 by 2, which means between minus 1 to minus 1 by 2, this is taking a definition 2. So let's say there is a value 2 here. So this is taking a value 2 like this, a constant function. The same fraction part of x is less than 1 by 2 for all the values between 0 to 1 by 2 as well. When x is from 0 to 1 by 2, fraction part of x is less than 1 by 2. So between 0 to 1 by 2, again this function will take this value only, which is the constant value 2. Did you all get this, all the participants? Everybody with me on this? I hope no confusion on that so far, but here you got to remember this fact that this 1 by 2 is not included, which means this point here should be excluded like this. Although whether it will get included or not, or it will become continuous or not, that will be decided with this definition, but I hope there is no confusion on that so far. Now look at this. Fraction part of x greater than 1 by 2. So when fraction part of x is greater than 1 by 2, it behaves like this only. There's this fraction part of x, but it is 4 times of it. So here, if it was from 1 by 2 to 1, 4 times of it will be 2 to 4. 4 times of 1 by 2 is 2. 4 times of 1 is 4. So it is 2 to 4. So I hope understanding it is 2. So there is a point 4. So it will be from here to here. Everybody getting this? So at 0 again, I hope you're understanding, this point will be here. So this is discontinuous here at this point. Everybody getting this? All the participants. And similarly, the same definition between 1 by 2 to 1, between 1 by 2 to 1, it is again fraction part of x only. That means again it is 4 times of fraction part of x. So that means again it is taking the values from 2 to 4. So it is again taking this definition right here. Shall I give you a clarity on this, or have you all gotten this? But again, here it becomes continuous. Here it becomes continuous because the left hand limit, right hand limit, and the value of the function approaches the same value. So although it was eliminated from this definition, it got included in this definition, and there it made it continuous. But now, when I talk about its continuity and differentiability, I hope you got the answer. Sir, first of all, it is discontinuous at one point. So C was the discontinuity. So C is 1. Only 1.0, that is where it is discontinuous. But what about the number of points where it is non-differentiable? I'll say sharp turn here. So this is one of those points. Second sharp turn here. And this is the point where it is discontinuous. So of course it is non-differentiable. So 3 points are there where it is non-differentiable. So answer will be 4. Answer will be 4. Did you all get this? All the participants. Simple, and a lot of people are saying 5. I think answer will be 4. Clearly 4. Shall I re-explain that part? Everybody understood that? Let us move towards the next question. Let us solve the next question from here. What do we see as the next question? This one. Again, a very insightful one, a very good one, a very decent one, a very sorted one. Why 5? Can you come up with an explanation behind that? Here we are with the next question on this. For any positive integer n, Sn 0 to infinity r be defined by this. Now the moment you see this, can you not simplify this? Cot inverse of this expression. If I start simplifying this, I will take it as this is Sn x. I am simplifying this. So cot inverse of x is tan inverse 1 by x at 1. No, it wasn't discontinuous at 1. Okay, yes, I did not notice it. I'm really sorry. I did not notice it. At 1 also it is discontinuous. I'm really sorry. So this will be 2. This will be 2. I'm really sorry. So the answer will be 5. Good observation. I completely forgot. Let me check whether it open interval or closed. It is open. So the answer will be still be 4. Why? Because it is open interval. This is not closed. They are not including 1. Had it been closed, I would have checked the continuity at 1. Since it is open, it will be excluded. This point 1 should not be considered. -1 and 1 are excluded. So I'm checking it in open interval. So when you check the continuity in open interval, you don't check the continuity on the left hand side and right hand side. Did you all get that? Did you all get that? -1 and 1 are not included in its domain. So why should I check its continuity or differentiability at -1 and 1? Did you all get the answer here? Now, moving ahead with this, let me now talk about this question which we were discussing here. I am saying that this expression can be written as summation tan inverse. This becomes x divided by 1 plus k times k plus 1 times x square. I hope everybody with me on this. Now, one thing I want you all to pay attention to is that here I am wanting to convert it into a formula or an expression. What is that? The numerator, which is x, can I not write that numerator as k plus 1 times x minus kx? Sir, why did you do it? Because in the denominator also, this expression, for the simplicity, I can write as k plus 1 times x into kx. Sir, what is the advantage of it? I hope most of you must have witnessed or noticed the advantage of it. VN method, telescoping sum, which is very fondly used with this formula tan inverse A minus tan inverse V. So this is tan inverse A minus B upon 1 plus AB, which is tan inverse A minus tan inverse B. So this is summation of tan inverse A, which is k plus 1x minus tan inverse B, which is tan inverse kx. What is the summation? The summation is 1 to n. Summation is 1 to n. If you are not able to digest the next step from here or the next certain steps from here, you can do it, but I'll always suggest avoid doing it. Why? Because let's say when you put 1 here, so you'll get tan inverse 2x, then you'll get tan inverse x, then when you put 2 here, you'll get 3x, then 2x, but this will be minus. So this is how terms are getting cancelled. So first term from the last term and last term from the first term is what I'll be left with. I hope you are able to imagine or visualize what I'm trying to say here with the context of telescoping sum or VN method. Now with that, what is the advantage of this? What is the advantage of this, or what is the point of doing all this? Let's talk about that part. Pay attention here. This expression simply boils down to the simple fact which is equal to Snx. So Snx we finally receive as this k replaced by n, which is tan inverse n plus 1 x minus this k replaced by 1, which is tan inverse x. That's good black mystery. I hope everybody got this. So far, there's no confusion on whatever I've done so far. Sir, why are we doing this? What is the point of doing this? Let's talk about that. Let me define Snx in a more better format so that we can start verifying the options. You can start ahead with this stage only, but if you want to club it with the same formula, tan inverse A minus tan inverse V, which is tan inverse A minus B upon 1 plus AB, there also you can get it. So let me club it in a better format. So Snx, I write as tan inverse A minus B, which is n plus 1x minus x. So x and x are cancelled. It is nx in the numerator divided by 1 minus n plus 1x into x, which is n plus 1 x square. I'm really sorry, 1 plus a minus b upon 1 plus ab. N plus 1x minus x, so x and x are cancelled. Denominator 1 plus n plus 1x into x. So this is what your Snx. So either you take it as this or this, totally up to you. Everybody got this? Now let's check it one by one, option by option. Option A, S10. So if I'm finding S10, let me find S10. 10 means what? N should be replaced. N should be replaced by 10. So when I'm replacing n by 10, this is tan inverse, right? So this is tan inverse. Let me check it one more time because I'm seeing some problem here. This is incorrect. I'm clearly seeing it. S10 means what? Okay, it could be correct. Let me see this. S10, if I'm writing S10x. Hold on for a while. I'll do it separately so that we are going to check a lot of options from here. So first of all, S10x is what I need to write. S10x will be what? Tan inverse. The numerator is 10x divided by what? 1 plus 11x square. 1 plus 11x square. Did you all get this? Everybody, all the participants. That's good black mystery. Now from here, this does not match with this, but here you have a catch. What is the catch? If I convert it into cot inverse. So I hope when I convert it into cot inverse, S10x becomes what? Cot inverse of this reciprocal you take. So it becomes 1 plus 11x square upon 10x. So it still does not match with this, but do we still have more opportunities? I'll say one more choice we have. What is that choice? That choice is, can I not know or do I not know that here tan inverse x plus cot inverse x is pi by 2. So this cot inverse x I can write as pi by 2 minus tan inverse 1 plus 11x square by 10x. Although you could have done it within one step only, but if you are getting confused, this is how you see it. So first of all, option A is correct. What about option B? Let's check it for option B now. I hope no confusion on whatever we have done so far. Now let's quickly check it for option B. Option B, it says cot SNX. So this is tan inverse, right? So I am saying when n approaches infinity, cot of this. So when n approaches infinity, what happens to this? Let's talk about that. So when n approaches infinity, shall I simplify this? I think this looks more simpler. So when n approaches infinity, SNX, what happens to that? Let me talk about that. So when n approaches infinity, tan inverse infinity is what? Pi by 2. So this is pi by 2 minus this is what? Tan inverse x only, because n is approaching infinity. So this stays like that only. So pi by 2 minus tan inverse x is cot inverse x. So this becomes cot inverse x. But this is what you don't have to do. You need to take its cot. So cot of cot inverse x is x for all the real numbers, for all the positive numbers. So this is also true. So option A and B are true. Did you all get this, all the participants? I hope everybody is with me. Now let's talk about the third option, option C. S3x is equals to pi by 4 has root in 0 to infinity. Okay, let's talk about the third option. I hope nobody is confused with whatever I've done so far. Third option means what? S3x. What is S3x? If I replace n by 3, I'll have tan inverse of 3x divided by 1 plus 3 plus 1, 4. This is 4x square. This equal to, of course, I need to take this S3x is equals to pi by 4. So this is equal to pi by 4 means what? Tan of pi by 4 is 1. So if I take it there in your language, it will be 1. If I rearrange it, it is 4x square plus, 4x square minus 3x plus 1 is equal to 0. Now when I try to find out its roots, its root must lie between 0 to pi if option C is correct. Let me verify that. What I'll say here is that, sir, can you not do this? What am I asking you to do? That here, if I do what? Let me find its discriminant first. What is the discriminant? B square, which is 9, minus 4 into 4, that's 16, which is negative. So it does not have any real roots. So the point of saying that, sir, it will have its roots between 0 to pi is absolutely wrong. So option A, B are correct, C is false. What about option D? I think I cannot read option D because it is overlapped. So option D, I leave it up to you. When you receive its PDF, when you receive the PDF, you try option D by yourself. So when I have tried these three options, you must have gotten the idea that what or how should you check all of the options. And with MSQ, this is what you do. The problem is that partial marking is there. Let's say 4 options are there, out of which 3 are correct, A, B and D. But let's say you got A and B, but you are unsure about D. Then you should go with A and B. But taking a risk on D will put you in the -2 category. So +2 is better than -2. Duration is what? I'll take this class extend for another 10 more minutes, then Gaurav sir will join. So let me text this to Gaurav sir that I'll be ending in 10 minutes. Let me just text him. Hold on for a while. Give me a second, students. 3:20. Okay, so getting back to the discussion, pay attention to this part, students. I hope everybody got this. Sir, how do we receive this PDF? This PDF can be received by you by simply clicking on the link given in the description. That will redirect you to our WhatsApp channel. The WhatsApp channel has all these PDFs of these marathon sessions we are conducting. Now, I'll move towards the next question. Let's see what the next question unfolds here. So the next question is this, a very interesting, insightful, and a decent one. Let's focus on this question now. For a point P in the plane, let D1P, D2P be the distances of the point P from the lines this and this. Okay. The area of the region R. We'll talk about the second part. Let me talk about the first part. For a point P in the plane, this is the distance of point P from this. So let's say there is a point P. You can take it as h comma k, but I'll say take it as x comma y. So the distance of x comma y from this line will be what? Power of this point x comma y from this line inside a modular sign divided by under root a square plus b square, which is root 2. This is d1p. This is d1p. Distance of any point x comma y from this line x minus y will be this only. Now, distance of x comma y from this line x plus y will be what? It will be mod of x plus y divided by under root over a square plus b square, which is again root 2. Everybody understood that part, all the participants. Now, what am I told next? Sir, we are told or given that d1p plus d2p is between 2 to 4. It is between 2 to 4. So this is between 2 to 4. Everybody understood this conclusion. How did I bring this conclusion? How did I create this? What am I told? Area of the region are consisting of all points lying in the first quadrant. That's the best part. If they are in the first quadrant, one thing I know for sure is that x and y both are positive, which means x plus y will be positive. So there is no point of putting a modular sign over here. So the best thing I can do here is that I can get rid of this modular sign. Of course, one thing also you could have done, that root 2, you could have taken as LCM and you could have pushed them there. So when you push it there, it becomes what? Mod x minus y plus x plus y is greater than equal to 2 root 2 and less than equal to 4 root 2. Everybody got that conclusion. Now, sir, I need to talk about this point x minus y inside a mod. How do we deal with that? Okay, so let's talk about that part. Pay attention to it. I'll simply say a very simple conclusion you got to bring in consideration here is that x minus y. So there are two choices. X minus y, either it is greater than 0 or x minus y is less than 0. Everybody getting this? X minus y greater than 0 means what? X is greater than equal to y. Or x minus y less than 0 means what? X is less than y. Are we not talking with respect to the line y is equals to x? When I'm categorizing into two categories, either this can happen or that can happen. So am I not talking in the context of the straight line y is equals to x? Why am I talking about this? That here, this is the straight line, which is y is equals to x. So all the points below this line y is equals to x will have this condition satisfied. All the points above this line y is equals to x will have this condition getting satisfied. So I hope you're understanding. In the first quadrant, this is the region which is belonged by x greater than equal to y. This is the region which is belonged by x less than y. I hope no confusion on whatever I've said so far. Everybody getting that? Sir, why are we doing this? I am doing this because when x is greater than equal to y, this is x minus y. So y and y are cancelled. This is 2x. So this is 2x means what? 2x is lying between 2 root 2 to 4 root 2, which means x lies between root 2 to 2 root 2. This is what I am supposed to apply for this region. That means this part. Everybody with me on this so far? Now the second part. X less than y, which means this opens with the negative sign, which means y minus x. X and x are cancelled. Y plus y is 2y. So when 2y, 2 cancelled, are you not getting y lying between root 2 to 2 root 2? Sir, what are you exactly talking about? We are absolutely confused. We don't know what to do now. I am saying that have patience and pay attention to the part where I'm asking you to put your whole or complete attention to. Look at this part. I'll give you a very good insightful clarity that this is your y-axis, let's say for a while. This is your x-axis, let's say for a while. And here you have this as the straight line y is equals to x, as the straight line y is equals to x. Now, all I'm saying is that in this region, you got to apply this part. This is that region only, this region, where x is from root 2 to 2 root 2. So let's say x is equal to root 2. What is x is equals to root 2? Will you not say that this portion over here, this point over here is root 2. So x is equals to root 2 means align parallel to the y-axis. X is equals to 2 root 2. So let's say this is root 2. So this is 2 root 2. So x is equals to 2 root 2 will be a portion over here. So I am interested in finding the area between these two lines like this. But stop here. We got to find one more part where y is also from root 2 to root 2 in this region. So of course, if this is root 2, this will also be root 2 because this is the line y is equals to x. So this is also root 2, technically 0 comma root 2. This is root 2 comma 0 to root 2 comma 0. And similarly, since it is the line y is equals to x, this point over here will be 0 comma 2 root 2. So in this region, I got to find the area between these two lines. That means this. Did you all comfortably understand this, or shall I re-explain that part? Give me a quick update on this. Now, all I'm saying is a simple fact here, that this is what I need to work upon. I'll say, do you not think that this is clearly this bigger squares area minus this small squares area? So bigger square has side length 2 root 2. So bigger squares area will be 2 root 2 square minus smaller squares area will be this side length, which is root 2 square. So 2 root 2 is what? 4 into 2, 8. This is 2. 8 minus 2 is 6. That's your final answer. Black mystery, that's brilliant. What was your approach, by the way? How did you think or solve this? Everybody got this. Everybody understood this. I think it is already 3:20. I am handing it over to Gaurav sir. So physics part is done. I have done with math part, and now Gaurav sir will join with chemistry part. But before he joins, I hope you understand that this section's PDF notes can be availed by you by following our WhatsApp channel. You can follow our WhatsApp channel. And one more feature I want to discuss with you all is the feature of PyLens. This is an application developed by PW, which has phenomenal advantages. Which kind of phenomenal advantages I'm talking about? Pay attention to this part here. You can participate in polls. You can access the previous year's questions at absolutely no cost. You can create a quiz. You can get the short summary of it. You can get the mind map. You can access PDF previous year's questions and a lot more. Summary or doubts also you can ask. So a lot of features are there. Just because of this simple application PyLens, you can avail this. Whether you're a PW student or not, you don't have to pay a single penny. You can avail this feature by downloading this PyLens app from Google Play Store, or if you're watching it on your browser on your laptop, you can download it from Chrome Store. And you can get these benefits at absolutely no cost, whether you're a PW student or not. You have all of these at your fingertips. So I think we have discussed decent number of questions. I've tried giving you a lot of clarity for JEE Advanced. One point with which I'll be concluding my discussion is put your complete focus on cracking those 35% of the easy and moderate questions, which will definitely get you a rank under 10,000. Above this, it's a bonus. So that's your strategy, that's your target. So handing it over to Gaurav sir now. Thank you so much. You have been a great audience. I am calling Gaurav sir now. Let me see whether he has responded or not. Okay, so I am ending. He must be starting. Thank you so much, Siddhev. Practice a lot, practice more. Read, listen, speak. That's how you do. Okay, great. Good to have you. Thank you so much. Good day, everyone.
Good afternoon. I cannot still see myself. So that means the stream is still not switched. Just let me know, students, in the comment section if I'm clearly visible and audible. Yes, now I can see myself on the screen. So good afternoon, guys. How are you? Good afternoon, guys. How are you? So physics, mathematics done. I know you must be exhausted, but beta, if you're planning to give your advance, that too in most part of India, I do not know, but yes, this is, yeah. So good afternoon, everybody. But yes, the May, the heat of May is in most part of the India is, I do not know, because of the early rain. It is good, and rather not good for agriculture, but very good for your attempt, because you have to give your two papers on the same day. And trust me, the summer heat, the May heat actually makes your paper more difficult. So without further ado, let us start the process. So yes, good afternoon, Black Mystery. No sir, still okay, perfect, still energetic. Yes, you have to be, and this is the purpose. We are stretching this mock test sessions to an extent of more than 6 hours, because of the fact that beta, you need this level of practice. In fact, you will be giving your first paper 1, after that you have to hold, and after that you have to give your second paper. So it is a span of around 8 hours, so you have to be active, and therefore the practice also has to be done. Please maintain your body clock accordingly, because most of the students, they study late night, so in the afternoon they feel they I mean, the morning is not a morning for you. So please maintain your body clock. At least you still have 1 day in your hand, because beta, that changes the efficiency of the paper like anything. So yes, but eyes pain because radiation. Okay, I understand that, beta. Chalo beta. So hello everybody. Without wasting, I mean, what further, without wasting even a bit of our second, let us start to attempt the questions. The very first question is obviously a single correct, so I'll just be writing single correct questions. The option, you just have a read at the question, and the option is there in the next page. Yes, it's a paragraph, and this is the way JEE asks you to test your English by making you read the comprehension. So I hope you just write down the data points. Just write down the data points, guys. And your options are as follows. Shoot. Now I want you to actually read the question once. I'm having a mix of archives and a mix of questions from our side, especially the questions from my side I'm giving from inorganic chemistry, because all of the students who have joined at PWJ English channel, you must have watched the previous 2 sessions of ours, and in those sessions in the chemistry side, I have deliberately done segregation of the organic, physical and inorganic. So I have included less of inorganic over there. So for inorganic questions, please block this guy in the chat. Okay, no worries beta, no worries. I'll just ask the admin to do that. You have to focus on yourself, because on the examination day also there will be some people who may bother. So maintain this habit of maintaining your calm and composure. So I hope you have attempted the question, guys. Now let's start. Now for the other students, let us start exploring the question together. So the question says that you have thermal decomposition of gaseous X2. I know you will be requiring more time, but beta, let us attempt together, no? So because ultimately we have to discuss a complete bunch of paper, है ना? Chalo. So chalo beta. Thermal decomposition of gaseous X2 to X. The reaction is given. Okay, sir. The standard the standard Gibbs free energy change, which is delta G naught for this reaction, is positive. Okay, sir. Delta G naught is positive. That is given. At the start of the reaction, there is 1 mole of X2. So, okay, I'm starting with, let's say I have this X2 and this X2 converting to 2X. Both are gases. I'm starting with 1 mole. Initially, obviously, it will be 0. Now, once equilibrium will be reached, it is telling us as reaction proceeds, the number of moles of X formed is beta. Thus, beta equilibrium is the number of moles of X formed at equilibrium. So, let's say if it is beta of this is formed, then obviously, sir, 1 produces 2. So if beta is produced, that means beta by 2 would have been dissociated. So 1 minus beta by 2 will be there of X2 at equilibrium. I hope everybody is clear with this now. These are just moles. So how do we write the value of equilibrium constant in terms of partial pressure? Because obviously they are gases. Sir, it will be partial pressure of product upon partial pressure of reactant. So partial pressure of product as in X, it will be mole fraction, which is moles of this upon total moles is clearly this plus this, which will be 1 plus beta by 2. So 1 plus beta by 2. This is mole fraction into total pressure. What power beta? squared upon partial pressure of X2 is mole fraction, number of moles of X2 is 1 minus beta by 2 upon total moles is 1 plus beta by 2. This is mole fraction into total pressure, but the power will be 1. So sir, we can clearly see something is getting cancelled. Yes, this PT is definitely gone. So I'll be having PT only 1 in the numerator. This 1 plus beta by 2, that 1 plus beta by 2 is cancelled, but I'll be having 1 plus beta by 2 because that is squared. So that 1 plus beta by 2 and 1 minus beta by 2 will do a 1 minus beta square by 4. A plus b, a minus b, that is a square minus b square in the denominator. And obviously in the numerator I'll be left with beta square. I hope everybody now know the value of Kp. So sir, this is the value of equilibrium constant for this particular case. Most of us even remember this term. Now, further the question is giving us information that reaction is carried out at constant. Okay, total pressure is constant, which is 2 bar. So value of P total is given to us. That means it is 2 beta square upon 1 minus beta square by 4. I hope everybody is clear with me. I hope everybody is clear with me. Chalo, perfect. So what does this mean? Sir, value of total pressure is given and we have used the value of total pressure so that we have value of equilibrium constant K. Now, we have to consider, obviously gases we are considering as ideal gas only because, as of now we have not considered any real gas scenario. Now doing the options. So this is a single correct and we have to select the incorrect option. So option A says decrease in total pressure will result in the formation of more moles of gaseous X. Sir, this is nothing but Le Chatelier's principle. So what does Le Chatelier principle tell you? If you decrease total pressure, the reaction will try to increase it. And in order to increase it, equilibrium has to oppose. So decreasing pressure will be opposed by increasing. And how a gas can increase pressure? Assuming its ideal behavior, so pressure will be proportional to moles. So where gaseous moles are increasing, sir, 1 mole of gaseous reactant is becoming 2 moles of gaseous product. So number of moles is increasing in the forward direction. So reaction will obviously move in the forward direction. So it is saying that decrease in total pressure will result in the formation of moles. This is absolutely true. Because this is true, hence not an answer, because we have to select the incorrect one. I hope everybody is with me on this. Okay, beta, let it be. I'll just ask I'll just ask admin to remove the student who doing spam, but the remaining students who are listening to me, beta, let the comment section go. Once you have doubt, you can obviously ask, है ना? I hope everybody is clear till this point of time now. Option B says at the start of the reaction. Sir, if you're starting, that means Q is just 0. So if Q is 0, we know delta G is equal to delta G naught plus RT ln Q. That means, sir, if you're starting, that even a reaction which is not supposed to happen, even because you are just starting, so maybe the value of K will be very, very small, but still ultimately it is bound to move in the forward direction. So because we are starting the reaction, so dissociation of X2 will definitely take place, although overall reaction may become non-spontaneous, but because initially Q is 0, so whatever be the, let's say the reaction will proceed in the forward direction in an infinitesimally amount, but still by that amount it will be moving forward. So because it will be 0, it will be definitely moving forward, and because this is also true, therefore this is not our answer. Now moving to the seventh option, C option. Okay, now it is saying that beta value is 0.7. Sir, we have already calculated Kp in terms of beta. So if beta is 0.7, let us calculate equilibrium constant. So equilibrium constant Kp, which we have already derived, it is 2 beta square. That means twice of 0.7 squared upon, sir, it is 1 minus beta squared as in 0.7 squared upon 4, I guess. Yeah. Now if you just, now mathematics has to be applied, beta. If you just solve this, you will definitely find the value of K. Let us solve this, beta. Let us solve this. I am using my calculator, but obviously you have to solve this because we do not wish to spend much of time. So please solve this, beta. Okay, so it will be something, the denominator is definitely lesser. So because denominator is whatever be the answer, you do not even have to calculate it completely. But yes, once you solve it, you will find Kp is definitely greater than 1. Sir, because K is greater than 1, then what is delta G naught? Sir, it is, or rather, what is, okay, what is delta G naught? Sir, it is minus RT ln of K. And if this value of K is greater than 1, that means log is positive. If log is positive, then this is bound to be negative. That means if it is 0.7, then it is showing that delta G naught is negative, sir. But in the question it is given that it is positive. So because in the question it is given it is positive, hence it is contradictory. Hence it is contradictory to given sign of delta G naught, and therefore this cannot be true, and therefore this will be our incorrect option. I hope, yeah, Sid, perfect. Beta, you should always have an habit of calculating things as soon as they are served to you, because these calculations are going to create a difference between you and a student who will not be getting a seat in an IIT. Why? Because most of the students fall back in the calculation part. Theory concepts they can remember, but what they need practice for, the only thing that is beautified is the calculation. So obviously very good, Sid. But yes, sometimes you have to be smart also, because here you do not have to calculate the value. Just by knowing K is greater than 1 or less than 1 will serve the purpose. But still, beta, very good. So that means, sir, this is contradictory. So C is an answer. So we do not even have to check D, because this is a single correct. But still, because we are learning, maybe this type of question can be multiple correct question. So the D option is K. Sir, if K value is less than 1, then definitely log is negative. If log is negative, then delta G naught will be positive. So therefore, this is also true. And because this is true, hence it is not our option. So our only correct option is option C. I hope, yeah, Sid, perfect. Now, I hope everybody is done with the first question, a beautiful question from chemical equilibrium. Let us attempt the second question, guys. Now, this is a multiple correct question. This is multiple correct, more than one options. Please do not mark incorrect option. How 2 came? Beta, sure, 2 was given. 2 was given as total pressure. 2 was given as total pressure. Yeah, perfect, Sunil. Perfect, Sunil. Chalo. Next question, beta. Try to attempt the next one. Try and attempt the next one. This is a multiple correct, so make sure you are reading the question properly. You are reading each statement very properly. Yeah. Parashar. Chalo. Good evening, sir. Sir, can you please say anything about second drop? I got 97 percentile in this drop. Beta, obviously, if you take the second drop, you can, if you score well, you can take an admission in any NITs. Obviously, IIT will not open their doors for you. So, Yasmin, but yes, beta, if you think that it's really worth it, you actually want to go to an NIT, because IIT is definitely not an option for you. So then it is absolutely your call, beta. Absolutely your call. But yes, if you ask me, then practically, beta, I won't, yes, I won't advise a second drop at this job crunch situation. So rather take admission in a private college and then plan for masters, or maybe a better do an MBA, practice for CAT, or practice for GATE, or practice for the other examinations after your graduation. So that's just an advice, beta. But you actually, if you feel so, no, you need a degree from an MHRD university, so even NITs are, but yes, for that you have to practice and you have to start now. Start just from now. Chalo beta. I hope most of the student black mystery, everybody, they are answering as well. So good. Chalo. So Shaurya Parashar is saying sorry sir. That means you won't spam now. Chalo. Okay beta. Moving to the now we have to select the correct statement, guys. The first one is wavelength of light absorbed. So that means lambda. So again, a very famous question, a very famous point for crystal field splitting. Whenever we have crystal field splitting, then as the ligand or the metal ion becomes stronger, the splitting gets large, energy difference increases, frequency increases, but wavelength decreases. So both cobalt are present in +3 oxidation state, so they are tied. So tie difference, the tie would be broken by the strength of ligands. Sir, 5 ammonia are same, chlorine and water. So among chlorine and water, water is definitely a stronger ligand than Cl minus. So that means crystal field energy would be larger for that complex. So more splitting, so more energy, so it will have lesser wavelength. It is saying it will have more wavelength. So definitely this is wrong. And before this, because this is wrong, therefore this is not our answer, because now they are asking the correct option. Beta, please make note of this. Many of my students, many of our students, and many of you, beta, you attempt all the questions, you do not see whether it is asking for correct or incorrect. So I hope A is not an answer. Now black mystery, and everybody else is replying. Satish is also saying CD, but Satish, I guess black mystery is right. B is also a correct option, obviously, because order of stability. Sir, chromium is present in what oxidation state? +6. Manganese, sir, +6. Iron, sir, +6. Beta, a classic NCRT fact that as you move along the period, the tendency to show maximum oxidation state increases. Therefore, and after that, because the electron starts get pairing up and nuclear charge also start increasing gradually, so after that it again decreases. So maximum oxidation state is stable for elements in between, and definitely we know it is most stable for chromium, because chromium is definitely coming in the middle. And talking about manganese, sir, for manganese +7 is more stable. So definitely chromium +6 is more stable than manganese, because for manganese +7 and +2 are more stable. And definitely, sir, for iron we generally see ferrous and ferric ion. Iron in +6 oxidation is definitely least stable, so this is definitely correct. So because this is correct, so this can be one of your multiple correct answer. Now for the extraction of a very famous point from metallurgy, because metallurgy also is very much asked. Now for the extraction of lead, when impurity content is very high, then during roasting of galena, what is galena, sir? Very famous ore of lead, which is PBS. So if I have lead sulfide, what I do to extract, obviously you can roast it. What does roasting mean? Sir, roasting mean heating in presence of excess of oxygen. So you will be getting lead oxide, and along with sulfur dioxide gas that will be released. But sir, if I have some slag, some impurity, gang, that impurity is termed as gang, which is quite which stick to the metal, and the efficiency of the metal getting extracted get reduced, because that gang just stick to the metal complex chemically. Therefore it becomes difficult to extract that metal. I hope you have read the chapter of metallurgy. And what is actually the gang in case of galena, sir? It is SiO2. SiO2 is basically silica. Sir, this is non-metal oxide. Non-metal oxide through chemical bonding also, you know, it is acidic. So rather you use a base. What is that base? Let's say I use calcium oxide. So it forms CaSiO3, and this is called a slag, which is which this flux is added to remove gangue in form of a slag, and thereby you prevent the addition of impurity with the metal oxide. So it is telling you the same thing for the extraction of lead. When impurity content is very high, then during roasting the formation of PbSi SiO3 is prevented by adding lime. So therefore we add lime, which is known as flux. I hope everybody is clear with this now. So that means that this is definitely correct, a metallurgy fact from NCERT. So it is an answer. Last is again, sir, again a mixture of chemical bond coordination compounds. Now, what is ferrocene? Sir, a beautiful compound where coordinate bond is done by the pi cloud. Pi cloud of whom? Sir, pi cloud of this 5-membered carbon ring. Now, this 5-membered carbon ring attains its aromaticity. Sir, but I don't see it as aromatic. Once this guy loses electron, it gains a negative charge. So, sir, what is this? This is C5H5 minus. And because of this minus, it has a aromatic nature. So this ferrocene, how many types of these ferrocene? 2. So twice of these ferrocene give coordinate bond. The pi electron cloud is donated to the ferrous ion, and hence the organometallic complex which is formed becomes Fe C5H5 whole twice. So definitely it is a organometallic compound, and it follows 18 electron rule. Now what is 18 electron rule, or rather Sidgwick rule? It just says that it was obviously initial rule like the octet rule. It was proposed that why coordination compounds come into nature. They say that the metal ion attains an electronic configuration of the closest inert gas. So for example, for iron, it has to attain an inert configuration, and how the d block species attain an inert electronic configurations are all the 8. D will be filled, then S will be filled, and this after 4s 4p will also be filled, then they'll definitely become inert. So how many electrons I need? So 10 for D, 2 for 4s, and further 6 for 4p. So that means I need 18 electrons. So let us count those 18 electrons for ferrous ion. Sir, Fe is 4s2 3d6, because this is Fe plus 2, so 4s2 is gone, so at least it has 3d6, so 6 electrons it has. Now this C5H5 minus is giving how many electrons? Sir, it is aromatic. That means there is a pi electron cloud of 6 pi electrons. So 6 of one and 6 of another. So that makes 12, and 6 Fe plus 2 is already having. So definitely according to the EAN rule also, that is simply 18 electron rule also, it is stable. So because this is also correct, therefore an answer, a very beautiful question. And the reason I'm explaining inorganic completely is because of the fact that most students in my yesterday's class, they were saying, sir, we need revision of inorganic chemistry. So intentionally I have brought those questions which will rather allow me to make you revise inorganic as well. I hope everybody is clear. Chalo, perfect. Moving to the next one. Chalo beta, by the time, acha, beta, this is a integer type question. You have to give the number of integers, and what will be the integer among the given statements, how many are correct. So obviously we have 3 more statements. It's a PYQ, it's a previous year. No, it's a question which we have formed. It's not a PYQ. So, but what is the answer? Number of correct statements. So following are the statements. I have 3 more statements. So first attempt this, then I'll be showing you the next slide. So start attempting by the time. So do students state second drop? Beta, they take generally second drop for NITs. Not very often these days, but yes, some of them they do. Nahin beta, there is no quota in NITs, and I already answered that. Mr. Farooq, I already answered that beta. There is no quota, and it is quite individualistic beta. If you ask me, then even I feel there is no point. Chalo bachcho. try and attempt this one. I hope most of you will get the answer. The question is, you have to give the number of correct statements. So start attempting and start just, you have to identify whether the given statements are correct or not. And whatever be the number of correct statements, that will be your answer. That will be your answer. Five. Okay, black mystery. Pranav is also saying 5. Chalo beta. So at least let us explore these options now. So generally alkane do not react, but beta cycloalkane, that too cycloalkane with 3-membered carbon chain, is highly bared, is having high Baer strain. What is Baer strain? This bond wants to be at an angle of 109 degree 28 minutes, but because it is cyclic, so it is forced to be at an angle of 60 degrees. So there will be very high bond pair repulsions, and because of that it will be very reactive, and hence it will open up once it will open up, hydrogen as H plus and bromine as Br minus will be attached, and definitely you can form this. So this is definitely correct. Now this is hydrazine gives positive Lessegnase test. Sir, Lessegnase test is obviously a test given by organic compound where you heat the organic compound with sodium and you get a sodium extract. But sir, for if we have to extract nitrogen, then nitrogen is extracted in form of NaCN. So that means, sir, I need carbon too, and because this compound is not having any carbon, therefore I am sorry, I cannot detect you. Lessegnase test cannot detect you. So B is incorrect. Vitamin C, sir, it is ascorbic acid. It is definitely water soluble. So a correct answer, a correct statement. Sir, this is simply aspirin, an NCRT fact, and yes, it is a powerful antipyretic, also an analgesic, also NCRT fact. So again, correct one. Sodium lauryl sulfate, point from surface chemistry, C12 H2425, H25 COO minus, and okay, it is sulfate. Then it should be SO4 minus and Na plus. Yeah, SO4 should have 2 minus, but acha, it is not bisulfate, na? So rather let me make it OS double bond O, O minus and Na plus. And obviously we know that the cleansing mechanism takes place through the hydrophobic and hydrophilic part, which is present in the anionic part. So definitely this anion bring about the cleansing mechanism, and hence it is an anionic detergent. This is also perfectly correct. Now, sir, what about the last one? Sir, this is amide. Now, once this amide is reacted with a base, sir, this nitrogen is still acidic because of 2 carbonyl group, strong electron withdrawing group. This nitrogen will be acidic. So, because of this base, water will be removed and this nitrogen will become N minus. So, a nucleophile, and rather this nucleophile will clearly have an SN reaction. So, bromine will be removed. And what we are going to produce, so let me, I'm making that F product over here. So sir, it will be a cyclic structure somewhat like this, having a bond with nitrogen. That nitrogen as a nucleophile has recently given electron to this CH2, which is definitely an ester. Now this is my product. This is P. Sir, this is P. Sir, this is simple, an NCRT fact. Now, hydrolysis. Sir, hydrolysis of all acid derivatives produces corresponding carboxylic acid. So, this is acid derivative. What? Ester. So what it is going to form? Sir, it is going to form, this is gone, so it will be alcohol, and here I'll be getting carboxylic acid, so that means that is carboxylic acid. Sir, this is also acid amide, so this bond will also be broken. This will get H plus, and obviously this will also get broken. So this will be carboxylic acid, this will be ammonia, and here I'll be getting OH. And because I will be getting OH. Acha, Q. Acha, this is the amide bond. I'm sorry, that is the amide bond, na beta. So amide bond is going to be broken, not otherwise. I beg your pardon. This nitrogen and this CH2 will remain as it is. Ultimately, what is going to be broken? Sir, this bond is going to be broken. The hydrolysis will bring H over here and OH over here. So ultimately, this is your product. So what will be my product? This will be my product. Let us make that product separately. Sir, it will be NH2 CH2 C double bond O bond OH. Sir, this is alpha amino acid. Functional group alpha carbon is having NH2. Alpha amino acid, that too carbon is not optically active, sir. That means this is definitely glycine. So this is Q, which is definitely glycine, the only non-optically active alpha amino acid. So this has again combined biomolecules with carbonyl compounds. Of a beautiful question. So how many you see correct, beta? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But the question is still not done. So 5 we have from the previous session, previous page. I have 3 more statements. So whatever the number of correct statements will be your answer. Yes, Pranav. Yes. Yes, Pranav. Perfect. Perfect. Try and attempt these 3 as well. Chalo. So now I hope you will not. I have put him. Okay. So I guess now the spamming will stop, because yes, we want students to communicate. And yes, beta, I have communicated to the to admin. So admin must be removing. Sure, Parashar beta, I'm sorry, but students are here, they are answering, and I'm unable to read their comments. Chalo. GHI3 correct. Okay. So Pranav is saying 3 correct. Black Mystery is saying 2 correct. Let us check. Now, in aniline and water mixture, aniline can be separated by steam distillation. Yes, sir. Yes, definitely. All these aromatic compounds can be separated by steam distillation. So yes, a practical organic chemistry fact, a basic common sense as well. So definitely this is correct. Everybody's right. Nylon 2,6. Again, sir, they have mixed now polymer chapter. One biomolecule, now polymers also. So nylon 2,6 is made up of this and this. Sir, how the polymer is going to be formed, sir? After condensation, that is after removal of water molecule, you will be getting your product. So this, let's say this will be giving OH, this will be giving H, this will be giving H to some other molecule, and this will be giving OH to some other molecule. So let us form the compound, or rather, why bother forming the compound? Let us count the number of carbons. Sir, it is 1, 2, 3, and that will be 5 plus 1, 6. So it is 3, 6 polymer. It is saying nylon 2 and 6. So what does this 2 and 6 mean? That another monomer unit which is forming the polymer, which is forming the fiber, it should have 6 and 2 carbons. So that is good, beta, but this is not good. In fact, instead of this CH3, if I had H, so this H will be actually making nylon 2,6. So instead of alanine, this is alanine. It again has to be glycine. So if they have given glycine along with this, then they would definitely have formed nylon 2,6, nylon 2, nylon 6, but not this one. I hope everybody is clear. So because it is not glycine, therefore it is incorrect. So who were saying all the three? So you are wrong. G is correct, H is incorrect. Now, nylon 2 and 6 is a biodegradable polymer. Yes, beta. It again an NCERT fact from the chapter of polymers. Please remember these basic terminologies, because yes, it is a biodegradable polymer. Though, so in the previous one I had 5 correct options. Here I have 2. So 5 plus 2 becomes 7. So 7 will be your answer. So I hope with this question we have revised so much of content. Nylon 2, nylon 6 is biodegradable. Yes, beta. That is also correct, Pranav. Chalo, perfect, guys. Perfect. Moving to the next one. Question from thermodynamics. I hope. Now, again, an integer type question, beta. But these days, the integer type question we get is not just a single integer. It can be any number, because you are going to give a computer based test. So try to solve it properly. I need you to be mathematically accurate, beta. Please be mathematically accurate. Do a very easy question, because sometimes when theory is the words are huge, the representation of the question is huge, the question rather is very easy to do. So please try and do this question, a very easy question. And let me tell you one thing, this is actually a PYQ, not from our side. Attempt. Are sure, Mr. Parashar, you are still not allowing the students to chat. Beta, polymer nahi kiya hai, then at least the things that I'm telling you, learn that much. At least the things that I'm telling you, at least learn that much. What if you get anything of this sort only? I mean, this is also from NCERT, na? So learning nothing is better than at least learning something. Even I will not suggest to learn at this point of time. Yes, Black Mystery must have done all those archives very properly. Perfect, Black Mystery. Okay, Pranav is saying I got 1,09,234 in general. Okay. Black Mystery is giving answer, and I guess Black Mystery, you are correct, because yes, rather a very doable question. Chalo. Moving to the next question. Let us explore what the next question is. Now the question is quite doable, beta. The only representation is quite drastic, because the question is very easy. You are given a graph and you are given 5 moles of a monatomic ideal gas. Okay, sir. And the gas is going from state X to state Y, obviously, because temperature is constant. So this is an isothermal process. From Y till Z, this is constant volume. So it is an isochoric process, and ultimately it is reaching Z. Now you are supposed to calculate the PV work is involved, obviously. The total, you are only supposed to calculate the total enthalpy change. But for what process? For sequence X to Y to Z. That means you have to reach from X till Z. Sir, do we know all thermodynamic properties are state functions? Yes. Then why bother? Sir, because it is a state function, so why I will bother? I will directly jump from state this to state this, because I do not have to calculate any path function like work. Question is not asking me to calculate work. Question is just asking me to calculate value of delta H, which is rather a state function. And because it is a state function, so I just have to deal with state X with temperature T1 and state Z with temperature T2. So this is my temperature T1, this is my temperature T2. I will not even bother because pressure is constant. So it will be NCP delta T. One line formula beta. It is a mains level of question. It is a mains level of question. I hope everybody got it. Sir, what is N? Number of moles given are 5. What is Cp? Sir, the question is giving you the value of Cv, which is 12. So if Cv is 12, so sir, Cp using Mayer's equation is equal to R plus Cv. So R plus 12. So rather I have to put the value of R, which is 8.3. So 8.3 plus 12 will make it. This is also in joule. This is also in joule. So rather it will be 20.3, I guess. 12 plus 8 is 20. Yeah. So this is 20.3. So I'll be getting joule now into delta T. What is delta T? 415 final minus initial temperature is 335. But this I will be getting in joule. Yes, even we have to calculate in joule only. So students are answering absolutely correct. The answer, once you solve this, you will be getting somewhere around 8120 joule, your answer. The only thing is into divide that you have to do. I hope everybody got it. Pranav, no, not 1660. I hope you got this one right now. Guys, चलो नेम चेंज करके आ गया ओके चलो मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन चलो आई जस्ट इन्फॉर्म the admin again. By the time you guys don't waste your time again. Question, a beautiful question from inorganic chemistry, rather quite attemptable. Again a multiple correct beta, so no, one option is not correct. It is a multiple correct question beta. Jaya, Zara, it is not in kilojoule. So why you are dividing by 1000? It is answering, it is asking in joule only. So don't bother, na? Don't bother. Chalo. Guys, I need answer. Please be quick. You just have to read the statements and I guess you will be getting your answer quite easily. Again, the question is saying you have to select the correct statement. So only search yes, black mystery. Good, 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 very good. Chalo. So this is this a PYQ? No, beta, this is not a PYQ. This I am making you, I've selected questions in order to try to make you revise the relevant inorganic concepts. All the block logics also. So yes, selected few of the questions from our end, not a PYQ rather. Chalo, BD are correct. Yes, obviously everybody is right. Thermal conductivity of graphite is greater than diamond. Sir, diamond is a tetrahedral structure. Yes, graphite is a hexagonal layer. Each layer is attracted to another layer by van der Waals forces of attraction. So weak force, hence slippery. But sir, this graphite has extra electron which make it good conductor of electricity. If you think of thermal conductivity, then for thermal conductivity you need strong bonds, only they can transfer heat. So obviously not transfer, not a conductor type, but yes, if you heat graphite then it will decompose easily. So thermal conductivity of diamond is actually higher. because it is not asking electrical conductivity, it is asking thermal conductivity. So students get confused by thinking electrical conductivity by God knows what ways. So that's why a very important thing that you should look upon. So definitely it is incorrect, so not an answer. Now an NCRT fact: S6, just like 6 carbons exist in chair form, because for cyclohexane we know this chair form. So just like that, this sulfur also exists in chair form. So this is definitely correct. And about S8, it has a puckered crown shape, and again an NCRT fact, again a very beautiful fact of NCRT. So this puckered crown shaped structure of sulfur allow it to form a octatomic molecule in nature. So both the options are correct, therefore B is correct. Now boron nitride, in boron nitride the B bond end distance in picometer in hexagonal, sir, hexagonal as in, sir, this is a structure, this is definitely a covalent solid, but this covalent solid is just like graphite, which is alpha boron nitride. And the cubic boron nitride, so that means it is quite hard, so this will be just like diamond. So you tell me, diamond have C single bond C, bond order is just one. So graphite has partial double bond character. So in the same sense, this hexagonal boron nitride will have a partial double bond character, and because of the partial double bond character, the B bond and bond length in this is greater than in cubic. Obviously, sir, in hexagonal it will be lesser than that because it will have a partial double bond character. So obviously this is incorrect. Moving to option D, order of stability of what is adduct addition product. Whenever coordinate bond, a Lewis base gives electron to a Lewis acid, so that the combined product is known as a addition product, commonly known as an adduct. So I just need to find a Lewis base and a Lewis acid. Now BH3 is the Lewis acid which is accepting electrons, so common, so we have to compare the basic nature. Sir, H minus hydride, sir, more be the minus, better is the nucleophile, better is a base. So obviously SH minus will be the strongest base, so this will be most stable adduct, strong bond. So nitrogen is giving coordinating lone pair, and here THF, what is THF beta? Tetrahydrofuran. So here oxygen will be coordinating. So nitrogen is relatively less electronegative than oxygen, both are neutral, so this will be better and this will be least. So obviously a chemical bonding basic, you do not even have to know the complete inorganic for option D, and therefore option D is definitely correct. I hope yes, most of the student obviously got it. चलो तो एडवांस के लिए, हाँ बेटा, can I have a chance to join? Yes, beta. If you're practicing, working for yourself, then you always have a chance. Just fight till the end. Moving to the next question, an integer type question, beta. Again, this is a caution. I have deliberately mixed PYQs also and questions from my side also. So this is a question, I guess, from PYQ only. So try and attempt this one, beta. Let's see who gets the answer. Try. Okay, Pranav, I got your rank, beta. Now invest energy in answering question. Sir, is this just the derivation part of van der Waals equation? Not derivation, beta, actually. I mean, just read the question. It is just your mathematical skills, nothing actually. Just your mathematical skills this question is asking. Yes, and definitely you should know what is van der Waals equation, real gas equation. Chalo. Let us attempt this one. I hope everybody I hope everybody read the question. So let us try and attempt this one. Now, what is this real gas equation, which is van der Waals equation? The real gas equation says that the pressure exerted by the gas is not actually P. It is actually P. The gas actually has some more pressure. It is just not allowed to exert that pressure on the walls of the container. What pressure it has? Van der Waals has corrected the ideal gas equation by saying pressure is not P, it is rather P plus A n square upon V square. Volume available to the gas is not V, because all the gases molecule also occupy some volume. So there is some excluded volume. So instead of V, I have some lesser volume. How much? V minus NB. And actually this equals nRT. Now I hope everybody know this equation. This is your classic and beautiful real gas equation. This is your classic and beautiful real gas equation. Now, the question is just asking you about the coefficient. So let us make this this equation in form of V. So multiplying, so PV minus, or else rather let us assume number of moles is 1. That will kill one variable. What are we left with? And multiply. So sir, PV, then minus PB, because n I'm taking 1, then plus A, n square is gone. This V and V square is A minus V. Plus minus is minus. A, B, n cube obviously gone upon V square. That equals RT. So I'm taking minus RT equal to 0. Perfect. Now dividing by V square. So this V square will come here. So this will become PV cube minus PBV square plus AV minus AB minus RTV square is equal to 0, because volume V square is multiplied on that side. Or I can simply say, this is PV cube. Now I'm just taking V as a variable. So this is V raised to the power 3. Then if I have V square, then what is my variable? So this is V square, that is V square. So rather, sir, take minus common. So taking minus common, so this will become PB and that will become plus RT. So sir, I have included this. Sir, what else we have? Then we have a factor of V. So this is plus AV minus AB equals 0. Now let us search what the question is giving you. Now this, let's say this V, I'm writing this Vm molar volume as V. Why bother? Why writing that subscript? It will unnecessarily require more disciplined writing. So we are just bothered to get the answer. Now the ratio of coefficient Vm square, okay, Vm square coefficient and coefficient of Vm. So these two ratio I need. So what is coefficient of Vm square? V square coefficient is minus, because this I have to take a positive equation. So minus PB plus RT. So it is, ratio is minus of PB plus RT. Let us cross check. Minus of PB plus RT. Yes sir. What about ratio of Vm, sir? Ratio of coefficient of Vm is this A. So upon A. Now this ratio I require. Obviously it will be a negative value, point number 1. Your answer will be a negative answer, point number 1. Now what else, sir? Just put the values. So value of P, molar volume as a cubic equation. Okay, the ratio of coefficient of Vm square, A is this, B is this, temperature is this, pressure is this, 300. So I have minus of 300 into, that is an ATM. So what is value of B? B is 0.06 plus. What is R? Sir, R is in ATM, it is only given. That means 0.082, not 1. and then temperature is also 300, so 300 will also come out as common, so calculation will also be not that difficult. Upon value of A, all again in liter, so this 6. So now this is just a matter of your calculation, and once you solve this, obviously answer is negative. Once you solve this, yeah, mathematics I'm leaving on you. Yeah, perfect, everybody's answering. Ashmita good, Black Mystery good, Tanisha good, Ashmita again. Perfect guys, but answer is negative, huh? I mean, please trust your calculation skills, because if you do not do that, it will be very difficult to actually attempt question in advanced examinations. So practice more and more. Moving to the next one, beta. Library, beta, with the questions I'm just trying to make you learn the concepts only, so that's why I'm not just blankly solving these questions. I'm solving this question with while giving you the complete logic. So that is what we have planned, to discuss the relevant concepts, to discuss the relevant topic using questions. And what questions? The exact questions which are highly probable. So some of these questions are actually PYQs, and obviously some of these questions are questions from our side which are most probable. Logics are most probable. Obviously no one, if anybody is coming in YT YouTube and telling you that I know advanced paper, then obviously that person is lying, because no one can obviously predict it. Obviously you can just have an idea of what the trend has been. So obviously that is a prediction from our side as well. Beta, Mr. Burman is saying, sir, if you're a NEET aspirant, try to get a GMC, no? Why you want an IIT? But yes, if you are interested in an engineering degree, then obviously you should go for it. You can definitely crack. You can definitely crack an IIT also. If you work, beta, you can achieve anything in life. You just have to work to the best of your efficiency. That's it. Mr. Burman. Chalo. Chalo beta. I hope you have got at least the value of x, because you have to find the value of x, then you have to find the value of y, and then you have to calculate x by y, and obviously that will be your integer type answer. No options. Aha, very nice. Black Mystery. No, Black Mystery. Black Mystery. Oh, again 1.75. Maybe you're right, beta. Chalo, let us try. Now, out of all these species, the number of species having lone pair on the central atom, we do not have to count the number of lone pairs. We just have to see that whether that species is having lone pair or not. That's it. So rather a very probable and a very doable question as well. So selenium is oxygen family having 6 electrons. 2 minus will make it 8. So out of those 8 electrons, 6 chlorine are forming bonds, so it will have 1 lone pair. So yes, it is having lone pair. Again, us se tipo, so tellurium, again oxygen family, so same picture, so it will also have lone pair, 1 lone pair. You do not have to answer 1 lone pair or 2 lone pair. If it is having lone pair, it is your answer. So bromine having 7, minus 1 will make it 8. 6 bond pair, so again sir, a lone pair. So phosphorus having 5, all the 5 are making bond pair, so no lone pair. So bromine having 7, so 5 bond pairs, obviously 1 lone pair. So phosphorus having 5, minus 1, so 6, 4 bond pairs, obviously 1 lone pair. Antimony, Kashi, Gaye, Shankar, New Zealand, Pakistan, Australia, sub bikau. Antimony, bismuth, so nitrogen family. So 5 in the outermost shell, 3 got, so 8 electrons forming 6 bond pairs. So obviously it will get 2 electrons unbonded, so a lone pair. Selenium, sir, again oxygen family, so 6 making 4 bond pairs, so it will also have 1 lone pair. Easy peasy question. But yes, questions are very probable because see how many times you have to do it. So just calculate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that means X is 7. What about Y, sir? Now you have to tell the number of chiral molecules among them. Sir, ethylene, En is ethylene, diamine, bidentate ligand, so 2 makes 4 coordination number, so chlorine. So this is a octahedral complex. Sir, octahedral complex having bidentate ligand, that 2 symmetrical bidentate ligands like ethylene, diamine. So sir, if you have a complex metal of the form AA whole thrice, this is a symmetrical bidentate, sir. Even if you had unsymmetrical bidentate ligand, 3 of them, still they are always supposed to have no element of symmetry, and hence they are always chiral. Sir, what about if I have 2 bidentate ligands? Then even if you have 2 bidentate ligands and but yes, the geometrical isomer should be cis, because if it is a transform, it will get an element of symmetry. What element? Plane of symmetry. So cis form will definitely be optically active. So yes, this is an optically active chiral molecule. Sir, similarly you told us that, so symmetrical bidentate ligand, so this is obviously optically active. Now transform is even although platinum generally forms square planar complexes, but even if it is octahedral, a trans octahedral version is always optically inactive because you tend to have an element of symmetry. Now nickel with this, now this is PHEN, obviously this is also a symmetrical bidentate ligand. So but because this is having benzene, so it will be planar, but still 3 of this you are having, so this will obviously of the form this, so this will obviously be a chiral center. I have already given you a general form to help you with whatever confusions. So that is also optically active. Now here I have 4 monodentate ligand, bromine, and 1 bidentate. Sir, because this is planar, so one plane will, those 2 bonds will have that octahedral, those 2 bonds of square plane will be occupied, let's say, by the symmetrical bidentate ligand, linear. 2 bromine, so then I have a plane of symmetry, so 1 bromine up, 1 bromine down, so that means I have a plane of symmetry. So because I have a plane of symmetry, that therefore this will not be chiral molecule. And obviously if we are talking of cis form, this will make a whole twice symmetrical bidentate ligand, so 4 positions are occupied by these 2 bidentate ligands, and chlorine and pyridine are cis to each other. So because it is cis, so again it will become optically active. So how many optical active molecules I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So that definitely Y is 4. So that means my answer is 7 by 4. 7 by 4. So this is definitely 1.75. Bingo. Many of the students are right. Perfect, beta. Perfect, Ashmita. Perfect. So when you upload lecture notes, beta, just after the class, the notes will be updated. You can access these notes through PWJE English WhatsApp channel. है ना? चलो. Moving to the next question. Again, caution, it is a PYQ. So please attempt it. Do not let this easy questions go away from your advanced examination. Please attempt a highly doable question, beta, from atomic structure. I hope most of you will do it correctly. Even single correct. Done. Very good. Good, good, good. Dhanashri Patil is saying B. Renu is saying done. B. Ramanna is saying B. Ashmita is saying B. Chalo, let us do it. According to Bohr model, the highest kinetic energy is associated with electron in the... Sir, what is this? Beta, very important question. Not difficult, but important. Rather, a hint to you that such questions are there in your advanced paper as well. So revising the Bohr theory, sir, energy of electron in nth orbit is equal to minus E naught into Z square upon N square. But sir, it is not talking about total energy. This is total energy. Sir, it is talking of kinetic energy. So sir, kinetic energy is nothing but negative of total energy. And I hope if you remember this, then for total energy, for kinetic energy, the value becomes E naught into Z square upon N square. I am only interested in the proportionality because they are just asking us that which is highest. So I am only interested in the ratio of Z square upon N square, or rather Z upon N. So for hydrogen, Z is 1, orbit is 1. So squared, why bother squaring? For helium, Z is 2 and first orbit. So this is 4. For again helium, this is 2 and second orbit. So this is also 2. So this is 1. Yes. For lithium, Z is 3. And talking about second orbit, so 3 by 2. So 3 by 2 is 1.5. So 15 square is 225. So this is 2.25. So obviously 4 is the highest value and hence B is your answer. This is a exact PYQ. Now you tell me. That's why I keep on saying this. Stick to your NCERT basics. 50 to 55% of the paper, and if IIT Roorkee is making it for chemistry, I can say 60% of the paper will be quite doable, beta. Because yes, they play with physics and mathematics, especially IIT Roorkee. You go back and see 2019 paper, 2008 paper. Chemistry is bound to be doable. And I suppose 60% of chemistry you can make attempt. Chalo. Moving to the next one. Again, a multiple correct beta. Please read question properly. This is a multiple correct question. Please read the question properly. Yeah, Venu Gopal, perfect. Venu Gopal, perfect. I want everybody to put in your 100% attention and try to attempt the paper. Question, read. There are 4 independent questions. A multiple correct one, 4 independent questions. In these multiple correct questions, make a habit of picking the easier one the first time. Even if you do not attempt all the correct options, at least get those partial marks. Yes, never try to make a tukka in multiple correct because they will land you with a drastic marks difference. Because generally they award -2 for negative marks. Generally, although I guess 2019 they just gave -1, but I strongly feel it will be -2 this time. Chalo, we have started getting answers. So B is correct, A, D is correct. Yes, you should at least have a clear-cut idea. Sir, this is so correct. And move it if you feel, sir, बहुत time लग रहा है यार. I'm taking so much of time. So move forward. Get that partial mark and move forward. In advance, you will always get time. Then come back to the question. But yes, make your rough work also very clear so that once you are coming back to the question, you are not starting with 0 again. You can go back to the rough work till the point where you have solved. Chalo, we are pouring with the answers now. Good. Pavan, Adi, Black Mystery, Library, Vijay Lakshmi. Aha, Ashmita is saying all are correct. Ashmita, a very bold answer. First is correct. Chalo beta. I am new, sir. Balu Dadam. Dadam. Chalo. Hello, anyone? Reply me. Okay. So Reddy is asking for a reply. Reddy, let us attempt the question together. Chalo beta. Now the first question, the first statement says, this is okay. I mean, beta, please open your eyes and read the question. They are practically fixing the position of this hydrogen and chlorine. So you can't change the position. Point number one. Now, once it is subjected to free radical chlorination, obviously a dichloro product will be formed. And now the question is telling you that how many different products you get? 9. Here you do not have to consider rearrangement. So wherever you find radical, you make chlorine substitution. So let us do it. Sir, if chlorine comes over here, then obviously, but do we have any chiral carbon? No, sir. So this will give you just one product. If I get chlorine over here, then sir, this will become chiral. Why? Because one chlorine, one hydrogen, one this bond, and one big bond. So because this will become chiral, only this will become chiral. Don't say this is also chiral. Why? Because this position is fixed. You can have dextro and levo form once you have different orientation in three-dimensional space. This orientation is fixed. This orientation is wedge and dash fixed. So it will be optically active because of this only. Hello. Perfect. So this will give you 2 isomers beta. So 1 and 2. Okay, optically active I will write with different pen. Hai? So this is optically active, so it will give you 2 isomers. Now again going to green pen. Here also you will get a chlorine. So chlorine. So obviously, sir, this will also be one no optically active chiral carbon. Yes, sir. If I get chlorine over here, then one is chlorine, one is ethyl, one is H, and one is this bulky group. So, sir, this will also become chiral. So here also I'll get 2 isomers. Sir, here if I get chlorine, this is C, this is, sir, this will also be optically active. See, one chlorine, one methyl, one hydrogen, and one bulky carbon. So this is also optically active, sir. And last one will be obviously having CH2. So this will be just one. So just add the isomers beta. 1 plus 2, 3, 3 plus 1, 4, 4 plus 2, 6, plus 2, 8, plus 1, 9. Yes, sir, 9 we have got. Good. How can I adjust, sir? What do you want to adjust beta? What adjustment do you need? Chalo, 9. Chalo, hai na? Moving to option B. Good one. If you are reading the question properly, now very good one. Read it properly. The question is saying approximately percentage of R. It is being now specific about the one of the enantiomer. It is saying you have to get one of the enantiomer of what? Of 2-chlorobutane that could be formed from the reaction of chlorine in sunlight with N-butane. And the percentage it is saying is 36%. And it is also giving you the reactivity of the different types of hydrogen with towards chlorination. 1:3.8:5. A very traditional question from advanced beta. Advanced loves it. Free radical substitution. So just do free radical substitution of butane in order to confirm this. What is butane, sir? So if I do free radical substitution of butane, I can have butane chlorine here also or here also. I'm just talking of monochloro derivative. This will give me 1-chlorobutane. This will also give me 1-chlorobutane. So what is? But sir, 1-chlorobutane is optically inactive. 1-chlorobutane is optically inactive. But still it is one of the form, one of the isomer. And if I have chlorine substituted here or here, the product will be same. Here it will be 2-chlorobutane, here also it will be 2-chlorobutane, and this guy 2-chlorobutane, it will definitely be optically active. Why? You can see this is a chiral carbon. So you tell me what is the percentage yield of 2-chlorobutane getting formed through chlorination? Sir, we know that reactivity depends upon number of hydrogen and then their reactivity. So how many hydrogens are willing to go away and form the radical which can produce 2-chloro? Sir, these two and these two. Out of these 4 hydrogen, all hydrogens are ready to form this product. So how many hydrogens are ready? Number of hydrogens are 4. What is their rate of getting reaction done? Because they are 2 degree, so rate of reaction, you should learn this also, but it is given in the question, it is 3.8. So this will be the speed rate of reactivity or percentage yield with which this particular product will be formed. Sir, but that product, although optically inactive, will also be getting formed with the same reaction. So what is that guy's percentage yield? So 6 hydrogens are ready to form that guy. So its percentage yield will be 6 into what is reactivity of 1 degree? Sir, it is 1 times. So this is 6. So you tell me what is percentage of, let's call this as 2. So what is percentage of 2 that is formed? So this ratio 4 into 3.8 upon total, which is 4 into 3.8 plus 6 into 100. If you solve this, I guess this is just coming out to be double of this. So this is 72%. You just have to solve this, you will get 72%. That means, sir, 72% this product is formed. But sir, because this product is optically active, so 72% this will be formed, but half of this will be dextrorotatory, half of this will be levorotatory. What is asked in the question? A particular enantiomeric form. Sir, it will be half of the total. So 36%, a very beautiful question. And therefore this is correct. So A is also correct, B is also correct. Is everybody with me? Okay, so I have got that heart. So that means students are with me. Acha, Reddy is saying super. So Reddy, you are super understanding. Good. Let us move forward. Chalo, good question. Na? Now we are revising optical isomerism also. So one of the students was saying, sir, please do concept. Beta, do concept. Now am I giving you direct answer or giving you complete theory? Giving you complete theory. But yes, through relevant questions. Hai na? Chalo. Chalo. See, arey wow, sir, mesityl oxide. Mains ask it so many times, advanced ask it so many times. Now let us form mesityl oxide. Mesityl oxide is a beautiful aldol product of acetone. Repeat after me. Mesityl oxide is a beautiful, and don't say beautiful, I am saying it is beautiful because I am chemistry master. Mesityl oxide is a beautiful aldol product of acetone, acetone. Now what is acetone? This is acetone. What is aldol? If I have a base, then one of the same molecule will form a nucleophile. Let's say it has formed CH2 minus. So this CH3 having carbonyl group has formed CH2 minus. This CH2 minus will attack a carbonyl carbon of the another molecule. So let's say it is attacking this. So this double bond O will become OH, and it is having one CH3 on one side and one CH3 as a branch. But here the reaction never stops. The temperature is itself provided by the medium, or else we supply it from the outside. Alpha carbon loses hydrogen, beta carbon loses hydroxy group, and you produce a alpha beta unsaturated carbonyl compound, which is this compound in our case. And this is nothing but mesityl oxide, a very famous compound, a colorless oily liquid. It is having a pungent smell, not that pungent, but yes, it has a pungent smell like a pungent of a, like once you have a very old honey, so that honey once get very old enough, it also gives you some stink. So that pungent smell, it is also having a colorless oily liquid. Okay, this is your mesityl oxide. Now let us explore the question. Acetyl oxide can be obtained by acetone. Yes, sir. So because this is also correct. So our answer, guys. Now, last, sir, HI, what ether will do with HI? Sir, first protonation will take place of this oxygen, H plus, so it will get protonated, and because CH3 is not at all hindered, so it will form CH3I and you will form a alcohol. So that means alcohol ICNCO. Sir, I am happy with this. Now K2Cr2O7 in acidic medium. Sir, because this is alcohol, K2Cr2O7 in acidic medium, to this alcohol will form a ketone. So this alcohol will turn into a ketone. This alcohol will not be remaining, it will be from this, it will convert into a ketone. I'm writing that over here, not making the structure, hai na? Because sir, strong oxidizing agent, but ketone can't be oxidized. So what will be the maximum oxidized product? Sir, ketone. Ketone can't be further oxidized to carboxylic acid. So this is a ketone now. But now I am reducing it. Ketone on reduction forms what? Sir, it forms alcohol. What alcohol? 2-degree alcohol. But it is playing you with the mechanism. You are not using sodium borohydride. You are using heavy isotope. So sir, the reducing agent gives what, sir? It gives H minus. So because this is NaBD4, so it will give D minus. So you tell me, if I have a carbonyl group and if the reducing agent is supplying D minus, where this minus will go? Sir, this is also a common sense. Sir, this is polarity plus, this is minus, so minus will come here and bond will be moved. So this carbon will be getting D and this will be O minus. And who will give proton to this minus? Sir, hydrolysis. So if I would have done heavy hydrolysis, I mean hydrolysis with heavy water, then I'll be doing D2 in presence of D plus. But because the question is then doing acidic hydrolysis with H plus, so now I am giving H plus, so this H plus will be going to this O. So O will be having H and carbon will be having D. I hope everybody is clear. O will be having H and carbonyl carbon will be having D. Sir, this is beautifully correct. So it is asking you the mechanism of reducing agent as well, which most of the student mug up. I hope everybody is with me on this. Hello. Now in the comment section, if it is clear to everybody, answer is ABCD. But if it is clear to everybody, write clear. Whoever is there with us. Good, done, guys. Guys. Chalo. Moving to the next one, again an integer type question, beta. So again an integer type question. हाँ, Ashmita, perfect, beta. Perfect. Ashmita, perfect. I was just saying, Ashmita, yes, perfectly. If you are correct, then I'm really proud of you. But you should always discuss and try to gauge that whether you have got your answer with whatever sequential concepts that you have applied. If you can enhance those concepts with the explanation, because that will also help you to increase your speed, right? Chalo. Perfect, Rahman. Tough, Rahman. Perfect, Adi. Good, guys. Very good. Good, guys. Very good. Perfecto. Chalo, my. Come on, beta. You can do this one also. Try. The question also does not have any much of calculation. It is just common sense again. Chalo beta. Shall I do and solve the question together? Let us attempt it. Guys. Chalo. Now the question says, do I have a rough page? Yes. Now the question says, to form a complete mono layer of acetic acid on 1 gram charcoal, 100 ml of 0.5 molar acetic acid was used. Some of the acetic acid remained unabsorbed. Okay, so some got adsorbed on charcoal. I had this charcoal. Let's say I had this charcoal and the charcoal is of 1 gram. And this 1 gram charcoal was subjected to some acid. So some acid got adsorbed, but it will be absorbed on just one layer, and some of the acid is unabsorbed. So the unabsorbed acid, let's say this is the unabsorbed acid. Unabsorbed. Unabsorbed. To neutralize the unabsorbed acid, this much strong base is required. So just how much it is we have poured, sir, millimoles will be 0.5 into 100, as in 50 millimoles. And some of it had been adsorbed and some would have been unabsorbed. So what is unabsorbed? For which base is required? So how much millimoles of base are required, sir? 40 millimoles. Okay. So how much is adsorbed? So what is adsorbed? Sir, adsorbed as in 50 minus 40. Okay, just 10 millimoles as in 10 raised to the power minus 3 moles. Only this much moles as in 10 to the power minus 2 moles of acid is adsorbed. Okay, sir. If each molecule of acetic acid occupy this much meter square, okay, each molecule occupy this much area, the value of P I have to know, and surface area of charcoal is this much. Acha, per gram. Okay, per gram. And how much charcoal I have? Okay, this is 1 gram only. So this 1 gram will have what surface area, beta? This much of surface area. So this much of surface area is occupied by these many moles. But you want molecules. So 1 mole have how many molecules? Na. So this many moles will have how many molecules? This moles into Na. So first let us find number of molecules. So number of acetic acid molecules, N, is number of moles into Avogadro number. Number of moles is 10 to the power minus 2, and Avogadro number, I guess it is 6, na? It is given 6. So calculation is also easy. 6 into 10 raised to the power 23. So this is simply 6 into 10 raised to the power 21. So these many molecules are occupying how many surface area? Sir, 1 gram of charcoal, and 1 gram of charcoal as in this much of surface area they are occupying. So they are occupying 1.5 into 10 raised to the power 2 meter square area. So these many molecules occupy that much area. So one molecule, so it's just a unitary method. This much occupy that much. So one molecule will occupy 1.5 into 10 raised to the power 2 upon 6 into 10 raised to the power 21. So rather it will go to the numerator. So 6 minus 21 and 2 is minus 19. And here I have 1.5 upon 6. In what form I want? Okay, minus 23. So if I want this to be minus 23, I hope all the values we are putting correctly. Yeah. Meter square is too much here. This meter square is too much. But whatever is given, we can't do it because that is also given in meter square. Chalo. So this is meter square. Okay. So minus 23, that means I need 10 raised to the power 4 here. Na? Okay, sir. So 1, 5 and then 3, 0 upon 6. So 6, 2 ja 12. Then 6, 5 ja 30. So answer is 2500. 2500 is our answer. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect, Ashmita. Sir, sometime we get answer, but we don't know it's right or wrong. So what should we do? Beta, that is what I'm telling you, Vijayalakshmi. It happens with, not with you, beta, with everybody. So at least do your basics correctly. always ask yourself, whatever the first step you're doing, why you're doing. If the answer is right, if the answer is logical, then do the calculations very properly. Whenever you are attempting your advanced examination, na beta, write everything very properly, so that till whatever point you have reached, let's say you're getting stuck, then leave, move to other questions. Once you get time, come back to it, but do not start with zero. At least you have done something. So whatever you are doing, if you are writing it very properly, then the question will itself become clear to you, है ना? Sir, yesterday lecture notes, Dhanashri Patil. Okay, beta, I guess it is, if you have joined WhatsApp channel, let me check WhatsApp channel, it will be there, beta, because I always, whenever we are done with the lecture, WhatsApp channel, it is there, beta. The notes are there. Acha, I'll ask the notes to be there, beta. I can see notes are not uploaded. Nahin, beta, notes PDF I can see. Just explore PW JEE English WhatsApp channel, you will be getting the notes. You will be getting the notes. है ना? And if at all they are not there, so they'll be updated soon enough. Sir, are you the chemical? Chemical? Beta, chemical is no subject. In Yaqeen NEET English batch, are you chemical faculty? Chemical? Beta, there is no subject called chemical. Mr. Rakesh. But if you're, I hope I'm getting that intention. So beta, it will be soon enough. It will be revealed in PW NEET English channel. Hai na? Chalo, moving to the next question. You want me to be there or what? Chalo. Haan beta, again a beautiful question. Please attempt it very clear, properly, because the question I have brought to you, because of the fact, because I want you to learn. Inorganic, that qualitative analysis, that salt analysis involving and revolving around NCERT with me in this video, with this question only. So a beautiful question to help you with your logics of salt analysis. So please make sure you are attempting the question very properly. Do one at a time. Only do P with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, you can obviously take help of the options, but I don't want you actually just give the answer. I want you to learn also with me, because option elimination will help you in exam. Here we are supposed to learn. So just give me answer for P. We'll do it individually. Let us attempt it together. Precipitate with KCN. Beta, cyanide complexes are very important. And therefore, to help you learn those basics, B. Okay, Rahman is saying B. Dhanashri Patil is saying B. Chalo beta, let it be. Again, I'm telling you, intentionally I have brought this question, and the reason I have brought this question for you is I want you to learn qualitative analysis with me right now, right here. Sir, I have not done qualitative analysis. All the students say this. Making you learn all the relevant concepts of of qualitative analysis right now, right here. Chalo, let us attempt it together. Answer is wrong. No, it is not B. Now come on, stop putting the answer. I know I'm not interested in the answer. Let me tell you, answer is A. Done. Answer is A. All are wrong. Chalo. But at least try to learn. Because beta, these things you can only do correctly once you learn. So try and learn with me. Hai na? One at a time. Precipitate with KCN, which is soluble in excess of reagent. So first, the metal should form a PPT. And post that, if you put excess of cyanide, cyanide is a very strong field ligand, and that strong field ligand will make complexes of most of the metals. But yes, you should have empty orbitals, and then if I form a complex, then that complex is soluble. So how many of them will qualify? How many options I have? Ferrous, mercury in +2, Pb in +2, Ag in +1, and cadmium in +2. Let us explore for each of them very properly, very properly. I have intentionally wrote these things very properly for you because beta, they are very important. Now let us explore, sir. What is it? Beta, ferrous ion with cyanide, definitely precipitate. The only ion, mercurous, mercuric, Hg+2 do not form a precipitate with cyanide. It itself forms a soluble salt. So because it forms a soluble salt, so first of all I need a PPT as per the given question. So all the 4 cations form except Hg+2. So Hg+2 is gone. So let me cancel Hg+2. Why? Because this guy is forming a soluble cyanide with limited amount of cyanide only. Now once I have excess of cyanide ion or KCN or any species which is ability to give Cn minus, so that excess of Cn minus will do what? Sir, we remember ferrocyanides, FeCN6 to 4 minus. So whatever cation will form this anion, that salt will always be soluble. I hope this ferrocyanide complex you know from practical organic chemistry in your NCERT. You do not have to separately read, but yes, I'm giving you that also. So that means first is definitely going, virus is definitely going, mercuric is not going. Pb, sir, generally D block. Lead although contains, that's why we say no, who forms coordination compounds D block. Sir, Pb generally do not form a complex, and how to have a predictability for this? Sir, Pb is not a D block element, therefore it will not form a complex. I am giving you trick also, and obviously it is a fact also. Now so sir, then that means this is also cancelled. Now sir, silver cyanide, I guess this you have learned in that leaching process. Yesterday only we had a question on leaching, again a concept of from metallurgy. Gold and silver people used to steal while polishing because they form cyanide complexes, soluble. Sir, Cd+2 and Cd+2, obviously a D block cation, so it will also form a soluble complex. So how many of them can form? Sir, 1, 4 and 5. So that means for P it will be 1, 4 and 5. And trust me, if you are well versed with even one of the cations, you are bound to get such questions in your examination. So in your examination you will just make your answer by eliminating one option. So I hope you have learnt it for the cyanide complexes. Therefore, even with that, you will be getting your answer. So this is incorrect, this is incorrect, and this is incorrect. But here we are learning. Here we are learning. So I'm going to explain you everything now because we are learning. So let us go to option 2. Q. Done. I have spent special time in this question, beta. Why? Because most of the students are not versed with facts. Because even I, as a student, used to hate this. But after making students learn again and again, so even if you do not want to learn, it will get inside your system. But still, I am telling you, this is actually but what to do? JEE is asking. And why they are asking? Because this is what is a management beta. How can you be a better manager down the lane in your professional career? Once you know to process anxiety, because any and every job you do, if you try to head and manage a set of people, they are bound to give you. So how JEE is checking your level of managing anxiety? By offering you or throwing you such logics, which obviously you have to keep in your head by keeping your head calm. They are facts. Hello? Chalo. Acha, even, okay, let us suppose you are a collector of your district. Can you believe how many situations and scenarios you have to keep in your mind? If that somebody will call me, I have to tell him that. If this person will call me, I have not to tell him that and rather tell him this and ask him to talk to that. So actually these, you can obviously understand why this remembering thing is important. I hope you're getting my point. Chalo. Because most of the things are spontaneous. You can't say, no, I just check and I give you answer, because you will say, sir, AI knows everything. I just ask. So while a heated conversation, will you say, cha, don't abuse me right now. Let me Google and then I'll abuse you. Obviously, you have to be spontaneous, my friend. Chalo, moving to the question. Coming back to the question, I'm just giving you a logic that why you should spend time in chemistry in such topics. Hai na? Chalo, moving forward. Precipitate with NaOH and NH4OH, which is insoluble in both excess of reagent. So first, I should form a PPT with a base, and further I should not react with ammonium hydroxide, which is also a base. Sir, if these metal reacts with NaOH, sir, definitely they will form either hydroxide or their oxides. Some metal oxides and hydroxides are basic in nature. So sir, how base and base will further react? That means, sir, only that metal will react which will be amphoteric, because metal largely forms a basic oxide. We know this from class 9th, 10th. Metal are basically basic oxides. So which metal can further, which metal oxide can further react with ammonium hydroxide? Sir, the one which is amphoteric. So how many oxides are amphoteric? Sir, lead oxide is amphoteric. Lead oxide is definitely amphoteric. Acha, precipitate with this. So hydroxide will be a PPT and Na, which is insoluble in both. Okay, so beta, if it is amphoteric, na, it will react. And because it reacts, so it will form a soluble compound. Like for example, lead, we all know lead oxide is amphoteric. So because this is amphoteric, so let's say Pb plus 2 with NaOH forms PbOH whole twice, or rather lead oxide. Further, when it reacts with NH4OH, it will form, because this is base, or rather let me write PbO2. PbO2. Or PbO, because it is in plus 2. PbO. So let's say it will form Na2PbO4. You know, plumbate, which is soluble. Because this being amphoteric can react with a base. So if it reacts with a base, then it becomes soluble, na? So, and the question is saying which is insoluble. So who will be insoluble? Which will not be amphoteric? I beg your pardon. Which is not amphoteric? All those who will be amphoteric will be soluble. Sir, this is amphoteric. Cadmium is amphoteric. Silver, not amphoteric, but sir, silver ammonia complexes, because this is actually NH4OH. So this NH4OH will give ammonia as a base, and silver forms a soluble complex with ammonia. This we knew through tolerance reagent also. So silver gets dissolved in ammonia. These guys gets dissolved, and I want somebody to not get dissolved. So because these three dissolve, so 1 and 2 will form a PPT. Because they are basic oxide, base will not react. So Q is 1 and 2. I hope everybody is clear. Where are these reactions? Beta, that is what I'm trying to tell you, that obviously this is not in one place. Silver forms soluble complex with ammonia. You know it through tolerance reagent given in organic chemistry. Or else you can write each reaction in a separate chapter. But why? Sir, we will never read that copy again. So that's why I'm making you learn, making you recall things from whatever you know through NCERT. Guys, black PPT, beta coming, I'm coming to black PPT. So P done, Q done. Now coming to R. Colored PPT with Ki, which is soluble in excess of reagent. Now again, I'm giving a list for Ki because there are some specific metal iodides. I repeat, there are some specific metal iodides which are precipitates. Those specific and really advanced loves these cations. They are Ag plus, Pb plus 2, Hg 2 plus 2 as in mercurous, Hg plus 2 as in mercuric, copper plus, and Bi plus 3. These are the famous 6 metal cations which form precipitates with iodide. Coming back to the question. Now, I want you should form a colored PPT. Okay. Now that PPT should be soluble in excess of Ki. So which PPT out of the obviously sir, out of the given 6 we have to first find how many are these. So out of the given 6 sir, let me do it with different color. Let me do it with red color. Hai. So what forms PPT with AI? Sir, mercuric, Pb plus 2 and Ag plus. Fe plus 2 and Cd plus 2 are not even there. Fe plus 2 and Cd plus 2 are not even there. So who are there? Sir, Pb plus 2 is there in the option, this is there in the option, and this is there in the option. But we know that it forms PPT. Now this precipitate has to get soluble also in excess of reagent. So in the excess of reagent, that means I'm including excess of Ki. I hope everybody is clear. So out of Hg2 plus 2, Pb plus 2 and Ag plus, how many are there? Only second and third. That means Ag plus 2 and not Ag plus. Why? Not Ag plus. Why? Because if I have Pb plus 2 forming cyanide, okay, forming iodide as an I with I minus, it forms PbI2. It is a PPT. Once I add Ki in excess, this becomes soluble. This becomes soluble. Even I hope you remember this from NCERT, even this PbI2 is soluble in hot water. Not even excess of Ki. Even if you just heat the water, it will be soluble. What about Hg plus 2, sir? Hg plus 2 with I minus obviously first forms HgI2. Now, if I have excess of Ki, then with excess of Ki, remember the very famous Nestler's reagent, K2HgI4. Now, because this is famous, therefore I am making you remember this. This is used to detect the presence of ammonium cation. So this is your beautiful Nestler's reagent. So that means that it is soluble, huh? And therefore, these two are getting soluble in excess of IKI. That means I minus. But AGI, which is definitely a solid, once you have excess of I minus, no. This guy now has no empty d orbital. It do not form any further complex. Therefore, your answer will be Pb plus 2 and Heg plus 2 only, not Ag plus. Hello? A good question. Hello? Chalo. Perfect. Moving to the last option. I'm still not done with this question, beta. A very important question to make you remember and learn salt analysis. S minus. So all those who have done this question, beta, my best wishes to you. A very good and advanced, love these color, these solubility things. So making you revise some of the few important things. Everything we can't remember in a single class, no? Now, last statement says black PPT with H2S. So they should form, these cations should form black PPT with H2S in acidic medium. Now, what is the bell that is ringing? If you have been following PWJ English channel, then in the mains session also, I have been giving one chart regularly. Students, you should at least remember the cations, their respective groups, and the group reagents and the precipitate that they form. Let me show you that. Let me show you. Sir, can you just guess question? Beta. Nahi. Beta, Anand, beta, just with P, I can do this. What if in your advanced examination you get a competitive option? Because yes, they throw you very good questions from salt analysis, qualitative. Even your inorganic paragraph, they couple up with salt analysis question, not independently, but yes, these color, these solubilities they use. That's why I'm making you revise, I'm making you learn the important content of solubility, colors, cyanide complexes, what are soluble cyanide, what are insoluble. So that's why I'm discussing this question in detail intentionally. I know just per se for getting the answer, it is very easy to do elimination, that you will obviously do in the examination, but here we are not doing examination, we are learning, right? Chalo. So black PPT, that means that this is group 2 reagent and it should give black PPT which should be soluble in hot and dilute HNO3. So first you should form black PPT, then you should be soluble in dilute HNO3, hot and dilute HNO3. So sir, at least tell us what are the group 2 reagents. So giving you those group 2 reagents again, not independently but with all the important group 2 cations. So this is the table. I'm moving aside, you can take a screenshot. I'm moving aside, you can take a screenshot, or obviously you can get these lecture notes in the WhatsApp channel, or I'm just moving aside, you can take a screenshot as well. At least beta, this much you should learn with heart. What are the group cations? Sir, on the basis of increasing value of KSP. So they are practically very less soluble, and as you move down the group, solubility increases. That's why the cations are arranged in 6 groups. 0 group having ammonia has the highest value of KSP, point number 1. What are the group reagents written over here? Dilute HCl, then in acidic medium pass H2S, then NH4Cl in basic medium NH4OH. After that pass H2S, that will give you group 4. Then group 5 is ammonium chloride and ammonium hydroxide, but add with ammonium carbonate, group 5 reagent, it will give PPT. If not, then group 6, I just do independent test for Mg+2, K+, and Na+. And 0 group is for ammonium cation, and the reagent is Nessler's reagent. What do you find? You find a brown PPT because of the formation of iodide of Millen's base. Now, sir, but why you are making us revise all? I mean, because this is very important, but yes, what question we had is for group 2. So group 2 has how many cations? Group 2A and group 2B. So group 2A and group 2B. How come these group 2A and 2B belong to same group? Because they form sulfides as their PPT. Now, who are group 2A cation? Cadmium, bismuth +3, copper +2, lead and mercury +2. Just giving you a rhyme, all those who know a bit of Hindi, because I used to learn this with a rhyme. Cadmium, bismuth, copper, lead and mercury. So what about group 1? आज PB प्यार हो गया. आज प्यार, प्यार as in love, हो गया as in it is done. आज as in today. Now cadmium, kaddu, you have a vegetable called kaddu. BI, bhindi. Kaddu, bhindi. Kyun, CU as in kyun, as in why. Khaएं, or else because they are in love. Giving you another line. कद्दू भिंडी क्यों आपस में क्यों प्यार हो गया. कद्दू भिंडी को आपस में क्यों प्यार हो गया, as in why they are in love with each other. Who are in love? Kaddu and bhindi. What about chalo? Yes, you should always have some mnemonics beta to remember these things, because obviously they'll fall down of your fall out of your head. So these are group 2 cations. What they do form? They do form sulfides, out of which cadmium sulfide is a yellow PPT. That's why I've written with a yellow color. Remaining all the group 2A cations forms a black PPT. So this is the area where we should focus. Sir, why you are not taking group 2B? Because group 2B is arsenic, antimony, tin and tin. As, sub, suna suna, rhyme. As, sub, everything, suna suna. So this is a rhyme for you to remember group 2A cations, and they form sulfides of what color? So there is a trick to remember that also. You write Y boy, but in from that side. Rhyme is, I'm speaking rhyme from that side. Y boy, Y BOY boy, Y boy, as in yellow, brown, orange, yellow. What is the order? Arsenic is yellow, antimony sulfide is orange, tin +2 sulfide is brown, tin +4 sulfide is yellow. Just to give you a mnemonic. Now, sir, we are interested in black PPT. How many are black? Sir, bismuth, copper, PB, Hg +2. So in our question, we are left with bismuth is not given, Cadmium forms yellow, it is not black, so opted out. Sir, Pb plus 2 and Hg plus 2. I hope you can see there, Pb plus 2 and Hg plus 2. Pb plus 2 and Hg plus 2. Copper is not there, bismuth is not there. Copper and bismuth not there. Copper and bismuth not there, Pb plus 2 and Hg plus 2. And out of Pb plus 2 and Hg plus 2, this mercuric sulfide, HGS, black color. But sir, mercuric sulfide is only soluble in aqua regia. A P block fact, it is not soluble in dilute HNO3. It reacts with HNO3 because HNO3 is a strong oxidizing agent, but 3 parts of HNO3, but with aqua regia, that is mixture of HNO3 and HCl, not with independent HNO3. Hence, I will not take mercuric with me, and hence, therefore, S will only go with third. S will only go with third. So one of the student was saying just with S you can do it. Then for at least S you should have this much of knowledge. Hello. Chalo. But yes, I took intentionally much of time in this question, and I hope you know why I did it. Yes, it took energy, but I hope if one student would have heard me properly, it is definitely going to help you. Please take these screenshots and attempt this question theoretically in your copy as well. A very important question. Chalo beta. Moving to the next one. I hope you can crack this one, guys. An integer type question, a doable one. Now we are just left with few of them. Acha. So some questions I'll give you for homework. Some questions I'll give you for homework. What are the time for understood, sir? Chalo beta. Beta, it takes lots of energy to explain these. In organic fact, I would have just left and given you the answer with a trick, but rather I have invested time to make you revise things. So revise, I have not even read. So those who have not even read will be helpful for them also. So guys, we are done. This is the last question. Few of the questions, I guess 4 or 5 questions I have more, but that will be homework for you. Okay. Chalo, shoot. Yes, beta. Aditya Yadav, beta, dekh, nothing. Are we learning the complete NCERT over here? So is it enough? Sir, but my lot of syllabus of mine is pending, or maybe I have revised lot of syllabus, but I need practice. So is it valid for that? Yes. You learn each day, beta. You learn each day. You practice each day. You improve each day. So yes, it will add a brick to the journey, rather a strong brick. Yes. Aditya, I hope I answered. Chalo. Moving to the last question. Yes, after this also I have some question, but I'll be giving those questions as homework. Ha beta, I drunk water. Thank you, Raman. Thank you, beta. Ha beta. So do practice. Those questions I'll be giving for homework. Hai na? Chalo, last one. At 25 degrees Celsius, the concentration of H plus ions in this much molar aqueous solution of weak monobasic acid having dissociation constant as this. Okay, so that means I have a weak acid. What is that weak acid? Let us write that weak acid as HX. Okay, not HX, because X the concentration. Okay, let's say HA. Let's say HA is my weak acid. So because it's a weak acid, so it will dissociate and form very small amount of cation and anion. Done, sir. Now, sir, its value of K is given. Dissociation constant is very small. Sir, it is 4 into 10 raised to the power minus 11. Okay, sir. Now, sir, if at equilibrium, this was C concentration, C minus X is dissociated. So X and X of these are produced. But sir, because the value of K is so small, then even water is a stronger acid, because value of dissociation constant of water is 10 to the power minus 40. Not stronger, but yes, minus 11 is also very less. So rather, I have to include the H plus ion from water as well, because this is also weak, water is also weak. Although this is stronger than water, but if you have H plus ion even lesser than 10 to the power minus 7, then you have to include H plus from water also. So water will also give H plus and OH minus ion. If it was independent reaction, then it is 10 to the power minus 7, 10 to the power minus 7 at 25 degrees Celsius. But because you have extra H plus, so its dissociation will be suppressed, but still some will be dissociating. So it will be giving Y and Y. But sir, common ion, I have a common ion effect. So that simultaneous equilibrium will tell me that that plus and this Y will be there, because concentration of H plus ion at equilibrium will be decided by the simultaneous equilibrium, which will be nothing but X plus Y. And the concentration of H plus ions we have to determine. That value is given out to be this, and we have to determine the value of X. So this is nothing but concentration of H plus ion. Sir, how to find this? What never changes? Sir, value of K. Vinam Nagar. Perfect, my player. Perfect, my player. Chalo beta. Let us also attempt it. So H plus ion is this. Sir, what never changes? Value of K. So can I write value of K for the acid? Yes, sir. So let us write it on a separate page. Let me borrow a page to attempt. Chalo beta. So for the acid, for weak acid HA, I can say value of Ka, which is 4 into 10 raised to the power minus 11. 4 into 10 raised to the power minus 11 is equal to H plus ion concentration, which is X plus Y, into A minus concentration, which is X, upon concentration of, sir, X is negligible, so you can see what is the extent of dissociation. So this is nothing but C, because X is negligible. How much concentration I have taken? The concentration of H plus ion in this molar aqueous solution. So whatever weak acid I have, this is the value of C. So this is 1 into 10 to the power minus 3. That means simply 10 to the power minus 3. So rather, this is 10 raised to the power minus 3. That means X into X plus Y is nothing but 4 into 10 raised to the power minus 14, equation 1. Now, if I again do this for water, then for water, what never changes? Value of Kw. Kw of water is 10 to the power minus 14. Here I've taken concentration of water, and the product is 10 to the power minus 14. So here I should just use H plus and OH minus ion concentration, which is X plus Y multiplied by Y. So this will be X plus Y multiplied by Y. This is equation 2. Now this, after this, chemistry ends. After this is your just basic mathematics. What is the best operation that you can do in order to get X plus Y? Divide. Better than dividing is just to add. Because if you add, it will be X square plus XY, Y square plus XY. That means X plus Y the whole square. So if you add, this is simply X plus Y the whole square. That will also be added, because this is 1 into 10 to the power minus 14. This is 4. So 10 to the power minus 14 is common. And 4 plus 1 becomes 5. So X plus Y, which is rather H plus ion concentration, my desired value is nothing but under root 5 into 10 raised to the power minus 7. So your answer is under root 5. Which is obviously 2.24 na? 2.236 na? 2.236. Just check beta. 2.236. And because this is 2 place of decimal, so 6 becomes 4. So 2.24. Yes. Perfect, 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 everybody. Now, I'm just moving aside so that I can take a screenshot. Question number 1. This is homework 1. Question number 2, this is homework 2. Question number 3, this is homework 3. Question number 4, this is homework 4. Question number 5, this is homework 5. I hope you have taken the screenshot, or else you can take the notes also. So this is it from my side. Thank you very much. Have a very strong practice till the D-Day, which is 17th of May. Till that time, take very good care of yourself, take care of your body clock, sleep at night, so that on Sunday, on next Sunday, it is not even far, you can give your paper with best of your efficiency. So goodbye, God bless you, keep working, bye bye.